Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I see that we've been joined by a lot of students for today's marathon session. So before I begin with the first part of the session, that's going to be a quick, important points and last minute tips for the legal section. As you can see the backdrop in the background, the whole, marathon session will be starting with the legal section first. And the legal section will be hosted by me. I'm Abhishek Thakur. I work as the vice president here at Clat Possible, and I am also mentoring students for the legal section of the Clat paper. I will be joined by Neha, who's again the legal faculty here at Clat Possible, and she heads my online vertical. Following the legal aptitude session, the next session that we'll have would be on critical reasoning. That will be hosted by Dr. Surbhi Modi Sahai and Sajal Modi. After the logic section, we will move on to the English section. That will be hosted by Shruti Sood ma'am. Post a 15 minutes break, we will have the maths and DI session that again will be hosted by Amit Goel and Satyam Shankar Sahai. And the last session for the day would be the GK session, which again is going to be hosted by Priyanka Dhillan and Shrikant Tripathi. So without wasting much time, guys, we will be starting with the legal section. And I'm going to give you some tips and I'm going to maybe discuss a question or two in the next 30 minutes. And then I'm going to hand it over to Neha, who will again discuss a question with you people. But before I come down to the discussion of the question, let me just quickly give you a few tips now that you have less than 4 days, almost in fact 4 days left for your examination. Obviously, whatever is done is already done now. There isn't much that you can actually do in the next 4 days. And which is why the most important tip that I have to give you, not just for the legal section, but generally for the CLAT examination, is trust your preparation and be patient. All right. Look, please understand something, guys. Like I have already said at the very onset of this session, that what's done is done. A lot of you have written the AILET exam as well, and the AILET exam definitely was a bit of a shocker, was a little unconventional, was a little unorthodox, and the jumble pattern, everything. And when I was taking an analysis of the AILET paper, even then I told you that the AILET is done and dusted. Don't carry the baggage, the nervousness of the AILET exam to the CLAT examination hall. All right. I mean, acha hua, bura hua, irrespective, please do not carry the baggage and nervousness to the CLAT exam. The CLAT is a fresh paper, it's a new paper, it's another paper. And don't be stressed because you could not perform well in the AILET exam. Number one. Number two, guys, like I said, trust your preparation. You've been working hard. Some of you have been working for the past 6 months. Some of you have been working for the past 1 year. Some of you here have been working for almost 2 years for this paper. Now just trust the process and whatever input, whatever hard work you've put in, have faith in that and do not be nervous. All right. Because please understand something, guys, exam room nervousness is a deal breaker in cracking the CLAT paper, for that matter, any entrance on the planet. All right. So what happens is that, you are nervous and there's the CLAT examination and there'll be a few bouncer questions, and all of a sudden you'll just lose your morale and you will start getting panicky. You will start getting fidgety right in the middle of the paper. And look, it's 120 minutes at the end of the day. And this 120 minutes is going to be the shortest 120 minutes of your life. You will be in the examination hall, and in a snap you'll be outside the examination hall. You will not even realize when these 120 minutes pass. And which is why the moment you become nervous, because let's say there is a section which caught you off guard, or let's say there is a question which is again something out of the blues, and once you enter that zone of panicking, then there is no coming back. There is no coming back in mocks. This is the CLAT examination where the pressure is exponentially higher as compared to mocks. So please try to maintain your cool. The one thing that you need to understand is that you have worked hard. And if there is a question which is out of the blues, which is a bouncer, which is tricky, which is difficult, it is not you alone who is finding it difficult. All the 50, 60, 70,000 aspirants across the country will find it difficult. Everybody will be stuck in that question. So don't start blaming your preparation right in the middle of the paper, that I am underprepared, and which is probably the reason that I'm finding so many bouncer questions. That is not true. You have written a lot of mocks, you have done a lot of practice, and trust me, if you are finding something difficult in the CLAT paper, that is something that is really difficult. That is something that every aspirant who's taking the CLAT paper is going to find difficult. You are not alone. But the important thing is, how do you come out of it? Do you start blaming yourself for your under preparation and, become nervous in the middle of the paper and ruin the rest of your paper? Or do you understand this thing that I'm telling you, that everybody is finding it difficult? Maintain your composure, maintain your calm, and move on. All right, move on to the next question. Don't think about that question. It's just 120 minutes. There isn't a lot of scope. There isn't a lot of scope for you to bungle. All right. So this is the one advice that I have for everyone in the paper. Moving on to the sort of paper that we can expect, the sort of section that we can expect. The good part is that this year, the consortium has given you 3 sample papers. And if you go through the sample papers, if you go through the legal section, I don't think the real CLAT paper is going to be any different from the sample questions. The reason that the consortium has given you the sample paper is to give you an idea what are the sort of questions and passages that you can expect, and which is why I think you wouldn't really be taken by surprise. Like what happened in the AILET paper, I don't think that's going to be repeated in the CLAT paper, because the whole point of giving sample papers is to make the students acclimatized and accustomed to the pattern and the sort of questions that you can expect. All right. So my prophecy here would be that this is unlike the AILET paper. This is going to be a very standard paper, which will in all probability follow the same pattern of questioning, the same line of questioning that you have already been given in the 3 sample papers. All right. Moving on to the sample papers, the legal section, guys. All right. The legal section of the sample paper, again, has been very similar to the CLAT 2020 paper, which is why the one question that I'm going to be discussing in today's class will be from the CLAT 2020 paper. And this was the first paper that we had after the change in pattern was announced. And if you go through the legal section of the CLAT 2020 paper, I'm sure in the course of your preparation, a lot of you might have already come across the CLAT 2020 paper. You will realize something. How were these questions in the legal reasoning section framed? So the idea was simple. They would take up core topics, all right, that we already do inside the classes. So core topics, when I say in criminal law, we do culpable homicide, murder, theft, dacoity, robbery, extortion, general defenses, so on and so forth. In tort law, we do negligence, nuisance, malicious prosecution, vicarious liability, so on and so forth. Contracts, we do offers, acceptances, and, mistake of facts, mistake of law, and various other topics. Again, moving on to constitutional law, we discuss fundamental rights and different fundamental rights and so on and so forth. Miscellaneous topics inside the classes, we discuss international law and family law and so on and so forth. So in the CLAT 2020 paper, what they did was they took a core topic, and the passage on the core topic would be some contemporary event that happened in the past 1.5 years. All right. So now, in fact, I'm going to show you the sample paper, the CLAT 2020 paper, and tell you how similar it was to the three samples papers that have been released by the consortium, and which is why I feel that, CLAT 2020 papers legal section, if the sample paper are telling us anything, it is that your legal section will be very, very similar to the 2020 paper. Because in 21-22, again, they went to the conventional orthodox form of questioning, where you had the passages that you would anyway get in the older CLAT papers, which is on vicarious liability and homicide and murder and so on and so forth, and wouldn't really be related to any contemporary event. But since in the sample papers, we see that most of these passages are some current event, some hotly debated legal event. Well, the 2020 paper, like I said, is the closest in terms of what you can expect in the examination on this coming Sunday. So I'm just going to quickly run you through the 2020 paper, Jitin. And I'm going to take up one question. So in any case, before I move on to the paper, I just want to tell you one thing, guys, that you don't have to be afraid. Looking at the sample paper, students sort of got a little panicky. Students got a little flummoxed. And they're like, sir, these are all contemporary events, and we have gotten questions on anti-defection law and, on horse trading and environmental law and stuff like that. Dude, you don't have to be concerned. I mean, if you follow the pattern of the 2020 paper, again, most of these topics are core topics that you've already done in the class. It's just that instead of giving you some random example about A and B, the passage is on some event that has happened in the past 1 year. So they will, for example, how can that happen? Again, if you come to the 2020 paper, let me start with the legal section and show you. So just give me one moment. All right. So if you look at this paper, guys, so for example, this is the first passage. Now, if you go through the passage is basically talking about force majeure and act of God. All right. Force majeure, act of God, and the material adverse effect clause. Now, force majeure and act of God is something that you have already done when you were reading contract law, when you were studying contract law in your classes, or from whatever source you've been preparing for the CLAT paper. All right. Now, this core topic, force majeure, act of God, and this was the year of the pandemic. We had freshly come out of the pandemic, and which is why force majeure was being discussed so much. Because as you remember, right after the pandemic, during the pandemic, there were so many employers who refused to pay their employees. There were so many tenants who refused to pay their landlords. And all these are contracts. I mean, when you take up a job, you basically sign a contract with your employer. When you take a house for rent, you sign a rent agreement. And there's a certain rent amount, there's a certain remuneration that's been agreed upon. And now, if my employer is not paying me that amount, or if the tenant is not paying that amount to the landlord, in a way, you are dishonoring your contract. In a way, you are breaching your contract. And now the defense that these employers or tenants were taking was act of God, force majeure. All right. That this is the situation is such that it is beyond our control. We cannot afford to pay rent. We cannot afford to pay full salaries. So is there much of a difference? No. Force majeure is a topic that we've already done in the class. Now, instead of giving you some random ABC example, they gave you the example of the contracts being dishonored or breached during the time of the pandemic. All right. So not much of a difference. Then there will be some extra topics, all right, like anti-defection law, environmental law, which I'm sure the mocks that you're writing, these mocks are covering a lot of these extra topics. So you, in all probability, there's a very rare chance that you will find something absolutely unique or absolutely out of the blues. And even then, people come and ask me that for these very rare and few questions that could be a bit unique, how do you prepare for that? I mean, chill. The fact that you've been practicing legal reasoning passages, I mean, anyway, at the end of the day, what is legal reasoning? Legal reasoning in the CLAT paper is reading comprehension. Now, in reading comprehension, you have passages from geography, from history, from science. You don't start studying history books. You don't start studying physics, chemistry books. You don't start studying, science books in order to do these passages. You just generally practice the reading comprehension passages. And irrespective of what the passage's topic is, you end up performing well because you've practiced in the past. The same holds true for the legal section as well, guys. Don't treat it any differently. Even if there is a topic which is unique outside the core topics that you do in the class or do you come across in the books, well, if there is something unique, well, you've already practiced a lot of topics on the basis of the practice that you've done, the mocks, the passages that you've practiced, you will be able to anyway do them. You don't have to know the exact law or the exact topic beforehand. All right, that is not going to that is not going to hamper your performance in the CLAT legal reasoning section. Please trust me. So don't get bothered by all these new passages or new topics that you get. You get new topics in the RC paper as well. You read about things for the first time in the RC section. You read about population control. You read about how the brain works for the first time. You comprehend that, you apply your logical acumen, and you answer questions. And the similar approach has to be adopted for the CLAT paper as well. All right. So again, like I said, I will just randomly quickly discuss one passage with you. All right. So for example, that year, guys, we also had one passage that was on polluter pays, strict liability, and absolute liability. Again, this is something that we've already, almost every person who's taking the CLAT examination and has prepared for more than 2 months must have come across these topics of strict liability and absolute liability. All right. So the requirements for both are pretty much the same. Dangerous object, non-natural use of land, the dangerous object escapes and causes some harm. This is when strict and absolute liability are invoked. All right. The difference between the two, very simple. Strict liability does have a few defenses. So if you read this line, person liable only when there is a non-natural use of land. Also restricts liability when the escape is due to an act of strangers, act of God, natural calamity, personal injury, when it happens within the consent of the person. And so the difference between strict and absolute liabilities, you have some defenses that will work in case of strict liability, but absolute liability, as the word absolute very clearly says, there are no defenses. All right. So this is pretty much the difference between the two. And the example, the question is based on the LG Polymers factory leak case that happened. I think some of you may remember this as well. This was at the very onset of beginning of the pandemic when I think in one of the Visakhapatnam, yes, in Andhra Pradesh, the LG Polymers factory, there was a gas leak, and because of which I think some people died as well. So you have the polluter's pay principle, which is again pretty similar to absolute liability, which is there is not any defense that you will get. And you basically, this pertains to whatever calamity that happened, that harming the environment or that sort of impacting or having bad environmental consequences. All right. So this was the principle, and we had questions. So under which of the principles will the company LG Polymers be held liable? And here basically all the requirements are met. All right. And since it doesn't really talk about anything else, it did pollute the environment. So polluter's pay is going to be applicable. And here, like I said, the requirements of both strict and absolute liability is similar. The only difference is that strict liability comes with a few defenses, while absolute liability does not come with any defense. All right. So the requirement, which is non-natural use of land, dangerous object escaping, causing some harm, that is common to both of them. And which is why, in a way, all the three principles, all the 3 points that have been talked about in the passage will be covered in the LG Polymer factory case. All right. Moving on to the next question. As per the polluter's pay principle, LG polymers will be liable for. Again, the correct answer here is B, guys. Again, this was a passage where everything could be sourced. Every answer could be sourced from the passage. All right. So, like I said, exact reading comprehension, nothing else, nothing different. So, if you come to the polluter pays principle, yes, if you come to the principle, it very clearly says that the principle explicitly affirms that the person who damages or destructs the environment has the absolute obligation to bear the cost of ameliorating the environment as well. All right. To reimburse the individual sufferers as well as pay for the revitalization of the damaged environment. So the principle very clearly says that you don't just have to reimburse the individual sufferers, but you have to give the money, you have to compensate for the revitalization of the environment, or basically maintaining the status quo of the environment as well. All right. So, which is why, again, the best answer for this question would be B, restoration as well as compensation to individuals. All right. Moving on to this third question, guys. So here in this case, the walls of the reactor in the planet got damaged, due to which operators could not properly. Now here the gas leakage resulted in the death of 12 workers of the plant and also some people. In this situation, all right, in this situation, why did this happen? Because of an earthquake. All right. Now, like I said, guys, earthquake will be an act of God. All right, force majeure. Now, act of God, force majeure will indeed become a defense for strict liability. But like I said, it is not a defense for either polluter pays or even for that matter, absolute liability. So in this case, since it was an act of God, strict liability will not be applicable, since that is mentioned as one of the defenses for strict liability. But absolute liability and polluter's pay will nonetheless apply to this question, and which is why the best or the correct answer for this question will be option B for Bombay. All right. Moving on to the next question, the argument of LG polymers that they did not know that the styrene gas could leak. All right, option C. Weak argument. Now, guys, like I said, for both strict and absolute liability, the one thing that you need to know is that the negligence of the defendant, whether or not the defendant was negligent, is immaterial for both strict and absolute liability. The fact that the defendant was negligent or not negligent, the fact that the defendant was not negligent in the leakage that took place, or is not negligent in the dangerous object escaping and causing harm, is immaterial or will have zero impact in questions on both strict and absolute liability. So defendant not being negligent will not be accepted as an excuse for either absolute or, for that matter, strict liability as well. All right. So here their line of reasoning that they did not know that the gas could leak will have or bear no consequences on the answer on the liability aspect, and the correct answer for this question again will be option C. All right. Moving on to the last question of this passage. All right, so in this question again, guys, XYZ is a company, pesticide factory. One day, due to negligence, there is a leakage of the gas, as a result of which many pests and insects which feed on the plantation crops in the nearby farm are killed. All right. However, the twist in the question is that there is no harm caused to the people. Now, whether or not strict or absolute liability is going to be applicable when there is no harm that is caused to the people has not been clearly mentioned or talked about in the passage. However, from the basic reading of the passage, the one message that is pretty clear is that there definitely has been some harm to the environment. All right, which is why option C, which says liability under strict and absolute liability will depend upon the inquiry as to whether the leak pesticide gas was a hazardous substance, activity, or chemical or not. They will definitely nonetheless be liable under the principle of polluters pay. All right. So yahan pe, if you can see, they did sort of whether the leakage of this gas was something which was dangerous to human beings as well, which could have caused some loss to the human beings as well. That inquiry needs to take place in order to decide that liability under the rules of strict and absolute liability. But one thing that is pretty much clear from the bare reading of this passage is that the environment has been harmed, and which is why the rule of polluters pay is going to be applicable to this question. All right. So this was just one passage that I wanted to take up with you people to tell you how or what you can expect in the CLAT paper. And whatever it is isn't going to be very different from the preparation that you have done. And this is a message that I'm giving people time and again, because a lot of people, after going through the sample papers, are having this feeling that the preparation that we did and the questions in the sample paper are a bit contradictory. That is not true. All right. That is not true. Okay. The preparation that you have done, it's the only difference is that the passages would be on some contemporary topic, something that has been happening in relation to that core area that you've already studied. It's not going to be something out of the box or surprising, okay? Like this passage or the passage on force majeure or all the basically passages that you have come across in the sample paper, all right? So this was just one question and a few tips that I wanted to share with you people. No nervousness, forget about the AILET, trust your preparation. It's not going to be a bouncer. All the core topics in legal, only difference that the passages would be on some contemporary event in relation to the core topic. Apart from that, again, so many new age topics that we've been practicing in mocks and all can feature, and very rare chance that something absolutely unique is going to feature in the legal aptitude section, in the legal reasoning section. All right. So these are my giveaways. These are my, last minute tips. Just maybe whatever mock that you have subscribed to, just go through the last 5 mocks, just revise some of the current affairs. That is enough for 5 days. All right. Last 4 or 5 mocks that you've written, that's going to basically cover the current GK. And, you'll have a good revision of all the concepts as well. So pick up the last 4 or 5 mocks, go through the basic GK stuff, just brush through it, and you're pretty much set and ready for the CLAT paper. All right. With that, guys, I'm going to now hand over the session to Neha. And Neha will again take up a small discussion on some topic. And all the best, all the best. And I hope that you come out with flying colors on the examination day. And all the best, guys, all the best. Do your best. And again, trust your preparation. Don't be nervous. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing? That was Abhishek. Very enlightening session. Yes, thank you by everybody. Good afternoon, Shrishti. गुड आफ्टरनून भाई, गुड आफ्टरनून सर बोल रहे हो, अब तो मैम आ गई हैं, सर को बाय बाय बोलने का टाइम आ गया. Okay, so how's everybody doing? Good. Last few days left before you actually begin with your exam, right? Good afternoon. Chalo, how's everybody doing? Fine. I wholeheartedly agree with everything what Thakur just said. Abhishek ne bola ki bhai nervous nahi hona hai. And that is something which I think each and every faculty at Clat Possible and wherever you are, would be telling you ki bhai last couple of days mein bilkul bhi nervous nahi hona hai. That's one thing which you cannot afford to do right now. Because, I've had students who have prepared so well all throughout the 1 year, 2 years, 6 months, जितना भी आपका preparation है, you might have been working so hard, but वो last minute में jittery होके you don't want to go wrong, right? That is something which is very, very important, something which you should not be doing at all. Yes? Okay. Chalo. Now, before we begin, like today's session, of course, Thakur told you ki bhai, the kind of paper we are expecting for the CLAT, what we are expecting from, especially, when we're talking about the legal section, if you see legal section mein, generally, the sample papers which have been given to us, they are a very good, they're a sample, so they're obviously a very good guide as to how your main paper is going to be. So up like the main takeaway, and this I want to emphasize again, I know Abhishek ne abhi iske bare mein bola tha, but I would like to re-emphasize on the fact that bhaiya jo tum logon ne prepare kara hai, jo hum class mein padhte hain, that is not something which will be wasted, or it is not something which will not hold your hand in solving the final exam paper. Okay, always remember that in your legal section, in your legal reasoning, whatever you have prepared, ये जो आपने reasoning के section की preparation करी है हमारे साथ, this is not just knowing, or it was not all about knowledge of law, right? It was not all about knowledge of law. Was it only learning what contract is? Was it only about learning what tort law is, or what, the Constitution of India is? No, it was much more than that. It was more than knowledge of law. It was about how law is supposed to be interpreted. That is why, if you remember, in each and every class of yours, we would not focus on what the law is. Rather, we would focus on how it's supposed to be interpreted. Because that is what is going to be asked, or that is what is going to be checked in your examination. Your CLAT exam here is not trying to check how much of law do you know. That is something which they will teach you in 5 years, right? But they are trying to check whether you can interpret something which is given to you, whether you can logically apply your mind or not, right? So logical reasoning ka section alag hai, but jab legal reasoning ka section aayega, so they are specifically trying to check how well you can interpret a law which is given to you, right? So therefore, if you look at your sample papers, some of you were a little jittery after doing the sample papers, and especially after the AILET fiasco. I don't want to go in on to that AILET fiasco, but please, I'm hoping that everybody realizes that the paper was tricky for across the board everyone. Like, this is the pattern of AILET which had come, was not expected by anybody. Right? So if you were feeling that, okay, my exam went very bad, I'm feeling really, really sad कि मैंने ये क्या कर दिया, पेपर सब कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया, बाद में जाके realize किया कि shit यार, ये तो मुझे आता था. And all those feelings, if you are still feeling, then realize that भैया सभी उसी boat में सवार हैं. Right? Everybody is going to be sailing in the same boat. So it is not as though अगर आप jittery हुए, आप घबरा गए, आपने कुछ silly mistakes करी हैं, the same would apply to each and every person who wrote the AILET exam, right? So, that's a little this thing on the AILET paper, that don't get nervous just because AILET खराब गया तो आपका ये वाला CLAT भी कुछ गड़बड़ होने वाला नहीं. CLAT sample paper provide कर चुका है. So you know on what lines your question paper is going to be. And that is generally going to be the legal section, purely will be a legal section. They are going to check how well you can interpret the law, right? अब वो ये हो सकता है that they might give you certain tried and tested kind of passages, because if you look at the sample papers, it was majorly on topics which are on current affairs, which are in the news, but of course they are related to something which is going on, something which is going on in your classrooms as well, right? So it is not completely out of the blue. Like Abhi Thakur ne discuss kiya wo aapka jo paper 2020 ka question tha wo, and it was a very nice question because it give you a glimpse into how what is happening in the current affairs is getting amalgamated, is getting mixed, and they have created a question which is on reasoning basis, right? So keep in mind that even if it is something new, it is not, they are not there to like I say, the Clat people are not sadistic by nature. कई लोगों को लगने लगता है by the end of it कि बॉस ये तो बहुत sadistic लोग हैं, ये लोग चाहते हैं कि हमारा पेपर खराब हो. नहीं, ऐसा कोई नहीं चाहता. All that they're trying to do is just trying to ensure that they get the best people into the law colleges, right? And if you've been preparing well, if you've been working hard for the last 6 months, 1 year, whatever your duration of the journey has been, don't worry, आपका पेपर अच्छा जाएगा, right? Now, okay, some doubts. Do we have to do? Okay, now there is Aryan who's saying, do I have to do all the concepts or only practice? देखो अब 4 दिन बचे हैं. I would not recommend anybody to go and look into your theory again. Okay, last 4 days prep क्या होनी चाहिए? आपने अपनी theory नहीं देखनी है. You will only focus on practice. That is something which is very, very crucial. Each and every person realize that अब यहाँ पे theory वापस जाके पढ़ने का कोई point नहीं है. What you need to do is practice. This practice could be, I'm sure all of you must have almost exhausted every material that you have for practice. तो अब यहाँ पे आके आपका वो एग्जामिनेशन में जो आपने अपना एक नोट बनाया होता है, एक if you remember, I always, my students always tell you कि भाई mock register एक maintain रखो. जब तुम mock register maintain करके रखते हो, then in that mock register there is always this point which you note कि भाई ये वाले मैंने questions लगाए थे, ये difficult थे. So I would suggest that you revisit those mocks which you found difficult. आप sectional test के तौर पे उनका legal section लगाओ. You don't have to go and solve the entire mock, but yes, you can do sectional test. So your entire prep now has to be practice, right? All your previous mocks, you don't need to do full mocks, of course, because ये last के दिन आपका specific type का practice होना चाहिए. Like some of you might feel कि भैया मेरा miscellaneous section वाले questions जो हैं, जो current affairs वाले questions हैं, वो मेरे questions नहीं लगते. I have difficulty in that. Then I would suggest revisit your mocks जहाँ पे आपने ये miscellaneous sections वाले questions attempt करें. Just revisit them. You will realize that, let's see, you go back 3 months back, 3 महीने पहले, 4 महीने पहले जो आपने mock लगाए थे, उनके आप sectional test उठाओ, as sectional test उठाओ last couple of days में, and revisit those miscellaneous type of questions. You would see an improvement in yourself. It's not that those questions, most of the time you forget those questions. But what is important is what you will realize is that you are not the same. And that is what will give your confidence a lot of boost. You'll realize that your take on miscellaneous section some 3 months back was very different from what it is right now. Right? अभी आपने इतने mocks practice कर लिए हैं, इतने miscellaneous sections से questions practice कर लिए हैं, that you would realize that you are at a much better place, right? So revisit those mocks. Do not go in for your theory में जाने की जरूरत नहीं, practice ही करना जरूरी है, right? Anshaj, no, CLAT का format AILET जैसा नहीं होगा. CLAT का format is going to be what is given in the sample paper. इसीलिए तो उन्होंने sample paper दिया है. Did the AILET people give a sample paper? No. NLU Delhi never gave you a sample paper. But the NLU consortium, they have given you a sample paper. And the sample paper is given so that you know कि भाई क्या pattern होने वाला है आपके paper का. Right? So keep that in mind and do not worry. And like I always say, भाई कभी miscellaneous का passage आएगा, उसको देख के घबराना नहीं है. Right? Miscellaneous passage hai, which means that the questions are generally going to be easier. Miscellaneous passage hai means that you have to read the passage very carefully. You always have to read the passage. This is something which I always tell all the time in all classes कि passage हमेशा पढ़ना है. Passage चाहे आपका जाना पहचाना हो, passage चाहे miscellaneous का हो, you are always going to read the passage. This is something which is very, very crucial, very, very essential. Passage skip नहीं करना. Just because आपको लगता है कि contract का passage है, ये तो torts का passage है, doesn't mean you skip it. Skim and scam कर लो. Like जल्दी जल्दी पढ़ लो, scan करके पढ़ लो, but एक बार scan करना जरूरी है. Right? Don't just leave the passage out completely. Do scan the passage once before you are doing it, right? But when you're talking about the miscellaneous passages, waha passage aapne padhna, right? That is something which is really important. You will have to read the passage, right? Read the passage carefully and you will be able to solve the questions, because the questions are going to be from the passage only. This question ko yahan wahan se nahi aata hai. Question aapka passage se hi aayega. Right? In fact, these legal reasoning questions are more on the lines of look at it from the perspective of an RC, reading comprehension ke perspective se dekhoge aap usko. And the other thing is, you keep in mind that you are going to interpret it like a lawyer, right? तो वहां पे problem आती है आपके questions में कि options जब आपने choose करने, right? So when you're looking at the options, when you're choosing the options, be very, very careful. Legal reasoning की सारी दिक्कत आती है close options के बीच में, right? So when you are looking at close options, when you're looking at choosing your options, always keep couple of things in mind. This is something which we discuss all throughout, but abhi ye last minute mein important hai ki aap ye discuss karo ki bhai aapka jo answer hai wo passage ke upar based hona chahiye. Whatever is the reasoning in the option, that reasoning has to be given in the passage. Agar passage mein nahi dayi hai wo reasoning, to wo aapka answer nahi ho sakta hai. Second important thing which you keep in mind is you look at what is being asked in the question. You have your fact situation. Ab apna fact situation padh rahe ho, bhai fact situation mein aakhir पूछा क्या जा रहा है? What is being asked? Always remember, you have to answer this question. The lot of times हम facts पढ़ते हैं और last की वो last line जो होती है उसको छोड़ देते हैं and we start solving the question. No. Be very, very careful कि आपका option वो सही होगा जो answer कर रहा होगा इस question को. Right? It should answer the question. It cannot be answering anything else. It should answer the question which is being asked. So if you are confused between two options, go back to the last line. भी पूछा क्या गया है finally? पूछा क्या गया है उसको मेरा answer, is that option answering that question? Is the reasoning provided answering that question? It should not be based on any assumption. कोई assumption के ऊपर based नहीं होना चाहिए, passage के ऊपर based होना चाहिए, facts जो आपके दिए हुए question में उसके ऊपर based होना चाहिए. Nothing that you are assuming. That is not something which can be a correct answer. The last and something which we tend to overlook at times and we I feel underestimate is the fact कि हमारे emotions कितना role play करते हैं. I know most of you must be thinking, मैम हमने conquer कर ली है अपने emotions इतनी legal practice करके, but फिर भी just keep a check that it is that you're not answering a question out of being emotionally involved कि आपको लग रहा है कि यार ये तो गलत किया इसने, इसको तो सजा मिली, he should be held liable. But if your principal is not, if your passage is not making him liable, चाहे आपका अंतर्मन जितना भी बोल रहा हो कि बॉस इसको liable होना चाहिए, अपने emotions को side में रख के as a lawyer you have to answer your question, right? So these 3 or 4 points always keep in mind when you are looking at a close option. ठीक? अच्छा. Okay, now I'll just look at a couple of questions which are here. Ria is saying, ma'am, how much time should we allot? See, 35 to 40 minutes is generally what I allot to the legal reasoning section. 35 to 40 minutes. इससे ज़्यादा आप नहीं दे सकते हो. 35 at the max 40 is what you would give to your legal reasoning section. Okay. Arnab, okay. Arnab, the CLAT 1.1, 1.2, see, it could be. I'm like, both the sample papers had a numbering like that. So there is a possibility that the numbering might be like that, but then it's not very practically possible to have it in the main paper, I feel, because फिर आपकी जो वो OMR sheet है, उसमें printing कैसे होगी? You know, उसमें वो because now normally you have that 1, 2, 3, then the OMR sheet would also have to be changed. So I do wonder if that is going to be the case, because then marking in the OMR will become very, very difficult, right? So most likely not, but you never know with CLAT if they change it, but most likely the numbering would not be like that. अगर numbering वैसी होगी तो OMR में भी वो ही change आपको reflect होता हुआ दिखेगा, right? So that is going to be there. Okay. Chalo, ठीक है. Okay, now I think this was a brief, things which you keep in mind before the CLAT paper. Because end of the day, it's not about how difficult the paper or how easy the paper is going to be. It's how calmly you attempt the paper, right? So therefore, you have to be very, very, very calm when you are attempting the paper. Thande dimag se paper aapne attempt karna hai. Okay, Ansh is asking, ma'am, if there is a passage which is lengthy or it has a very hard legal vocab, should we leave it in order to save time or increasing attempts? Yes. See, this is something which is very important when you are looking at, solving a paper. Always keep in mind that you should know where to let go. आपको क्या छोड़ना है और क्या attempt करना है, that is very important. So if you feel that, let's say you're on the third or the fourth passage of legal and it's a very difficult passage, आपने एक paragraph पढ़ा but आपको लग रहा है कि ये नहीं हो सकता, so there are two things you can do. One is either do reverse engineering, meaning thereby that first read the questions and then attempt it. That is one way of doing it. Second thing is you leave that passage and move on. Finish your entire section. Aapka, but keep in mind that aapka ek passage chuta hua hai, so your speed should be faster. And then you can come back to that passage. And when you're coming back to that passage, if you have time, I would recommend you to do reverse engineering. Pehle questions पढ़ लो, उसके बाद आप passage देख सकते हो, right? Usually not recommended, but somewhere, if you are really stuck, if you are like बोलते हैं ना कि भैया stuck between a hard place completely, then that is something which you can look at doing. Okay. Okay. Ma'am, is there some question option E, but in OMR no E part is given? Asta, that's not something which is going to happen कि भाई option E है और मतलब इतना बड़ा झोल जो है CLAT consortium NLU consortium करेगा नहीं normally, right? So don't worry on that. Okay. Chalo. I think I have answered almost everybody's questions. Now, there's this one little passage, a simple one, I thought, just to boost everybody's confidence. Very short passage. In fact, itna chota passage tumne dekha hi nahi ho. Very, very short passage. And it's a passage on contract, something you are familiar with. So let's quickly do this passage and then we'll take it from there. Okay. So I have this very, very short passage. I thought कुछ थोड़ा सा ऐसी चीज हो जाए जो देख के आपका मन खुश हो, something you should be feeling happy about. Okay. How many attempts minimum? See, minimum attempts, Pragya, is very difficult to say, but generally, if you are wanting to, have a good shot at CLAT, आपके attempt इतने होने चाहिए कि आपको negative marking के बाद भी 100 के ऊपर आए. So 120, 130, 140, that is your call. But, you need to have at least above 100 after you deduct your negative marking, right? So keep that in your mind, okay? Passages, Chaitanya, 450 words is what they have given. So I don't think so there would be any passage which is more than 450 words, shouldn't be. Okay. Okay. So I have this little passage for you guys. Okay. So I want you to Quickly read the passage, फिर हम क्वेश्चन साथ साथ सॉल्व करते चलेंगे, ठीक है? Quickly read the passage, everybody. I will just scroll it up. I'm sure first 4 lines तो सबने पढ़ ली होंगी. Okay, everybody continue to read. Now, okay, Pragya has asked me a question: if GK is weak, can we get into an NLU? But GK is something which, if weak, becomes a difficult thing, but it is not as though without GK it's not doable. But yes, GK generally is something which is important. So, easily, you know, we say that in the last 4 or 5 days which you have, your maximum time should be spent on GK, right? Practicing legal section, practicing CR, practicing English, all that is one side. But GK is something on which your main focus has to be in the last few days, right? Okay. Quick with the passage. Give me a thumbs up when you guys are done with the passage. I'll scroll up. Mridul, skipping a particular section, even if it's the quant section, even if they're 15 marks, is not a good idea. You know, give it a see through. Even if you feel your quant is weak, एक बार वो section को देखना जरूरी है, ठीक है ना? Maybe there is a passage, maybe the set of questions जो आपको आते हैं, because ऐसा तो नहीं है weak है तो आपने पढ़ा ही नहीं है, आपने कुछ ना कुछ तो पढ़ा ही है, right? Don't start feeling कि आपने कुछ नहीं पढ़ा है, आपने पढ़ा है. It is just that you need to be a little more focused and you will be able to do it then. ठीक है? चलो. Now the first question, please. Quickly tell me what's going to be the answer. Okay, I'm getting all the dones from everybody. I've moved on to the first question. So now quickly tell me what's going to be the answer to the first question. Yes, quickly. Guys, you can tell me the option and then we can move on. Good. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Now here, important takeaway, I think, okay, great. See, everybody's prep is amazing. I think almost everybody, I won't say everybody, but almost everybody has got it right? Yes, good. So if you look at this question, important takeaway that whenever you talk about, a contract has two parties and the consideration has to flow from one party to the other party, right? So here, and the consideration is supposed to be in mutual exchange of the promises that you've done, right? So here, if you look at it, it is Dinesh, the district collector, who has asked, the collector has asked Dinesh to build this particular market, right? Shopkeeper has improvements in the market. The collector has asked Dinesh to do. And why is Dinesh doing it? He's doing it because the collector has asked him to do. Now, On the other hand, you have another set of people, the shopkeepers, who are promising to pay commission on their sale for the work that he is doing. But is Dinesh doing it because the shopkeepers have asked him to do? No. So far as Dinesh is concerned, his part of making improvements is happening only and only because of the fact that the collector had asked him to do, right? He is not acting on the desire of the shopkeepers. He is only acting on the desire of the collector, right? Since he is not acting on the desire of the shopkeeper, are the shopkeepers liable to pay the money? No, because there was no contract between the shopkeepers and Dinesh as such, right? Not for so far as Dinesh is concerned, there was nothing that he was doing for the shopkeepers. He was doing it for the collector. Therefore, the answer will not be option A. It says will be liable, as they had made the promise to B, to Dinesh. B says will not be liable, as Dinesh had made the improvements at the desire of the collector and not at the request of the shopkeeper. So this looks like the correct answer, which I think most of you have marked. Apart from one or two people, I think everybody is marked option B. Great. Between, see, answer has to be not liable. तो आपका A and B वैसे ही reject हो जाता है. Between B and D, obviously D से better B है, because B is something which already includes something which is written in D. तो यहाँ पे D से ज़्यादा detailed explanation आपको provide कर रहा है option B. So B becomes your correct answer. So I think that's fair and simple. So let's move on to the next question. Okay. Tell me, this question, what's going to be the answer? If anybody has any problems with what we discussed in the previous question, do let me know, though I think most of you are doing well. Okay, quickly tell me what's the answer. Second question. Okay, I'm getting B, I'm getting A, C. Okay. A, D. Okay, so across the board options I am getting. Now, in a question like this, you have to be very, very, very careful as to what was your passage about. Your passage was only about consideration, right? If your passage is only about consideration, your answer has to be only vis-a-vis consideration. So this is one of those questions where you start feeling that, boss, ye to galat hai. The bank has made a mistake in giving the money to this person, but then this person should return the money. He's getting an unfair advantage. It was it was not something which the bank would have ever wanted. So if it's an unfair advantage, he should be giving it back, right? Now, but that is not the kind of logic that you should be applying. What you need to apply here is whether there was consideration on part of both the parties or not. Right. So if you look at the options, A says Ramnik is bound to make the payment as the bank paid on his behalf. Was bank here acting as an agent, that is acting on behalf of the other person? No, the bank is not acting as an agent here. So it is not that the bank paid on his behalf. Here bank is not an agent, right? So therefore A cannot be your answer. Any which way, this is not a principal agent based question, तो वैसे भी नहीं apply करा था आपका. Both ways, neither is it given in the passage and it is incorrect as it is. B says Ramnik is bound to make the payment as he had taken advantage of the gratuitous fact. Again, Those of you who marked B, boss, gratuitous act wala principle kahin passage mein mentioned tha? Nahi, right? I know you guys are using your prior knowledge of quasi contract कि भाई quasi contract है इसीलिए valid हो जाएगा. नहीं. Again, that is not something which is given. That is not going to be your correct answer, right? Very, very careful. Answer has to be as per the passage. Third option says, C says, not bound to make the payment as there was no consideration involved. Now, this makes sense. Why? Because here, so far as Ramnik is concerned, is there any consideration which is flowing from both the sides? Did he ask? Did it happen at the desire of Ramnik that the bank made the payment? No. Ramnik never asked the bank to make the payment. Bank made a mistake in giving that money, right? He had given a check which was presented to the bank by somebody else. So somebody else had asked the bank to make the payment, right? So here, therefore, we cannot say there was any kind of consideration which is involved. So this looks good. We can keep C open. In D, it says, is not bound to make the payments as he was under no legal obligation to refund the extra amount. Now, this is again going beyond the passage. The passage is not whether you have any legal obligation to refund the money or not, right? So therefore, D would also not be the correct answer. The best answer is option C, right? Consideration is only about the chapter, the passage is only about consideration. Hence, the answer is option C. Okay. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. And while you solve the next question, I'll just take up one or two doubts which have been posted here. Mridul, it's better in legal to read the passage rather than reading the questions first. Because when you are reading a passage, in passage, there is the continuity. It is not as though in legal, your questions are unlike RC questions, wherein they are fact-based majorly. Here, they are not fact-based. It is interpretation-based. So how if there is a particular point of law, it is given in your passage. How is it going to be interpreted? From the beginning to the end, there is a particular flow which is there to it, right? So it's not a good idea to read the questions and then go hunting for the answers in the passage. That would not be a very good approach. For legal, it's always better read the passage and then go on to the questions. Okay. Siddhant, bacha top 5 NLUs 100, 105, 110 ke upar lekar aao bacha after negative marking, and then you'll see yourself. Anmol, is it worth to take a drop? See, if you feel, you write the CLAT paper and you feel that, yes, you had potential, but you maybe could not reach your potential because of your 12th boards right now, then taking a drop is not a bad idea, right? It's end of the day, you're taking a drop of 1 year and you are doing something which will make a difference to your entire life, right? So, and this 1 year drop in the long run, you won't even feel it. Okay, so it's okay. Doing that is also okay. Anmol, that was for Anmol. But otherwise, don't think on those lines. Give your CLAT nicely this year and you won't need to take a drop. Okay? Chalo. Okay, the third question. Third question is fairly simple. I am getting C. And the fourth is also there on the screen, so we can do it together. I'm getting A, C, A, C. Okay. ठीक है. अब यहाँ पे, if Y sues X to recover the damages for breach. Now here, can you say there is no consideration? First of all, the first and the foremost thing to say is कि भैया यहाँ consideration है या नहीं? Consideration is there. Why? Because consideration has to be at the desire of the other party. Whether the loan is given to the nephew or the money is being used by himself, that is not going to make any difference. So long as it is happening कि भाई दूसरे बंदे ने आपको कुछ बोला था and उसकी desire पे आप कर रहे हो, that is what is enough consideration, right? Thereafter, it does not matter whether you're giving it to himself or you're giving to somebody else. Therefore, consideration is happening here from both the sides. So here this person is saying, bhai mere nephew ko paise de do, loan, and the other guy is now giving a discount in advertising. So from both the sides there is consideration. So let's look at the option which is talking about that. तो हमारे दो options तो negate हो जाते हैं. If Y sues X to recover damages for breach of contract, answer has to be X is liable. तो आपका B, which says no consideration, is gone. D, which says he did not receive any benefit, is also incorrect. It can be given to somebody else also. If you look at A and C, A is good without any explanation. C says is liable as Y was parting with something of value where he did not otherwise legally obligated to do so. Between A and C, is the reasoning given in C incorrect? Because what is Y doing? Y is giving a loan, right? So Y is giving something of value which he is not otherwise legally obligated to do. Usne nephew ko वैसे तो पैसे नहीं देने थे. So why is giving it? He is giving it because it is a consideration. So is C incorrect? C is not incorrect. C is actually your correct answer. Right? So here, what is consideration? Consideration is when you give something which has some sort of a value, right? So therefore, between A and C, a better answer here was option C. Don't get bogged down by the language. Break it down. थोड़ा सा उसको break down करके देखो भाई मतलब क्या है? मतलब तो वही है जो consideration का होता है, right? So therefore, correct answer is actually option C. Fourth, quickly बताओ. Fourth, I'm getting C, D, B, A, okay, across A, B, C, D सारे options है fourth question के भी, ठीक है. अब यहाँ पे ये X क्या है? Minor है. ऊपर passage में क्या दिया था? That your consideration has to be adequate. Inadequate consideration नहीं चलेगा. No, whether उल्टा बोल रही हूँ. Whether consideration is adequate or inadequate does not matter, so long as consideration has some value. That's a general piece of law which is there, which you've always studied. But यहाँ पे passage में extra क्या दिया था? Extra दिया था कि भाई अगर minor involved है तो फिर ये चीज change हो सकती है, right? But when you are talking about a minor, so is it normally when you're looking at an exception which is talking about a minor, should it be benefiting the minor or should the minor be making, trying to commit a fraud or something, trying to, get into a deal like this? It is going to be interpretation which is beneficial for the minor. Always remember, ऐसे क्वेश्चंस में जब भी माइनर का एक्सेप्शन आता है तो माइनर को वहां बेनिफिट देने के लिए आता है, वहां माइनर को डिसएडवांटेज देने के लिए नहीं आता है. सो यहाँ पे हु इज सेलिंग? X, a minor is selling to Y for 60,000, something which is worth 30,000. So here, if you apply the minor wala exception, is it really helping you? Helping the minor? No, it is not helping the minor. It is not for the benefit of the minor, right? So therefore, that is not how you are going to interpret it, which means your answer has to be, is the contract valid? Yes, the contract is going to be valid, right? So A says Y is liable. Y is liable on the promise for 60,000. Will he be liable? Yes. So not liable वाले options चले जाएंगे, because यहाँ पे liable का मतलब है कि contract valid है, right? So therefore, between A and C, which would be a better answer? A says is liable to pay 60,000 even though he received much less, which talking about inadequacy, fine. C says is liable on this promise, is liable on the promise as he has incurred a detriment when he promised to convey the land. Now, between A and C, which would be a better answer? The better answer would be option A, because अब यहाँ पे ये वाला question जो है किस चीज के बारे में है? Adequacy के बारे में. पैसेज एडिक्वेसी के बारे में बात करता है, डेट्रीमेंट के बारे में भी बात करता है, बट ये वाला जो क्वेश्चन है, दिस इज मोर टुवर्ड्स द फैक्ट दैट दिस इज द कंसिडरेशन हियर इज बीइंग इनएडिक्वेट, राइट? चलो, then on the last question, and then we call it quits. Okay, just let's quickly move on to the last question. Okay. Aditi, when you're talking about the minor wala thing, minor wala जब भी exception दिया होता है ना, always remember that minority का exception is carved out in law to give a benefit to the minor, not for the detriment of the minor. कि minor के को benefit देने के लिए हमने वो carve out करा होगा exception, and that is everywhere. चाहे वो constitution में article 20 जब आप पढ़ते हो, when you're looking at constitution, or when you're looking at criminal law also, when you're looking at contract law also, जहां पे भी minor का exception create होता है, that has been created for giving him a benefit, right? So always keep that in mind. That is what I was referring to, right? Anmol Jindal is something which, if you feel that you don't want to take a drop, and it is, you have deep pockets, कि भाई तुम्हारे पास, because the fees is very steep, it's not a bad college, but the fees is very steep. So if you feel you can afford it, then it's not a bad option, right? And you don't want to take a drop. So both the things have to be there. Okay, chalo, fifth last question, please. Ab iska kya hoga answer? Quick. I'm getting D. Yes, this was a nice question. I think everybody got it right. So here the question being कि भाई 200 रुपए में जो है, the servant is saying that the master is not, the debt is being discharged. But here, does C have the right to discharge the debt? If C does not have the right to discharge the debt, your answer has to be a no, right? So here A says the debt has been discharged, consideration is real, कि भाई 1000 की जगह 200 रुपए अगर मास्टर ने लिए होते तो ठीक था, but here it is the servant, right? So this was like sort of a trick question also. So therefore A cannot be your answer. B says consideration is inadequate. Is that the reason why it is not discharged? No, inadequate may be considering discharge हो सकता है आपका contract. C says debt has been discharged in the course of employment, not in the passage out. And D says debt has not been discharged as legally impossible. C cannot discharge the debt due to his master, right? So this is going to be your correct answer. ठीक है? चलो. Then why could it not be B? Khushi, B, kyunki, see, it is not, the fact is not whether it is inadequate or not. The fact is that the servant could not do it on his own. अगर यही चीज मास्टर ने की होती, ठीक है, तुमने 1000 रुपए देने थे, 1000 की जगह 200 ही दे दो, that would have been valid. It would not have been invalid. तो वो valid हो जाता, but यहाँ पे that is not the case, right? Because here it is the servant which is doing. That is why I'm saying this is more of a trick question. ऐसे questions में ध्यान रखना है कि भैया छोटा सा जहाँ question आएगा ना, जो बहुत छोटा question है वो trick question हो सकता है, right? चलो, I think that is where we call it a day. And thank you so much, guys, for being here, and best of luck for your exam. Study hard wala time jo thoda sa khatam ho gaya hai. I know you guys have studied really hard, so have confidence in the fact that you have studied hard, and best of luck. Keep calm. मेरा तो एक ही भैया मंत्र है सबके लिए, ठंडे दिमाग से पेपर देना, तो पेपर सबका अच्छा होगा, ठीक है? जहां आपने दिमाग में गर्मा गर्मी करोगे, वहां पेपर जो है आपका गड़बड़ाने का चांस बनेगा, राइट? सो डोंट गेट हैसल्ड इवन इफ समथिंग हैपेंस ड्यूरिंग द एग्जाम. आपके पेपर में कुछ पेपर कहीं चिपक गया है, प्रिंटिंग सही नहीं है, कुछ भी होता है, डोंट गेट हैसल्ड. टेक अ डीप ब्रेथ, काउंट टिल 10 and everything will fall in place, right? Give it your best shot, everything will be fine. Okay, chalo, take care everybody, best of luck. And over to Satyam now. He's been pacing up and down, and I've been getting bad messages on the chat box ki bhai khatam karo, maths shuru karna hai. So here's your over to Satyam for the maths section. Okay, chalo. chill karo, GK padho, thodi bahut practice karo. Okay, bye bye. Best of luck, everybody. Over to Satyam.
Okay, hi everyone. Now, in today's session, you've had two fantastic sessions with our legal mentors, Abhishek Thakur and Neha ma'am. And now we will start with the quantitative techniques, the data interpretation section. AILET has been a bouncer with almost 31 questions coming from analytical reasoning, something that was not expected. And we expect that the Clat paper, the data interpretation section, to be fairly easy as compared to the difficulty level of AILET section. So today, Goel sir and me, we will be conducting this session and giving you the basic tips on how to go about the quantitative reasoning section. So what we aim to do is take you across three caselet-based passages, caselets on which essentially test your skills on percentages, ratio and proportion, and mensuration, right? Now, if you ask me, what are the 3 to 4 skill areas that you need for the Sunday's paper of Clat? It would essentially be percentages. Second would be profit and loss. Third would be ratio and proportion, and a little bit of concept of SI and CI. So these are 4 sections where you should be extremely good at, right? Now, what we intend to do is take you across these 3 passages, right? And you solve the questions, and let's see how we can attack the problem in a fairly easy way. All right. So over to the first question. Go ahead. Over to you.
Hi guys, welcome to Clat Possible quantitative aptitude and revision session. So this first set will test you on ratios and percentage. That's what we are expecting for Clat this year. So first read it. Come on. read it, take 1 minute to read it and try to do the basic calculation. Then we will try to solve it together. I hope it is quite visible to you.
So you have to just go that side. Come this side.
Okay. So this set is saying a company manufactures 4 different products, A, B, C, and D. The production of these products is in the ratio 2:3:4:5. 80% of the products meet the standard and are in the ratio 3:4:5:8. ये ratio किसका है? The products which met the standard quality control जो standard है उसको जो इन्होंने met करा होगा. 70% of the products meeting the standard are sold by the through dealer network, and the remaining 30% were sold directly by the company. Total production is given to us 75K. So from here we are going to start. Okay, so look, 75K was the total production, and this production total of 4 products A, B, C, and D. Okay. Now, these products are in the ratio 2:3:4:6. So we can divide 75K into this ratio. We are doing basic calculation so that we will be able to solve all the questions, all the 5 questions at one go. So yes, so it will be 2/15 of 75K. So it will be 10K. So the product A was manufactured, total quantity was 10K. For B, it will be 3/15 of 75K. So it will be 15K. It will be 4/15 of 75K. It will be 20K, of course. And for D, it will be 6/15 of 75K. It will be 30K. तो इतने प्रोडक्ट बने हैं, ये मैन्युफैक्चर हुए हैं. अब इनमें से क्वालिटी को जो पास कर पाए वो कितने थे? तो जरा हम इसमें से थोड़ी सी सफाई कर देते हैं पहले यहाँ पे. तो जो क्वालिटी को पास कर पाए, देखिए वो थे 80% ऑफ 75K. तो 80% ऑफ 75K विल बी 60K ऑफ कोर्स, 4/5. और इनमें से A, B, C, D कितने थे? तो दिस रेशियो इज 3:4:5:8. अब 60K में से, अब ये बेसिक कैलकुलेशन आप एग्जाम में भी करेंगे, तो जो whatever the set given to you, do the basic calculation first before moving to the question. एक आइडिया ले लीजिए क्वेश्चन को पहले देख के, और उसमें क्या क्या कैलकुलेशन रिक्वायर्ड है उनके एक बेसिक कैलकुलेशन पहले से करके रख लीजिए, ताकि आप डायरेक्ट 500 क्वेश्चन फिर एक ही गो में कर दें, हर क्वेश्चन में अलग से कैलकुलेशन ना करनी पड़े. हाँ, लेकिन पहले आइडिया ले लीजिए कि क्वेश्चंस है कैसे, देखने में मतलब एक बार पढ़ लीजिए कि वो क्या क्या पूछ रहा है, ताकि वो बेसिक कैलकुलेशन उस हिसाब से कर पाए. अगर मैं 60K को इस रेशियो में बांटता हूँ, so it will be 3/20 of 60K, because 8 + 5 + 4 + 3 is 20. So I will divide 60K into 20 equal parts. So 3/20 will be 9K. So out of the 10K products of type A produced, 9K only met the quality standard and 1K was discarded. Now here it will be 12K, it should be 15K, and it should be 40K. 24K. Okay. So this is the data manufactured. This is the data who cleared the quality standard. Also, out of the 60K products, 70% were sold through dealer network, and remaining 30% were sold through company directly. Now this question number 1, what should be the answer? Many students are giving answer. Answer is D. The students are saying, but answer is not D. Answer is C for Calcutta, and let me teach you why. So Radhika has given the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Let me teach you why. Look, out of the total product, let's say, because this particular question is on percentage only, तो हमें इस क्वेश्चन के लिए we don't require this data. तो हम परसेंटेज में खेल सकते हैं. अगर मान लेते हैं कंपनी ने 100 प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए, 100 प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए, उनमें से 80 स्टैंडर्ड को मीट करे, और जिन्होंने स्टैंडर्ड को मीट करा 80%, उनमें से 30% कंपनी ने डायरेक्टली बेचे हैं। तो 30% ऑफ 80, तो 30% ऑफ 80 इज नथिंग बट 24। तो अगर कंपनी ने 100 प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए हैं तो उनमें से 24 प्रोडक्ट्स 80 स्टैंडर्ड को मीट करे, 20 डिस्कार्ड हो गए, उस 80 का 30% यानी कि 24 प्रोडक्ट्स कंपनी ने डायरेक्टली बेचे हैं। तो आउट ऑफ द 100 प्रोडक्ट्स मैन्युफैक्चर्ड बाय द कंपनी डायरेक्टली सोल्ड बाय 24। सो आंसर ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चन इज सी फॉर कैलकाटा, नॉट D. I hope you got my point. So let's move to the next question. So this is the next question on this particular set. Look. So this is the next question on this particular set. Question number 2. Would you like to give the answer of this question? How many products of type C met the standard? So out of the from this calculation, you can easily see that 15K products of type C were met the standard. तो इसका मतलब आंसर ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी बी फॉर बैंगलोर। बिल्कुल सही। नाउ नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, क्वेश्चन नंबर 3. So question number 3 says, what is the total number of type A product manufactured? So how many type A product were manufactured? You can easily see out of the 75K total manufactured products, this one the ratio was A was 2 by 15 of this, यानी कि 10K. So answer of this question is 10K, option A. So answer of this question is option A, third का. Very good. Now क्वेश्चन नंबर 4. देखो हम ये जो मोस्ट रेलेवेंट यानी कि क्लैट रेलेवेंट जो पिछले 2-3 सालों से क्लैट कंसोर्टियम बनने के बाद जिस तरह के क्वेश्चंस उन्होंने पूछे हैं, उसी मेंटालिटी को उनकी सर्च करते हुए और उनको उसको स्टडी करते हुए कि इस बार क्या इंपॉर्टेंट है, उस तरह के क्वेश्चंस हम लेकर आए हैं. तो ये 3 सेट जो हम यहाँ पे डिस्कस करेंगे, दे विल बी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर यू. ओके गाइस, तो व्हाट इज द आंसर ऑफ क्वेश्चन नंबर 4? So can you try question number 4? Find the ratio of the number of products of type B and type D that did not meet the standard. So we have to find the ratio of the product of type B and D who did not meet the standard. So now look guys, type B products 15K were manufactured and out of them 12K met the standard. 15K minus 12K, 3K. So 3K product of type B did not meet the standard, quality standard. And for type D, this value is 30 minus 24, which is 6K. Agreed? So this ratio is coming out as 1:2. So answer of this question is D for Delhi. Very good. Many of you have were able to give the correct answer. And let's come to the last question. अब देखो ये क्वेश्चन थोड़ा सा लेंदी है, थोड़ा लंबी कहानी सी लग रही है, और हमेशा ऐसा होगा कि अगर आपके 5 क्वेश्चन आ रहे हैं तो उनमें से 3 क्वेश्चंस तो एक्सट्रीमली इजी होंगे, हो सकता है 1 या 2 क्वेश्चन ऐसे हों जो स्पीड ब्रेकर के तौर पर हों. तो एग्जाम में डिसीजन लीजिएगा कि डोंट फॉल इन लव विद द क्वेश्चन. पूरा सेट करने की जरूरत नहीं है आपको. अगर कोई एक क्वेश्चन आपको डिफिकल्ट लग रहा है तो उसमें टाइम ना खराब करें और अगले सेट में जाएं. अब हो सकता है इस क्वेश्चन की वजह से आप पूरा अगला सेट छोड़ दें. मतलब मैं एग्जाम की स्ट्रेटेजी बता रहा हूँ. दिस क्वेश्चन इज इजी, ये तो हम कर लेंगे आसानी से, अभी हम इसको पढ़ेंगे. लेकिन मैं आपको वैसे बता रहा हूँ कि एग्जाम में आपको इस बात का ध्यान रखना है कि आपको पूरा सेट नहीं छोड़ना है. आपको छोड़ना है तो किसी सेट में 1-2 क्वेश्चन छोड़ सकते हैं, क्योंकि अगले सेट में हो सकता है कि 3 क्वेश्चन एकदम ही शीटर लेवल हो. नाउ लुक गाइस, इस क्वेश्चन में आते हैं. इस क्वेश्चन के लिए जो डाटा रिक्वायर्ड है उसको हम लिख देते हैं ए प्रोडक्ट मैन्युफैक्चर्ड जो थे वो थे 10K. उनमें से जो क्वालिटी कंट्रोल पास हुए वो हुए 9K. तो 9K पास द क्वालिटी कंट्रोल टेस्ट. तो आउट ऑफ द 10K 9K पास द क्वालिटी कंट्रोल टेस्ट. नाउ व्हाट इज द क्वेश्चन? फॉर एवरी प्रोडक्ट ऑफ टाइप्स दैट डिड नॉट मेट द स्टैंडर्ड there will be a loss of 1 rupees. तो जो भी आप डिस्कार्ड कर रहे हैं वो आपका कोड़े में जाएगा, और वो जो डिस्कार्ड कर रहे हैं कोड़े में जाएगा वो उसमें आपको 1 रुपए का लॉस होगा पर प्रोडक्ट. और जो क्वालिटी कंट्रोल पास करके मार्केट में सेल होने के लिए जा रहे हैं उसमें कंपनी को प्रॉफिट हो रहा है 3 रुपीज पर प्रोडक्ट. तो आपको यह बताना है कि कंपनी जो प्रोडक्ट ए है उसमें कंपनी का नेट प्रॉफिट कितना बना। ओके, वेरी गुड, मेनी ऑफ यू आर एबल टू गिव द आंसर। तो देखिए जो कितने पास हुए, 9,000 प्रोडक्ट पास हुए, और 9,000 पास हुए उन सब में 3 रुपीज का प्रॉफिट हुआ होगा। लेकिन जो 1,000 प्रोडक्ट फेल हो गए क्वालिटी कंट्रोल टेस्ट में, उन सब में 1 रुपीज ईच का लॉस हुआ होगा। तो 27,000 minus 1,000 is 26,000. So answer of this question is C for Calcutta. Very good, very good. So I am expecting कि ऐसा एक रेशियो पे और परसेंटेज को यूज करते हुए एक DI का सेट आने की उम्मीद है, क्योंकि पिछले 2-3 सालों से परसेंटेज प्योर वो पूछ रहा है, तो इस बार मुझे लगता है कि वो रेशियो को इंक्लूड करना चाहेगा। तो इसलिए एक जो हमने मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट जो सेट हमने इस साल के लिए लिया है वो ये था। Now we are moving to the next one. So here is the next set. So let me read this set for you. अब इसमें प्रॉफिट लॉस एंड डिस्काउंट का यूज हो रहा है। प्रॉफिट लॉस एंड डिस्काउंट इज वन ऑफ द फेवरेट टॉपिक ऑफ क्लैट। मतलब पूछता है हर साल, मतलब प्रॉफिट लॉस एंड डिस्काउंट तो टच करता ही करता है वो हर साल। तो देखिए, एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है जो 4 कंपनीज के प्रोडक्ट को रीड कर रहा है, उनके परफॉर्मेंस को रीड कर रहा है। तो यहाँ पे जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, यस 80% पास द टेस्ट, 90% आपकी गलती थी। वो टोटल का 80% पास हुआ था। अगर हमने ए का जो डेटा निकाला था उसमें से 10 के प्रोडक्ट मैन्युफैक्चर थे और 9 के, अगर आपने बेसिक शुरुआत वाली कैलकुलेशन देखी होती तो आप इस बात को समझते थे। हम सूर्या जी आगे बढ़ते हैं गाइस। हाँ, तो 4 कंपनीज हैं। कंपनीज कौन कौन सी हैं? अल्फा, बीटा, गामा एंड डेल्टा। तो अल्फा, बीटा, गामा एंड डेल्टा, दीज आर द कंपनीज। और ये क्या उनके क्या उनकी स्टडी कर रहा है? टोटल सेल, नेट प्रॉफिट और प्रॉफिट परसेंटेज को स्टडी कर रहा है इन 4 कंपनीज के बारे में। तो व्हाई डोंट वी मेक अ टेबल? ऐसे क्वेश्चंस में वो आपको डिमांड करता है कि एक टेबल बनाइए आप। देखिए, अब अल्फा, बीटा, गामा और डेल्टा, ये 4 कंपनीज हैं। अब इनका एक तो एक्सपेंडिचर होगा, फिर सेल्स, कितने रुपए की सेल्स करी, देन प्रॉफिट, देन प्रॉफिट परसेंट। तो ये 4 वैल्यूज हैं इन कंपनीज के बारे में। तो लेट्स मेक अ टेबल एंड ट्राई टू फिल द टेबल। बहुत हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी है कि एग्जाम में भी आपको ऐसा कुछ टेबल भरने की जरूरत पड़ सकती है। तो थोड़ी सी इसमें आपकी प्रैक्टिस होनी चाहिए अच्छी खासी। जस्ट अ मिनट। So let's try to fill this table. देखो, एक्सपेंडिचर, प्रॉफिट परसेंट आपने प्रिपरेशन के दौरान भी खूब करे होंगे। आखिरी में एक बार इसका टच ले लेते हैं आखिरी में। अब यहाँ से कैसे शुरू हो रही है कहानी? यहाँ से शुरू हो रही है। द टोटल सेल ऑफ अल्फा इज सेम एज द टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ डेल्टा। ओके, लेट मी चेंज द कलर ऑफ द पेन। टोटल सेल ऑफ अल्फा इज सेम एज टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ डेल्टा। So total sale of alpha, let's say this value is A, the total expenditure of delta is also A. Okay? The total sales of alpha is same as the total expenditure of delta. तो दोनों का मैंने सेम वेरिएबल डाल दिया। The net profit of beta is double the net profit of alpha. The net profit of beta is double। अगर बीटा अल्फा का नेट प्रॉफिट B है तो इसका नेट प्रॉफिट इसका डबल है, 2B है। आगे क्या लिखा हुआ है? The expenditure of gamma and alpha was in the ratio 5:4. तो expenditure of gamma and alpha, तो gamma ये है and alpha ये है। तो अगर ये वैल्यू 5x है तो this value will be 4x. Agreed? Now, while the expenditure of gamma was 20% more than beta, now this 5x is 20% more than the expenditure of gamma, while the expenditure of gamma is 20% more than the sales of beta. तो ये जो 5x है ये C से 20% ज्यादा है। तो we can say कि C का 120% is 5x. This 5x is 20% more than C. आगे क्या लिखा हुआ है? While the ये तो हो गया हमारा। It is known that expenditure of gamma is and the profit percent of alpha is 20k and 25%. So profit percent of alpha is 25% and this 5k is 25,000। ये आपको गिवन है। 20,000, तो 5x अगर 20,000 है तो सोचिए x हो जाएगा 4,000। 5x 20,000 है तो 5x 20,000 है तो x 4,000 हो जाएगा, तो दिस वैल्यू विल बी 16,000। तो दिस वैल्यू इज 20,000 एंड दिस वैल्यू इज 16,000 दैट वी नो नाउ। चलो इसको भर देते हैं। नाउ दिस वैल्यू इज 20k and this value is 16k. Now we can calculate C here by how because C का 120% 5x है और आपको याद है 5x की वैल्यू आई थी 20k। तो अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये हो जाएगा 6, तो C will be 100k by 6 और you can say it will be C will be 16,666.66। ओके, अगर आप इसको 1 lakh upon 6 करेंगे तो इट विल बी 16,666.66। तो व्हाट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ सी? 16,666.66। चलिए, अब अल्फा का प्रॉफिट परसेंट 25% है गिवन टू अस। अब अल्फा का प्रॉफिट परसेंट अगर 25% है और 16,000 उसका एक्सपेंडिचर है तो उसका 1/4 प्रॉफिट कमाएगा वो। एंड व्हाट इज 25% ऑफ 16,000? ऑफ कोर्स इट इज 4,000। तो यानी कि ये वाली वैल्यू आपका जो प्रॉफिट है वो 4,000 आ जाएगी। तो अगर ये वाली वैल्यू 4,000 आ जाएगी तो दिस वैल्यू 2b विल बी 8,000। तो दिस विल बी 8,000। और अगर यहाँ पे प्रॉफिट 4,000 है और 16,000 उसका एक्सपेंडिचर है, 16,000 रुपए खर्च करें, 4,000 कमाए तो इसका अंदर सेल्स 20,000 होगी। तो व्हाट शुड बी द सेल्स? तो सेल्स शुड बी 20,000। नाउ व्हाट इज एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ बीटा? तो एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ बीटा अगर आप देखें तो अब देखो ये वाली वैल्यू ए थी और ये भी ए थी, तो अगर आप पहले तो ए को ले लेते हैं, ये 20k आया था तो ये भी 20k होगा। तो दिस वैल्यू मस्ट अगेन भी 20k। और एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ बीटा इज सेल्स माइनस प्रॉफिट। तो 16,666.66 में से 8,000 को माइनस करूंगा तो इट विल बी 8,666.66। तो ये हमारा फाइनल टेबल बन गया है अगर आप नोटिस करें तो। चलिए, तो हमने टेबल भर दिया। बहुत हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी है बॉस के एग्जाम में ऐसा टेबल आपको बनाना पड़ेगा। व्हाट इज द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन? एक बार टेबल भर जाए तो क्वेश्चन हो ही जाते हैं। क्वेश्चन नंबर 6 is saying if the profit percent of delta is 20% in the year 2019, डेल्टा की बात कर रहा है, इसका एक्सपेंडिचर 20k है, अगर इसमें 20% प्रॉफिट जोड़ दिया जाए तो इसका 20% विल बी 4k। तो 20k एक्सपेंडिचर है, 4k अगर प्रॉफिट है तो सेल्स 24k होगी। तो आपको बताना है इसकी सेल्स कितनी है। तो आंसर ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी डी फॉर दिल्ली। आर वी टुगेदर विद दिस? तो एक बार टेबल भर गया, क्वेश्चन तो हमारे सारे हो जाएंगे सॉल्व। तो डी फॉर दिल्ली इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर आ गया हमारा। तो लेट्स मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। ओके, दिस इज द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। व्हाट इज द एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ बीटा इन द ईयर 2019? So we have to tell the expenditure of beta in 2019. Look, 2019 में बीटा का एक्सपेंडिचर हमने कैलकुलेट करा था 8,666, which is option C. Agreed? Very good. आगे बढ़ते हैं, क्वेश्चन नंबर 18 में आ जाते हैं। Now, question number 18 is saying, if the total sale of Gamma is 28,000, अब गामा के देखो, गामा ये है कंपनी, इसका एक्सपेंडिचर था 20,000। अगर सेल 28,000 है तो प्रॉफिट परसेंट बताइए। तो बेटा अगर आपने 28,000 की सेल अगर आप कर रहे हैं, 20,000 का आपका एक्सपेंडिचर है, तो आपने 8,000 रुपीज कमाए होंगे। और आपने 8,000 रुपीज किस पे कमाए? 20,000 पे, क्योंकि आप प्रॉफिट हमेशा एक्सपेंडिचर पे कैलकुलेट करते हैं, सीपी पे कैलकुलेट करते हैं। तो दिस इज नथिंग बट 40%। So this is nothing but 40%. So answer of this question will be A for Ahmedabad. You can see answer of this question will be A for Ahmedabad. Now question number 9 में आ जाइए। Question number 9. If it is known that Delta has a total share of 18,000 in 2018, अभी 2018 की बात कर रहा है, यानी कि पिछले साल की बात कर रहा है। और 2018 में डेल्टा ने 18,000 की सेल करी थी। और आगे क्या बोल रहा है? एंड द सेल्स ऑफ डेल्टा इज दिस ईयर इज 25% मोर देन दैट ऑफ अल्फा। अल्फा की सेल हमें पता है इस बार 20 के है, तो अगर इससे 25% ज्यादा होगी, 1/4 ज्यादा होगी, तो डेल्टा की इस साल की सेल इससे 25% ज्यादा यानी कि 5K ज्यादा, इसका 1/4 ज्यादा यानी कि 25K होगी। तो डेल्टा की पिछले साल की सेल थी 18K और इस साल की सेल है 25K। आपको ये बताना है कि डेल्टा की सेल में कितने % का ग्रोथ आ गया। और गाइस परसेंटेज ग्रोथ में तो क्वेश्चन आएगा ही आएगा, देख लेना। तो अगर आप देखें तो 18K पिछले साल की सेल थी और इस साल की सेल 25K है, तो कितने % का ग्रोथ आ गया? तो आप देखिए 7 का ग्रोथ हुआ है और हमेशा इनिशियल वैल्यू पे ग्रोथ मानते हैं। तो जो 7 का ग्रोथ हुआ है गाइस वो 18 पे हुआ है। तो इसका मतलब जो 7 का ग्रोथ हुआ है, यहाँ पे लिख देता हूं मैं, वो 18 पे हुआ है into 100 and we can easily solve it and you will get this will be very near to 39%. So answer of this question will be C for Calcutta. तो पिछले साल की सेल 18K थी, इस साल की सेल 25K है, तो परसेंटेज ग्रोथ बताना है, आप आसानी से बता सकते हैं। 7 की ग्रोथ हुई है 18 पे, तो 7/18 into 100, बेस सही लेना है, नीचे 18 आएगा क्योंकि 18 से 25 हुई है, तो नीचे 18 आएगा। ओके, नाउ so this was the question 9th and the last question on this set is, look, here is the last question of this set, question number 10th. टोटल मार्केट वैल्यू ऑफ 2019 इज 1 लाख। तो अगर 2019 में टोटल मार्केट वैल्यू 1 लाख है, टोटल मार्केट में 1 लाख की सेल हुई है, उस ये जो भी प्रोडक्ट ये बना रहे हैं, तो आपको गामा का मार्केट शेयर बताना है। नाउ गाइस, गामा का मार्केट शेयर बताना है। गामा का मार्केट शेयर, गामा की सेल तो पता ही नहीं है। अब गामा की सेल पता ही नहीं है, हम टेबल में वो भर ही नहीं पाए हैं, वैल्यूज दी नहीं थी, तो इसका मतलब गामा का मार्केट शेयर क्या होगा? Cannot be determined. So answer of this question will be cannot be determined. So this was set 2. किस पे बेस्ड था? प्रॉफिट लॉस एंड डिस्काउंट पे बेस्ड था। वीडियो को रिवाइज करके देखिएगा, रिवाइंड करके देखिएगा। बहुत हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी है कि प्रॉफिट लॉस एंड डिस्काउंट, क्योंकि वो हमेशा हर साल टच करता है प्रॉफिट लॉस एंड डिस्काउंट। अच्छा, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इस साल एक मेंसुरेशन के ऊपर भी सेट जरूर आएगा, मुझे ऐसा लगता है, एक फीलिंग आ रही है मेंसुरेशन पे सेट आएगा, क्योंकि पिछले साल प्योर ही परसेंटेज पूछ लिया था। परसेंटेज और मतलब हल्का फुल्का रेशियो उसमें इन्वॉल्व था, 1-2 क्वेश्चन में प्रॉफिट लॉस हल्का फुल्का इन्वॉल्व था, लेकिन परसेंटेज का एप्लीकेशन ही कह सकते हैं उसे आप। तो मुझे लगता है कि क्लैट इस बार दे विल ट्राई टू ब्रेक द ट्रेंड, और एक सेट वो मेंसुरेशन के ऊपर भी करेंगे। तो हम एक बार एक काम करते हैं कि हम मेंसुरेशन के अगला जो लास्ट सेट मेंसुरेशन पे डिस्कस कर लेते हैं। चलिए, तो उसके आपके फॉर्मूलेज वगैरह भी थोड़े से रिवाइज हो जाएंगे उसके थ्रू। लेट्स मूव। तो लास्ट सेट आज का जो हम करेंगे यहाँ पे रिवीजन में, दिस इज द लास्ट सेट, लेट्स रीड इट फर्स्ट। Namit is a 4-year-old boy. He is playing with 5 of his toys. Toy A is in the shape of cylinder of height 12 centimeter. तो toy A कैसा है? तो toy A एक सिलेंडर है जिसकी हाइट है 12 सेंटीमीटर। ओके, तो इसको थोड़ा यहां लिख देते हैं इस 12 को, ताकि ओके। अब व्हाट इज टॉय बी? टॉय बी इज इन द शेप ऑफ क्यूब। तो टॉय बी एक क्यूब है और जिसकी डायमेंशन है 10 सेंटीमीटर। दिस इज टॉय बी। नाउ व्हाट इज टॉय सी? तो टॉय सी इज इन द सेम ऑफ स्फीयर जिसका रेडियस 5 सेंटीमीटर है। नोटिस करिए, टॉय ए की अभी हमें रेडियस नहीं पता है। अच्छा, टॉय डी, टॉय डी इज इन द सेम ऑफ स्क्वायर बेस पिरामिड। नाउ दिस इज इंटरेस्टिंग, स्क्वायर बेस पिरामिड। चलो यहां मैं इसको बनाता हूं, स्क्वायर बेस पिरामिड। तो ये आपका स्क्वायर बेस पिरामिड है और इसकी हाइट जो है वो है 9 सेंटीमीटर। तो इसकी हाइट देखिए, अगर आप यहां से एक हाइट बीच में गिराते हैं तो ये जो हाइट है ये 9 सेंटीमीटर है। ये है टॉय डी। ओके, नाउ टॉय ई इज इन द सेम ऑफ कोन एंड हाइट ऑफ दिस कोन इज ऑल्सो 12 सेंटीमीटर। इसकी हाइट 12 सेंटीमीटर है। तो ये 5 टॉयज हैं जिनसे नमित खेल रहा है। नाउ क्वेश्चंस आर बेस्ड ऑन दिस टॉयज। तो जो भी एक्सपेक्टेड क्वेश्चंस हैं क्लैट में, जिस तरह की उनकी हिस्ट्री रही है, जिस फ्लेवर के वो क्वेश्चंस पूछते हैं, वो हम यहाँ पे डिस्कस करेंगे। तो क्वेश्चन नंबर 11 को देखते हैं। तो क्वेश्चन नंबर 11 इज सेइंग व्हाट इज द वॉल्यूम ऑफ टॉय डी इफ द साइड ऑफ द स्क्वायर बेस इज 6 सेंटीमीटर। नाउ दिस इज इंटरेस्टिंग, टॉय डी की बात हो रही है। तो टॉय डी की बात हो रही है, अगर हम इसको एक बार क्लियर करें और सिर्फ टॉय डी को देखें, तो टॉय डी की जो बेस है वो स्क्वायर है और वो एक पिरामिड है। अब गाइस पिरामिड का वॉल्यूम क्या होता है? तो इसकी तो स्क्वायर बेस है, आपको पता है कोन इज ऑल्सो अ पिरामिड, इट इज अ सर्कुलर बेस्ड, राइट सर्कुलर बेस्ड पिरामिड। अब ये भी एक पिरामिड है और कोन का वॉल्यूम क्या होता है? 1/3 पाई आर स्क्वायर एच। तो 1/3 पाई आर स्क्वायर, विद्यार्थी एब्सोल्युटली राइट और आंसर 1 पाई आर स्क्वायर इज द एरिया ऑफ द बेस इनटू हाइट। तो ऐसे कोई भी आपका पिरामिड होगा उसका वॉल्यूम होता है 1/3 इनटू एरिया ऑफ द बेस। तो एरिया ऑफ द बेस into height. Okay, now look. The sides of the base is 6 centimeter. And height we already know 9 centimeter. It was given in somewhere here. Here, height 9 centimeter given. अब इसका वॉल्यूम क्या हो जाएगा? 1/3 एरिया ऑफ द बेस। अब ये स्क्वायर बेस है तो उसका एरिया होगा 6 into 6 और हाइट इज 9। So 3 2s are 9 6 are 54 into 2 108. So 108 centimeter square. So answer of this question is B for Bangalore. I hope we are together with this. तो आपको ये इसका वॉल्यूम आपने रिवाइज कर लिया है एक बार, तो अगर एग्जाम में इस पिरामिड के बारे में कुछ आता है तो आपको यहाँ पे फायदा हो जाएगा। वेरी गुड। So let's move to the next question. Now here is the next question. What is the ratio of the volume of toy A and E if the radius of the base of toy A is twice of that of A? Now look, toy A, my bad. Toy A was a cylinder whose height was 12 and let the radius be R. And toy A, for this particular question, the radius of toy E is 2R. And height of this is also 12. And in this question, we have to calculate the ratio of their volume. So let's calculate it. तो वॉल्यूम इसका कितना बनेगा? इसका बनेगा पाई आर स्क्वायर इंटू 12 और इसका वॉल्यूम कितना बनेगा? 1/3। सो 1/3 पाई इंटू 2r का स्क्वायर इंटू 12। अब देखिए 12 will get cancelled out, pi will also get cancelled out, r square will also get cancelled out. अब ये 3 उधर चला जाएगा तो 3 इधर आ जाएगा और 2 का स्क्वायर will be 4. So answer of this question will be 3:4. So answer of this question is option A. I hope you got it. Let's move to the next one. So here is the next question, question number 13. If painting of surface area pi centimeter square requires 2 ml of paint, तो बताइए टॉय सी को पेंट करने में कितना हमें पेंट लगेगा? ओके, वेरी गुड। इसका आंसर आपने करेक्ट निकाला था। 3:4 होगा बेटा पिछले वाले क्वेश्चन का आंसर, नॉट 4:3। और इस क्वेश्चन में आइए, टॉय सी का रेडियस है 5, तो इसका सरफेस एरिया, स्फीयर का सरफेस एरिया is 4 pi r square, and for 1 pi we require 2 ml of paint, so it is 100 pi actually. So for 100 pi how much paint we require? 100 into 2 ml. So answer of this question is yes, bilkul sahi, 200 ml. Very good, I am proud of you. Many of you are simultaneously solving questions and giving the answer. और यही तो चाहिए एग्जाम में। और एग्जाम में बेटा याद रखना, ये वाला सेक्शन सबसे आसान आने वाला है। आप अगले जब संडे क्लैट देकर बाहर निकलेंगे तो आप रियलाइज करेंगे कि सर ने सही बोला था। तो ये स्कोरिंग सेक्शन होता है और इसमें जनरली वो बहुत ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चंस नहीं देते हैं क्योंकि वो मैथ्स चेक करना नहीं चाहते। Now come to question number 13th. If pin 13th हम कर चुके हैं. Come to question number 14th. What is the ratio of the volume of toy A and toy C if the radius of the base of toy A is 5 centimeter? So toy A was a look, this was a cylinder. Radius अगर इसका 5 है, height तो 12 पता ही थी. And toy C is a sphere of base 5 of radius 5. तो इसके वॉल्यूम का रेशियो बताना है. तो इसका वॉल्यूम हो जाएगा पाई इंटू 5 का स्क्वायर इंटू 12 हाइट, और इसका वॉल्यूम हो जाएगा 4/3 इंटू पाई इंटू 5 का क्यूब. So of course 2 5 will get cancelled out, pi will get cancelled out, and 4 into 3, and this 3 will go in the numerator, so it will become 9, and the denominator will become 5. So answer of this question is 9:5, B for Bangalore. Let's come to the last question. And last question थोड़ा सा टेढ़ा है, थोड़ा सा टिपिकल है, थोड़ा सा ध्यान देने वाला है. देखते हैं कि कितने लोग आप इसका सही आंसर बता पाते हैं. आपको ये बताना है 4 टॉय हैं A, B, C और D, किसका वॉल्यूम सबसे ज्यादा है? टॉय A. टॉय A is a cylinder whose base radius 5 क्वेश्चन में दे दिया और हाइट तो 12 है ही. टॉय B is a cube whose sides are 10. चलिए बताइए सब लोग, लास्ट क्वेश्चन है इसका. टॉय C is a sphere of radius 5 and toy D is a pyramid whose sides are 5 according for this question, and height is 9, or you already know. So height is 9 here. किसका वॉल्यूम सबसे ज्यादा आएगा? Okay, many of you are saying option C is the correct answer. स्फीयर का वॉल्यूम सबसे ज्यादा आएगा. ये किसने बोला आपको? डायमेंशंस भी तो देखनी पड़ती हैं. तो C is a wrong answer. चलिए मैं बता देता हूँ. So for this particular question, C is a wrong answer. चलिए. Okay. Now many of you are changing your answers. Okay, great. चलो चेक करते हैं. C is a wrong answer बता चुका हूँ मैं. आप सिर्फ स्फीयर को देखेंगे, स्फीयर का वॉल्यूम सबसे ज्यादा होता है, बट डायमेंशंस पे भी तो डिपेंड करती हैं चीजें. करेक्ट आंसर ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चन इज बी फॉर बैंगलोर. चलो चेक करते हैं क्यों. अगर आप ए का वॉल्यूम निकालते हैं तो ए का वॉल्यूम हो जाएगा, लेट मी चेंज द कलर ऑफ द पेन. तो वॉल्यूम ऑफ ए विल बी पाई इंटू आर स्क्वायर इंटू 12, or you can say 300 pi. 300 pi. So this is the volume of A. Volume of B will be 10 into 10 into 10, which will be 1000. Volume of C will be 4/3 pi into 5 ka cube. Now 5 ka cube is 125. 125 into 4 is 500. 500/3 is something this. सॉरी 500/3. इसको एक काम करते हैं, ऐसे ही छोड़ देते हैं. उसको 500/3 ही रहने देते हैं. पर एक बात तो पक्का है कि 500/3 is less than 300 pi. 500 pi/3 is less than 300 pi. तो इसका मतलब मेरा ऑप्शन सी यहीं रिजेक्ट हो गया, क्योंकि जो टॉय ए है वो 300 pi उसका वॉल्यूम था, और टॉय सी का जो वॉल्यूम है वो है 500 pi/3. 500/3 is definitely less than 300. And toy D का वॉल्यूम होगा 1/3 एरिया ऑफ द बेस into height. So it will be 75 only. अब 75,000 से तो बहुत कम होगा, तो टॉय डी भी मेरा कैंसिल हो गया. तो टॉय सी और टॉय डी कैंसिल हो गए. चलो इन दोनों को हम यहाँ से सीन से हटा देते हैं. तो टॉय सी और टॉय डी कैंसिल हो गए हैं, बचे ए और बी. अब ए में अगर हम देखें पाई की वैल्यू डाल देते हैं, इट इज 3.14. तो 300 इंटू 3.14 अगर मैं करता हूं तो ये आपका 942 के आसपास कहीं जाता है, और दिस वैल्यू इज 1000. So 1000 is greater or 942 is greater? Definitely 1000 is greater. तो टॉय ए भी चला गया. तो आंसर ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चन इज बी फॉर बैंगलोर. तो जिन्होंने भी बी आंसर दिया था, कांग्रेचुलेशन टू देम, क्योंकि बाकी क्वेश्चन तो आसान थे. मैंने बोला हर सेट में एक आधा क्वेश्चन ऐसा रहेगा जिसमें थोड़ा सा हमें ज्यादा वर्क करना पड़ेगा कंपैरिजन टू अदर क्वेश्चंस. डीआई वाले सेक्शन को छोड़िएगा मत, जरूर करिएगा उसको अटेम्प्ट. और पूरा कोई भी सेट मत छोड़िएगा, पूरा का पूरा. हो सकता था कि जो आप सेट छोड़ के आए बाहर जाके माथा पीटे कि दैट वाज द इजीएस्ट सेट ऑफ द सीट ऑफ द पेपर. तो अगर आप छोड़ना ही है तो बीच में कुछ क्वेश्चन स्किप जरूर कर दीजिएगा. हो सकता है सेकंड राउंड में उनको देख लीजिए, लेकिन पहले राउंड में उसको स्किप करिए. हर सेट में से तीन चार क्वेश्चन जो होंगे वो वेरी मच डूएबल होंगे, और स्मार्ट अप्रोच यही होगी कि हम हर सेट में से तीन चार क्वेश्चन करते रहे. So that's all from my side today. Thank you for attending this session live. और अभी हम ये कंटिन्यू रहेगा आज पूरे दिन भर. तो अभी अगले सेक्शन का वेट करें, थोड़ी सी देर में शुरू हो जाएगा, और डीआई वाला सेक्शन यहीं तक था. थैंक यू, बाय बाय.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have been having a fruitful day with all the sessions that you have done so far, which is DI and legal. Now we will come to English, and after which we will move into critical reasoning and GK. So still we are at 50% of the day today, and we will be moving slowly toward the remainder of the 50% of the sessions. So the aim of today's session, the English session, is for us to see how you're going to attempt the English section, how much time you're going to give to it, and different question types, how you are going to handle them in terms of options. So I have the passage over here in front of me, and I'll be sharing, you'll be reading this passage as well soon. And once you are done reading this, we are going to go over to the questions and take that up one by one. But first and foremost, let me clarify some myths. Now, the myths before us are, can I attempt the questions without reading the passage? Second, if I do English in the end, my section will go very badly. So either I will attempt English first or logical reasoning first, because whichever section I attempt in the end, that section goes bad. So let's take the second question first. The second question is, what should I attempt between English and logical reasoning? Number one, you must know that you have to attend one passage in the end anyway, or one section in the end anyway. So whether you begin with GK or legal or English or logical, the 2 hours you have to spend judiciously. Any 2 घंटों में you have to create the necessary section timings. And once you create the necessary section timing, you have to follow that section timing. Now, in the selection process, one section will be in the beginning, there will be sections in the middle, and there will be one section in the end. If you are too nervous and you cannot handle a reading section in the end, I suggest that you leave your maths and GK for the end. The end does not mean that you are not going to give it time. The end just means that you are going to attempt it after you have attempted the other sections. So you can begin with English, you can begin with logic, you can begin with legal. Whichever section you begin with, you have to give it not more than 30 minutes. So for English, logic and legal, keep the time for 25 to 30 minutes only. If there is extra time in the end, you can, go ahead and come back to these sections. So don't give more than 30 minutes to these sections. Keep the time 25 to 30 minutes. Leave the section if the timing has got over. Please aim to solve the whole paper first rather than giving extra time to one section. This has to be your approach. Giving extra time to any section will not result in so many marks that it will compensate for the other section that you have given very little time to. ऐसे नहीं होगा कि आपने एक सेक्शन को 45 मिनट दे दिए और जिसको 15 मिनट दिए हैं उसमें तो आप वैसे भी कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे. तो ये 45 मिनट दे देने से आप उस सेक्शन के मार्क्स थोड़ी ना ले लेंगे. You are just giving extra time unnecessarily to one section. So never say कि इसमें हम 2 और कर लेंगे तो वहां पे जो छूटेगा, ऐसा कभी नहीं होता. And when you come towards the end, if you don't keep reading based sections in the end, then what happens is your nervousness goes away However, it does not mean that you're not going to give time to these sections. You have to give around 15-20 minutes to DI, and you have to give around 5-10 minutes to GK. So make sure that your timing for these sections is sorted. So that is the section time myth. The other myth is, how can you attempt the reading-based paper without reading? Never try to look at the questions first and then go to the passage, no matter what anyone tells you. It's a very, very stupid thing to say. That first look at the questions, it will give you an idea of what you are reading. When you read the questions without reading the passage, the questions do not register in your mind. यहाँ पे नहीं कुछ जाता है. You have just wasted your time reading the questions. So you don't know what you are looking for because you are clueless about the passage. You have to read the passage first. It gives you a hint of what is happening. Then when you read the questions, your mind works and your mind tells you, yes, I read about this in the passage. So this is the question I'm attempting. So I know I have to go back to the passage and look for the answer. And your mind knows where exactly the answer will be, where was it spoken about. Now imagine blank, you're reading the questions. God knows what you are achieving over there. By the time you come to the passage, you will forget the questions because you read the questions without any perspective. And if you read one question and then try to hunt the answer in the passage, you're wasting double the time. Please read the passage first. There is a purpose. It is known as a reading-based section. The aim is to make you read. It's not called a hunting session. कि हम ढूंढने निकले answers. No. It's a reading session. It's not hunting. And you are anyways wasting time. You will hunt the answer, but you will take double the time. So it's like avoiding it. It's like, I don't want to take the medicine through my mouth and, I don't want to swallow the medicine, but I still want the medicine to reach my stomach. So it is called reading for a purpose. How can you avoid reading in a paper which is full of reading? So please go in knowing that you are supposed to read. You cannot participate in a marathon and say, I don't want to run, but I still want to complete the marathon. It's not possible. So, can we 100% rely on first reading the passage, Rishabh? Yes. What else do you want me to do? The question answers are in the passage. If you read the questions first, you are wasting time because no question is going to register. You can try it today. Or you can try it writing some mock at home. So you're going to go back, reread the passage, then again come back, read the question. So the first reading of the question was a complete waste. Do you understand? You have to rely reading on the passage because the answers are given in the passage. Now, if you still are not able to find the answer, it's not because you read the passage first. It's because you haven't understood the passage. By reading the question first, definitely you are not going to do any better. You are only going to waste more time. So if that is the comparison, yes. But by this time, reading should be a comfortable practice for you. Otherwise, you will struggle not just in Clat paper, in every paper. If that is not happening, then you should mainly focus on first developing this habit of reading, then thinking about writing any other paper in future. All right. So now the two myths have been busted. You have to read the passage. Don't try to hunt answers. Don't try to hunt answers and look for that one line in the answer. Maybe there is something written ahead, you will miss it. So none of that is going to happen. Read the passage and solve. इसी में ही स्पीड आपको अच्छी करनी है. स्पीड का मतलब ये नहीं कि आप बीच के स्टेप्स गायब कर दें. स्टेप्स आप गायब कर देंगे तो आंसर कैसे निकालेंगे? Either you will struggle or you will mark incorrect answers. Half-read answers are always incorrect answers. You can get some answers correct by sheer luck. But that sheer luck ends. You cannot get all answers correct by sheer luck. वो साक्षात हनुमान जी भी आपके बगल में बैठे होंगे, then also without reading you will get answers incorrect. Right? Then you are supposed to be an avatar of God only to get them correct without reading. Otherwise, there's no hope. So please follow this. And if you are following any other advice that how can I solve reading without reading, it is going to fail. I will write it down and show it to you. And you already know it is failing. अगर आप इस सेशन में बैठे इसका मतलब आपको पता है वो सब एडवाइस बकवास थी और वो है भी और वो आपके आगे भी बकवास रहेगी. I've already answered the question for how much time? Not more than 30 minutes for any of the 3 reading sections. The 3 reading sections are English, logical, and legal. They are all reading sections. The only purpose of those 3 sections is to make you read and apply what you have read in the question. And that is exactly what you are expected to do and you have to do in order to get the answers. And I hope by now, after writing the AILET paper, you know that this is true. So let's start by reading this passage now. Can you read the passage? Let me see if the screen is clear or not clear, and let me set the screen for you quickly. So is the screen clear to you, children? So just read this. I can't see the comments. Yes, let me know once you have finished reading this. I'm going to scroll up. Should I scroll up? Have you finished reading? So quickly tell me, what is the passage on? What is the passage on? Quickly. In your own words, tell me what the passage is on. The passage is on justified belief. What justified belief is about, isn't it? And this justified belief, the problems in it are covered by this Munchausen trilemma. And the author shows, this is known as the trilemma. The author shows the problems with justified belief, and this problem is covered in the Munchausen trilemma. Got it? So let's do the first question. What is not true as per the first two paragraphs from the passage? What is not true as per the first paragraph, as per the first two paragraphs from the passage? If you want, you have read the options. Now we can quickly go to the first two paragraphs. This is paragraph 1 and this is paragraph 2. So I think all of you have got the correct answer for this. The correct answer is option C. And why is C the correct answer? The trilemma shows that beliefs cannot be justified, isn't it? So option A is correct. The three problems is regression, then circular reasoning, isn't it? This is factually true from the first paragraph. The problem with C is only and one of the justifications given is faith. The other justification given is other beliefs. And the third justification given is the belief itself. So all three make it impossible to either prove or disprove beliefs. The only example of the Munchausen trilemma is not the Big Bang theory. The author has given the Big Bang theory to explain the trilemma. That means in what is true, what is not true questions, it is highly likely for us to come across words like only, none, all. So in what is true and what is not true, these options should be eliminated. You check it, but you will realize that most of the time you will be eliminating these three options. Only, none, and all. This is the learning from the first question. Let's do the second question now, children. What does Sheldon Cooper's reply, "I am moving out because I am moving out," signify? If you want, have you seen the two options? Let's go back to the passage. This is the part where you have the answer. So Sheldon Cooper displays the Munchausen trilemma in the answer. And the part for the question was this line over here. And I can see most of you have got the answer correct. So what does it signify when Sheldon says, "I'm moving out because I'm moving out"? It does not signify that he did not want to reveal his reasons, isn't it? This example was given to show the Munchausen trilemma. So it signifies one part of the trilemma, which is that the belief is based upon itself. So the trilemma shows, as I said again, either you say it's based on other beliefs. What are other beliefs based on? Other beliefs. So it will go on till infinity. भाई मैं ये क्यों कर रही हूँ? क्योंकि मेरी ये बिलीफ है. वो बिलीफ क्यों है? क्योंकि इसके ऊपर है, तीसरी बिलीफ के ऊपर. तीसरी बिलीफ क्यों है? वो चौथी बिलीफ के ऊपर है. तो ऐसे कर करके इंफिनिटी तक जा सकता है. तो आप कभी डिस्प्रूव नहीं कर सकते. दूसरा है बिलीफ है तो वही वजह है. तो ये सर्कुलर रीजनिंग है. और तीसरा है ये मेरा बिलीफ है क्योंकि मेरी श्रद्धा है, ये मेरा फेथ है. So faith cannot be disproved. Infinity cannot be disproved. And the belief itself cannot be disproved. So the answer A is out. B is correct. Therefore, C and D are also out. Right? So question number 2 again was the question that checked you on the central idea. The central idea of the passage is the Munchausen trilemma, which the author used one example from a popular television series to showcase. So in that television series example is what we have to talk about. So what does the author say is epistemology in practice? Options A, B, and C, and D. What is epistemology in practice? Have you seen the options? These are the 3 options. This is written about in the passage. Let's go back to the passage right in the end. This last 3 lines, as you can see, it's a specific detailed question. So what is epistemology in practice? The epistemology in practice is not the question of the child. It's not the exasperation, but finally, after the exasperation, when the parent or the caregiver says, because I'm telling you. Now, what is the carer trying to say? There is no other reason but the fact that I'm asking you to do so. That is epistemology in practice. Answer will be C. It's a specific detailed question. Question number 4 is an analogy question. Now you've understood what circular reasoning is. When the reason and the conclusion are the same. So through the analogy, whatever concept you have learned in the passage, you have to apply it here. Please apply it here and answer the question. Absolutely correct. I can see most of you have got the correct answer. I'm right because I am the president of the USA and the president is always right. The first and the second part are the same. This is known as circular reasoning. Here, the first part is different from the second part. Bad smell contributing is the outcome of the contributing to the staleness. Can't play, raining, 2 different things. This is only a comparison. So answer A is circular reasoning. When the first part and the second part are the same in an argument. Absolutely correct. Then we have a word-based question. What is the meaning of epistemology? Now, as you know, epistemology was used in the first paragraph. Usually such kind of word-based questions, it's always best when you know the answers beforehand. So can you tell me what is the meaning of epistemology as used in the passage? Epistemology basically is not knowledge or meaning of knowledge. Epistemology is the study of the root of things, how we know things, how things began. So the answer will be option B. And finally, let's do the tone question. You have read the passage. What do you think is the tone of the passage? Is the passage pedantic? Pedantic basically means all right. I can see most of you have got the answer correct. Now, this passage, pedantic basically means how how the author has written it. The author is preaching, the author is teaching you something, trying to sound like a teacher. But here the author is discussing a concept through an example. When a concept is discussed through an example, it is known as expository tone. It was the tone in one of the passages in the AILET exams also, as you could have seen. It's not just descriptive. There is a concept that is discussed along, and it's discussed. It's like, the author is really sharing this knowledge with you. And there is an example to support it. So whenever you see an example and the discussion, the tone will be expository. It's not critical. The concept is not critically evaluated. The author is not discussing whether the concept is correct or not correct. Had the author discussed whether the concept is correct or not correct, it would have been critical. So that was passage 1 for you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this passage and like doing it. Let's move to another passage with a very different tone and a very different topic. Start reading. Once you have read this much, I will move it up. Once you finish, let me know, then I'm going to move further up. Should we move to the questions? It's a very simple passage, just that the paragraphing has a lot of spaces in it. Should we move to the questions? The first question is, what can be inferred from the example that 1% of candidates of GCSE English literature answered a question in 2019 on a novel by an author from an ethnic minority background? So inferred question, let's answer this. Then I'm going to talk about inference. Yes, the first answer is from Meena, which is correct. In fact, from all of you, the first answer is correct. So if we go back, where the author talks about GCSE, look at this. This is what the question is on. That a report commissioned by Penguin and Renimed fewer than 1% of candidates answered the question on a novel by an author from an ethnic minority background. And before this, the author has been urging the school system to teach about minorities and their history, isn't it? So this is what we have to answer here. So what does it show? It shows nothing. Naturally, if the author is using an example, it cannot show nothing, isn't it? It doesn't show that it was not preferred by colleges. So this answer, nothing cannot be an answer. If it has been used by the author, it has to be something. It does not show that it was not preferred by the colleges. It just shows that it was still optional, and because it was optional, not many colleges took it up. Right? So our answer for this is option C. Now, by now you have understood what the central theme is. Can you choose the best answer for central theme here? Give me the answer for central theme. Yes, the first answer is from Utkarsh and it is correct. Others? All right, now the other answers coming up are all correct. Now look at the options for central theme, everyone. Option is true. But is it the correct answer? It is true as per the passage, but is it the correct answer? No, it's not the correct answer because the author's aim is not to show that it is optional. The author shows it is optional to make a bigger point. And what is the bigger point that the author is making? The bigger point is that if you are not teaching the history of the Black and minority experiences in the country, then you are failing the minority. Their experiences matter. And only when you start teaching them, only when you start talking about them, you validate the fact that they were wronged. And that will prevent prevent the systemic violence on the minorities in the UK. So the author shares his example, the example of Dini, to showcase that Dini experienced a lot of violence on social media and everywhere else. Therefore, Dini has been advocating the syllabus change so that everyone knows what happened to the minorities in this country. This is opposite to why the passage was written. And because the answer is B, D will not be the answer. Now, none of the above is a very tricky option. It has been included in the discussion today to show you that if a none of the above is given, you have to pause and rethink the correct answer. If you are confident, like you are here in option B, then it's fine. But if you feel that I can choose between none of the above and the option B, if you are not confident, go back, look at the passage again briefly, match each and every keyword and see, is this keyword justified in the passage? Any keyword which is extra in the passage might make that option incorrect, and maybe then your answer is none of the above. So when you have a none of the above, if you are confident, if it is an obvious answer, great. But if you're not confident, look at each keyword of the option and see, can you justify this keyword from the passage? Is it saying extra? Then you eliminate it. Question 3 is a specific detail question. Specific detail question means the answer you must have read it in the passage. If you want me to go up, I can go up and take you to where the UK government's attitude towards curriculum change has been given. That is correct. The first answer came from Utkarsh, but the first correct answer has come from Ashna Sinha. It is clearly given in the passage that the author found out that the UK government has no problem with racism. So the correct answer is option D. It is given in the fourth last paragraph. Let me take you to the fourth last paragraph, children. So if you are to believe the civil report, where the curriculum change was not accepted, the author feels that from the report it can be concluded that the UK government does not have a systemic problem with racism at all. So the answer for this will be option D. Can you see it? Do not rush into your answer. Those of you who have marked C, before marking the answer, just go back to that place where this question, where the specific detail is given. Do not rush into an answer, please, children. Go back to that place, just reconfirm it. Don't answer from memory. Spend another 20 seconds, but go and answer it correctly. In the same paragraph, you have ERI, and that will be your next question. It's a word-based question. What is the meaning of ERI as used in the passage? So ERI basically means, it does not mean sad or happy. It basically means something that is mysterious and hence scary. So the correct answer will be spooky, right? And then we come to the source of the passage. So you have read the passage. What do you think is the source of the passage? That is question number 6. The level of difficulty of the passage could be between 2 to 3 on 5. Yes, the correct answer for question 6, source of the passage is, it is a magazine article. It does not appear to be front page news. It would have been front page news had it talked about something recent. It is basically a coverage of someone's experience. If it was a subject matter item, it could have been a journal. But this looks like a coverage on a personal experience on racism, a special edition on racism. Hence, it can either be a newspaper, special edition magazine article, or any magazine article. So the correct answer is option C. It does not look like an excerpt of the book because the language is not such that it appears to be from in between a book. So excerpt of the book will appear to be in between the book. It is a magazine article. Subject matter will be a journal. And front page news item will look like something more recent. So just to end the session, I thought we should do something different. And therefore, I bring to you the last passage, which is written like a poem, but you can read and infer the answers from here. So please read this poetry. Once you are done, let me know. I'll move ahead and then show you the questions. Done? This is the last part of the poem. Read, everyone? Should we go to the questions? So when you read this poetry, what do you think the poetry was? Was it a happy poetry? Was it a sad poem? So when you read it, you felt what? You felt that it was a sad poem? What do you think the poem is highlighting? What is it talking about? What do you think the poem is highlighting? poem is highlighting abuse, isn't it? Right. So poetry question now, what does the line, I hear him in different rooms crying signifies? Options A and B are given here. And options C and D are given here. D is none of the above, these are the options. I hear him crying in different rooms. What does it mean? Please choose the correct answer. So you already told me that the poetry is highlighting abuse, isn't it? A appears that the dog is upset for no reason, you know. It does not show. The correct answer will be one which has the central idea word. So a signify answer is an inference answer. What does this signify? And an inference answer will have the central idea keyword in it. Please remember this rule. A signify answer is an inference answer. And inference answer will always have the central idea keyword. So whatever the line signifies, it will be for the central idea of the passage. So the correct answer is option B over here. Got it? Which line shows that the relationship between the owner and the dog could be abusive? Let's do this question. Which line is showing that there could have been an abuse? Yes, I'm getting the right answers now from Vaibhavi, Pavni, Priyashi. The correct answer, the line which shows that there might have been some abuse is a line that shows abuse, which is kick, isn't it? So all of you got this correct. So if you do get something like this as a passage, a poetry passage, always attempt it, because poetry and lyrical passages usually have easier questions. What do you think is the mood of the poet in the line, I just sit frozen? Check the options, then I'll show you the line. Look at this line here. The line is, if she's fine, if he dropped something and didn't kick her, even though my gut thinks he did, I just sit frozen. Frozen over here signifies inaction. Because the author is not doing anything about it. What do you think will be the mood of the author? It shows inaction. So what do you think will be the mood of the author? The mood of the author is therefore going to be helpless. Yes, so most of you got correct answers here. Prakhar, Harsh, Sajal. So the author will be despondent or helpless. Frozen shows inaction. Inaction means that you feel very helpless and that you can't help the person in there or the animal there. What words in the passage show the poet is also affected? Yes, the first correct answer is coming from Priyashi. If you have gone over this, let's check it once again. If you see the last few lines, I just sit frozen, listening to the crying, traumatized by the trauma of a human I didn't know and a dog, under a full California moon, feeling, so the dog is feeling terrified, but the author is traumatized and enough to be mad. Can you see? Traumatized and mad. So what do you think is the answer here? Many of you did get it correct. Right? And let's do the last question for the day. What is the figure of speech that can be spotted in the first stanza? Note the options. So while you are reading, you can find out. So what are the figures of speech that can be spotted in the first stanza? So let's go to the first stanza, everyone. This is the first stanza. I sit by the fire, I hear anger. And then shrieking starts swelling. S, S, S. What figure of speech is it? Starting with the same letter. The little white dog from across the street with the floppy black and white ears cries, cries, cries. What is this? Repetition. We do not see any simile or metaphor. It is a realistic description, so there is no imagery, there is no symbolism. Right? So we do see alliteration starting with the same first letter of the consonant and repetition. Do you see that? So do we have an answer for the last question for the day? What answer option are you going to choose, children? What is the correct answer option, everyone? So there is... Okay, sorry, this is supposed to be alliteration. I'm sorry. Let's change this to alliteration. Now I've already given the answer. Repetition and alliteration. Sorry, my bad. There is no symbolism. Symbolic poetry would be when you are, it could be an allegory. Maybe the dog signifies a human, but there is no reason to believe that the dog is signifying a human. Right? So let's just change this. It is repetition and alliteration. So symbolic poetry would be where you see flowers or nature poetry, symbolic of deeper feelings. And, imagery would be when the description of nature or a very vivid description of a scene is given to you. And, a lot of descriptions are added to it. That would be imagery. Personification, treating an inanimate thing like a person. Simile and metaphor, So this is some repetition and alliteration. So let's mark it as option B. Right? So we covered figures of speech. We covered inference questions, central idea, source of the passage, tone of the passage. The bottom line is read the passage, give every section adequate time. Please read the passage, answer the question, go back and confirm your answer, spend a few more seconds on it rather than marking an incorrect answer from memory. Inference answers will be one where the correct answer option will be the only correct option. The remaining three options will be factually incorrect. Inference answers usually have a central idea behind them. Tone answers you can do by elimination. Eliminate all the tones that don't make sense. Descriptive tone will just describe things. Any description that gives you extra information or educates you will be informative tone. Any discussion that is substantiated with examples will be expository tone. A discussion on a subject where others' viewpoints are given will be analytical tone. A discussion on the subject where the author discusses whether the things are correct or incorrect will be a critical tone. So these are the broad tones that you have to remember. Right? Description giving you education is informative. Description with example is expository, elucidatory, any of those two. Analysis of a topic where others are also contributing will be analytical. Analysis with weighing in whether it is good, bad will be critical. Right? So have a great exam on Sunday. Tomorrow we have our last mock at Clat Possible. Make sure you go and give the mock at your respective centers. And then after tomorrow, take a break. Don't write tests, just analyze your stuff. Just read your GK, just refresh your mind. Don't take tests till the last date. And I wish you all the best. Thank you so much. In the next 5 minutes, you will have the CR discussion.
Hello, hello. Is this audible?
All right, so yeah. So we're doing another sound test. Audible, everyone? Give me a yes. If I am. All right. So we'll start again, okay? All right. So I was saying this earlier when the voice was not audible. The first question that comes to our mind, and when we are looking at these two sections, right, English and logical reasoning, do we approach these two sections in a different way? Is reading the passage or answering some of the questions, inference questions or main idea questions, do they entail a different approach on logical reasoning and English? So essentially, no. Okay, the way we approach a passage in the English section, same as the way we approach a passage in the logical reasoning section, right? The way we approach an inference question on a logical reasoning section, same as the way we approach an inference question in the RC section, right? So there's no difference. There's no difference insofar as answering these questions are concerned. The inference question, the main idea questions, and that's why we see a certain overlap between the two sections. So inference question, main idea questions, even the tone question can appear in the logical reasoning section, right? So the approach, reading the passage, answering these questions will be the same. Okay. Now coming to the points that are there, that are on the slide. Point number one, look for the big picture. We understand what the big picture is. When we are reading the passage, we are just trying to get to the main idea of the passage. What is that overall conclusion of the author, right? What is that final thing that the author wants to say through this passage? What is that central message from that passage, right? Once we are sure of that, you will realize answering most of the questions on that passage becomes easier, right? So this is why we are reading that passage, okay? So look for the big picture also means that when I'm reading a passage, I'm not trying to retain the minute details before going to the questions. I'm just going with the big picture and approaching the questions. If there is a specific detailed question, if there is an inference question that requires me to go back to the passage, I will anyway do that, right? So no need to memorize details. Just look for the big picture, get the main idea, right? And the other part is certainty level with which the conclusion is drawn, right? Now, many of the trap options in the main idea, in the central idea questions, are those statements that are exaggerated, that use exaggerated language, right? They are extremely put with respect to the passage, right? The passage may have said probably, right? The government probably should do this. In the option, it says the government should do this, right? Or in the passage, it is said the government is likely to do this. In the option, it is said the government will do this, right? So just be sure you are sure as to with how much certainty is the conclusion drawn, with how much certainty is that opinion of the author put forth, right? If it's a long passage, summarize each paragraph back to yourself. So I'm reading this long passage, and since there are so many passages to be read, right? So what I'm doing is, again, I may lose my way. I may wander off. I'm reading this entire passage, and by the end of it, I have sort of forgotten how it started and where all it went, right? So what I'm doing is, if it's a 3-paragraph passage or a 4-paragraph passage, I read paragraph 1, summarize it back to me. Paragraph 2, this is what the author wants to say through this paragraph. Paragraph 3, this is what the author wants to say to me. through this paragraph, right? This is the overall opinion, and this is what I'll retain before going to the questions, right? Assumptions are necessary for the argument or conclusion. So when I'm reading the passage, right, when I'm reading the passage, I'm not immediately in my head figuring out assumptions. I'm not immediately in my head figuring out what is the premise here, what is the conclusion here, right? So when I'm reading a passage, right, so there's a difference, right? The kind of passages that we see on AILET, the shorter ones. Of course, AILET gave a completely different paper this time around, but those passages where there is a single argument, it's like 4 to 5 line argument, there it makes more sense to be very clear of what the premise is and what the conclusion is. And you can see them, they're very distinct in that small argument. But as far as a long passage is concerned, right, I'm not sort of figuring out every premise. I'm not figuring out every conclusion statement. Maybe I'm figuring out the opinion statements of the author. Maybe I'm underlining some of them, but not figuring out every premise, and also not figuring out every assumption made in the passage in my head, right? So your immediate query will be, when I see an assumption question of the nature, which one of the following is an assumption from the passage, right? What then, right? So here again, when I'm sure, what is that overall conclusion of the author? What is that overall opinion? And maybe I've forgotten, maybe it's a long passage, I've forgotten. I can always go back to the passage, the lines, those sentences I have underlined, in which the author's opinion was presented, right? So I'm just being sure of what that overall conclusion is and what kind of support has been given. Again, I'm not looking at individual premise statements, but what is that? What is if whether it is an example given, whether there are some facts given, just that broad idea. Now, when I'm going to the options, I'm looking at those statements and I'm checking whether this statement is absolutely necessary for the conclusion, right? So maybe I'm not judging each statement very strictly, but yes, I'm judging them in a way. I read this statement, if I take this away, right? If I negate this statement, will it harm the argument substantially, right? If I take this away, will the argument start making way less sense, right? Then that option is a contender for the assumption, right? So again, when we have an assumption question based on the entire full passage, right? We are working with that main idea. Sometimes what will happen is they will ask you the assumption in a specific portion of the passage, right? What is the assumption there in that particular part of the passage? Then you can do that approach. Okay, so in this particular portion, what is that the author wants to prove? And what is the reason given for this? Right? And then the assumption will be something that fills the gap, right? That bridges the gap between the premise and the conclusion. When it takes you to a specific portion of the passage, if it is asking you the overall assumption in that long passage, then just work with that overall idea, something that is necessary, something that, that is so essential. If I take this away, right, the passage will make way less sense. Right? So this is how we are doing these assumption questions. I'll just have a quick look at at some of the comments. All right. Okay. Inference follows definitely from the passage, definitely follows. And we have said this time and again, right? And we have tested you on this in our mocks. An inference can be a paraphrase of a statement given in the passage. We have seen this umpteen number of times in the Clat in the AILET previous year questions, right? A paraphrase statement will work as an inference. In fact, what we have, with whatever we have seen, okay, a paraphrase statement is a contender, right? It is the most sort of obvious choice on an inference question, right? What are incorrect? New information, we know that. Could be true, could be false. I'm not sure whether this statement definitely follows. It could be true, could be false, incorrect. Exaggerated, using exaggerated language. The example that I gave you before, with how much certainty has that statement, or with how much certainty has that opinion be expressed, right? Has it used words like likely, may, might, or is it very definite? Okay, so incorrect options on an inference question. Strengthen and weaken, right? Again, this is from experience, okay? You get your questions incorrect on strengthen and weaken. And many a times what I've realized is the kind of doubts that you've asked me. When you are asking that question, you realize, and when we are having that discussion, when we are having that analysis of a particular question, of a particular strength and weaken question, what I've seen, many students realize there and then they have sort of not understood which position needed to be strengthened or weakened, right? Because sometimes it is the author's position that needs to be strengthened or weakened. Sometimes there is some other person mentioned in the passage and his or her position is to be strengthened or weakened. So you get a strengthen weaken question, just say it in your head, okay? Just say it in your head. What is that position that he or she holds? Not the author, the person who is in the who's in the question stem. What is that position? Maybe I just go back and check if I'm not very sure, right? And then I'm figuring out, again, even in strengthen and weaken questions, I'm looking at the certainty level with which he or she has expressed his or her idea, right? Has he used words like should? Has he used words like must, right? I'm very sure of that. And then I am going to the options, okay? All right. All right, so this point is important, especially in light of what AILET has done, and not saying that CLAT will be inspired with the AILET test that we gave, but there is a chance, right? There is a chance that we get to see some questions which do not fit our usual categories, right? It is not particularly a strengthen or weaken question. It is not particularly an assumption question, or it is not particularly an inference question. So when you think, I am not sure which category does it fit, then don't try to fit it into one category or the other. So don't make that approximate guess, okay? Just stick to the question stem, read it carefully, and understand what is it asking you. Even if you don't understand which category does it fit, just read the question, stick to the stem, okay? When in doubt, go back to the basics. And what are the basics? Basic is stick to the passage, right? That is what that is what we have been doing all the year, right? This is what we have been doing day in and day out in the mocks, right? We are sticking to the passage. Whenever I'm in doubt, I just go back to this passage, right? It's okay. So somebody's asking, what if we get a single passage and based on that passage, we have to answer both English and CR questions? I would love that. I would have to read lesser passages, right? Fewer passages. And in any case, English and logical reasoning, as we have discussed in the beginning, they are not very far apart, right? So I would really love that if I get one passage, right? And based on that passage, I have to answer 10 questions. The return on investment is really high, right? So I would love that. Okay. Right. So this was a quick recap. What we can do is we can do a passage together, right? And what I've done is I have included a passage which is not our usual editorial, right? Editorial from the Indian newspapers. This passage is taken from the New York Times. And as I said, this is not our usual passage, but embrace yourself for to read passages coming from anywhere sort of and belonging to any genre. It, just, and we have done that, right? In the mocks that we have done so far, we have been doing passages from varied sources. We have been doing passages, philosophy, literature, politics, even sports at times, cryptocurrency, tech, biology, right? So my point is just embrace yourself to reading all these different kinds of passages on the paper, right? So what we can do is we can read this passage. So there are 2 slides. So I'll be checking the comment section. Once you are done here, you can let me know. We can go to the next slide, right? So read the passage in a way so that, again, you're looking at that big picture. You're just retaining that central idea, and you are not trying to retain all the details, right? Just think of it, think it as if you have been given a sheet and there is one portion of the passage on one side, then you are flipping over, and then there is another side, and then there are questions, right? All right. Let's read this. So are we done with reading this one? Okay, so we are going to the next slide. All right, so can we move on to the questions? All right, so you've seen the question, right? It says Hamlet could never host the Daily Show, probably because, right? And for this, we can of course go back to the passage. I remember Hamlet being mentioned in the passage, right? I also remember this because this was rather strange, right? The passage is on Trevor Noah, and then the author mentions Hamlet in the passage, right? So that remains with me. So it says here, because as true as it may be, and it is, the job of daily commentator on political events is a lot easier if he at least keeps up the illusion of having a sure-minded commanding, right? Sure-minded commanding take. And then it says Hamlet could never host the Daily Show. Now, the Daily Show from the passage we understand is a political commentary, right? It's sort of a funny take, a funny political commentary, right? The Daily Show hosted by Trevor Noah, right? It says here, Hamlet could never host the Daily Show because Hamlet probably did not have these qualities, being sure-minded or commanding, right? So we need an option that tells us this, okay? A says he was too opinionated. What do you think? So again, we are looking for an option that tells us he was not sure-minded, right? We need that option. So opinionated, not exactly, right? Let's look at B. He was too arrogant. Again, does not work as an opposite of sure-minded. He lacked sense of humor. Again, does not look like an opposite of sure-minded. He was irresolute, right? And yes, this works better, right? This is the correct option, option D. Okay. All right, so I'm seeing a lot of you saying A, and also I'm seeing a lot of people saying D. So A, opinionated, does it work as an opposite of sure-minded? Because we have to stick to what it said, right? Illusion of having a sure-minded commanding take, right? He can't be uncertain. He can't be uncertain, right? And Hamlet, it can be inferred from the passage. The author is showing Hamlet as an example of being irresolute, right? Uncertain. All right. All right, let's go to question number 2. So above the phrase as used in the passage most nearly means, and it would look like an English question, but we are figuring out the meaning of this phrase from the passage, right? More of an inference question according to me, right? So we can go back to this specific portion, right? And here it was. You can read this portion, right? All right, now we can go to the question again. So what do you think? All right, so I'm getting to see a lot of A's. So A, in fact, is the correct answer. The other thing that I want to address here is, in most cases, they will highlight above the phrase in the passage. I wanted to highlight it here. Maybe I forgot, but they will highlight the portion. Usually they have done it, right? So they will highlight it. So it will be easier for you to spot it in the passage, okay? So we can read that portion of the passage again. So it says, and we can read from here, Noah seemed shocked, and honestly, why wouldn't he be? Whereas Stewart was at his best in antagonistic interviews, interrogating, right? And calling out nonsense, right? We need a word, right? Opposite to this feeling, opposite to the feeling of calling out nonsense, being antagonistic, right? We need a word that is opposite to this feeling being expressed using these words, right? Now, Noah always seemed eager to get above the fray and treated guests with deference and awe, with some respect, right? So we need a word consistent with deference and awe, and opposite in feeling to these words, antagonistic, calling out nonsense, right? And non-confrontational fits the best. Intimidating, no, right? It is consistent with antagonistic. Snobbish, again, no. Impartial, again, no. It was, what it meant was not trying to sort of pin the guest down, or not entering into an argument in an effort to win that argument. And in the passage, we have another portion here where it says, here, what they don't have is a ruthless appetite for getting belly laughs or winning an argument. So Noah never went to that talk show, anchored it with a motivation to win an argument, right? So what works? Non-confrontational. Option A. All right. Question number 3. All right, so somebody who's gotten the main idea of the passage correct, he or she will be able to get this question correct, right? So what the author is discussing in the passage is Trevor Noah, he has left a show, right, which he was doing for quite some time. And then he's now doing his other show, which is a Netflix stand-up, some stand-up on Netflix. I think the name of the show is I Wish You Would, right? So he used to do this, and now maybe he'll focus here, right? And the author said, he's not an entirely different performer in his stand-up. His twinkly-eyed charm is a constant, but the distinctions are revealing. There are significant differences, right? And now here lies the answer. While his specials dig into politics at stand-up, right? It's not the main subject. It's not the main subject. We can infer politics was the main subject in the Daily Show, right? Not here, not on Netflix, okay? That would be all of this, not politics as the main. So he's a political commentator on the Daily Show, and on Netflix it's more towards stand-up. Okay, and here it says on this particular show you get a sense of his temperament when he talks about why people were so angry during the pandemic. His theory is not the Americans were hopelessly divided, but they were scared. And here, as humans, we get so comfortable knowing, he said, emphasizing the last word in his volume and timing, that we forget how uncertain life is. So this is all part of I Wish You Would, right? This show, the stand-up show, right? Now, the next paragraph is the critical paragraph. This is not just a more existential thought than is usually expressed on a talk show. So more existential than a thought expressed in talk show, Daily Show. So what he's doing in Netflix as stand-up, right? He's expressing a more existential thought than what he was doing in the Daily Show, where he is the political commentator, right? Of course, there is humor there as well, but more on politics, okay? It's existentially fatal to a certain kind of talk show, again, Daily Show. So he can't be expressing so much uncertainty on the Daily Show. But yes, he can do that on that Netflix stand-up, right? Okay. Because as true as it may, and it is the job of daily commentator on political events, again, Daily Show, is a lot easier if he at least keeps up the illusion of having a sure mind. So Daily Show, sure-mindedness, and on the stand-up, I Wish You Would, he can express those more existential thoughts. He can be sort of uncertain, right? And then the rest. So the answer lies here, okay? Now, let's go to the question again. Why, according to the author, Noah left the Daily Show? A says he was not bold enough for a show like the Daily Show. He was not bold enough. No, actually, he changed hats. He was talented in the passage. He is talented in the passage. It says when he was doing the Daily Show, he appeared to be very confident. He appeared to be very sure-minded. It's another case that he may be just putting up that appearance, but yes, he handled it very well. And saying he was not bold enough for a show like the Daily Show is taking things to an extreme, right? Again, being sure-minded and being bold are two different things, okay? So A is not correct. His punchlines do not evoke enough belly laughs as one would have liked in a show like the Daily Show. So again, B looks like as if the Daily Show was the decision maker. The Daily Show sort of fired Trevor Noah, right? So it was not the case that his jokes did not land. It was not that case. In fact, the case is this line. The dearth of that hunger is also part of his legacy. What this line, these two lines, right? What they don't have is a ruthless appetite for getting belly laughs or winning an argument. That dearth of that hunger is part of the legacy. What it means is it was intentional. He intended, or his motivation was not getting those belly laughs or to have his audience in splits. That was not his intention, right? So saying that is the reason of him leaving, No, doesn't work, right? C. He is more comfortable doing stand-up comedy than a show like The Daily Show. And this is like the crux of the passage towards the end. Noah is good at appearing confident and assured. So this helped him in The Daily Show, which made him a natural at the job. But talent can be its own obstacle, right? What you are gifted at is not necessarily what you should be doing, being less certain. Watching his stand-up and especially reading his excellent memoir, Born a Crime, you sense that he is most comfortable in the moments of not knowing. And not knowing, I wish you would stand up on Netflix. He's more comfortable there. Okay, so option C is correct. Answer C. All right. So I'll give you some time to ask your questions if you have any so far. All right, so go to the next on the passage. Is the key difference in Noah's performance as stand-up and his performance in The Daily Show. And now this should come easy. I want each of you to give me the correct option. All right. So I can see a lot of D's in the option, and D is correct. So it says, what according to the author is the key difference in Noah's performance as stand-up and his performance in The Daily Show? A says in the former, he looks more enthusiastic than in the latter. Cannot be inferred. B says in the former, he does crowd work, but in the latter, he does not. Again, not getting inferred. We don't know. Crowd work is mentioned with respect to The Daily Show, but we don't know whether he does that for his stand-up also, right? So C says in the former, his punchlines are more direct than in the latter. So in the former is stand-up. So his punchlines are more direct. In fact, in the passage it is given that his humor there is very subtle, right? So it goes against. So C is not correct. In the former, he focuses less on politics than in the latter. Yes, of course. So D is correct. Okay, let's do this one. All right, so which one of the following can be inferred from the passage? A says Noah is more comfortable talking off the cuff than he is while doing stand-up. Okay, so more comfortable doing, so we are given that probably he is more comfortable doing stand-up than his daily show, right? I think A is going in the opposite direction. Okay, let's look at B. A talk show is not a platform to present an existential thought. Not a platform. It says here, okay, this is not just a more existential thought. This is a more existential thought. It doesn't mean that on a talk show platform, one cannot present an existential thought. Maybe not up to this degree, not up to this extent, but one can, I think, as in, it does not really mean that it's no platform to express an existential thought, right? So B is that option which is presented in an exaggerated form, right? So incorrect. C, Noah can afford to project uncertainty when doing I wish you would. What do you think? Can afford to project uncertainty. Yes, because this is what? This is the stand-up, not the daily show. He can afford to do this on I wish you would, right? D says, I wish you would is in similar genre as the daily show. We don't know that from the passage. All we know is he performs in a certain way in the daily show, and he performs in a certain other way in this Netflix show, right? So we don't know whether this belongs to the similar, they both belong. The chances are they don't belong in a similar genre, right? So option C here is correct. So not a platform is exaggerated. All right, any doubts? Any doubts, let me know. All right. An assumption question, right? Okay, let me know your answers on this one. All right. So it says, which one of the following is an assumption made by the author? A says, some of Noah's jokes do not land when he does the daily show. So we discussed this earlier, right? It's not the case that his jokes are not funny. It's they are intended. They are not intended. They're not intended to be really, really hilarious, right? Look at that portion again. What they don't have is a ruthless appetite for getting belly laughs, right? A dearth of that hunger. So he's not really driven by it. He does not have that urge, that desire to evoke belly laughs or extreme laughter, right? That's not what he intends to do. Okay. And so when the author is saying that he does not intend to get maximum laughs, right? The assumption is Noah was not primarily driven by an urge to have his audience in splits. In splits, to get the maximum laugh. The jokes, the punchlines rather, are not intended to have that effect. Okay, so C is an assumption. D says Noah is at his best when he does impressions of other celebrities. That is not required for the argument. Okay, so option C here is correct. Okay, let's discuss B. Noah's audience likes him doing stand-up more than him being a political commentator. Is that an assumption? Nowhere from the passage it is getting implied, right? What his audience like him to be. Okay, so B is not an assumption. All right, so Khushi is saying, do we expect such questions? In fact, we are doing all kinds of questions. In the mocks, we give you all kinds of questions, right? So as I said, right, don't go in with any sort of expectations. Don't go in for the paper expecting, okay, this is what will be asked, and don't have that boundary. Okay, the only thing with which you are going in the test is we have to read some passages and we have to answer questions based on the passage, and that's it, right? So the concepts, the assumptions, strengthen, weaken. I have done this so much. I've done so many questions on them that I don't really have to jog my memory on the day to help me out how to figure out an assumption. That all of those things will be happening constantly in your subconscious, right? The only thing you have to focus on is reading the passage and reading the question stem carefully, right? Everything else will fall into place. Okay. All right. So let's do another passage, everyone. Are we game? All right, so let's do this one. Again, read for the main idea, everyone. Can we go to the questions? So can we start with you telling me? I'll give you some time to tell me in the comment box as to what you think is an important message from the passage. Let's not call it the most important message as of now. Just tell me, after you have read the passage, what stayed with you? What was that important message that stayed with you after having read the passage? Just tell me in the comment box. All right. Right. So I agree what Vidyarth is saying. Uh, the author has a lot of sanguine expectations. Uh, he exhibits hope, okay, and that defines it for me, okay. And some of the important lines, according to me, are uh, this. All right. So whenever I see a word like but or however, it sort of excites me because from here on, something is about to change, right? And these are always important words when I'm reading RC or even a logical reasoning passage, right? Words like but, fortunately, unfortunately, however, therefore, as a result, right? So be on a lookout for such words while you are reading the passage, okay? But the majority of scientists believe, I'll just underline this. 1 second. But the majority of scientists believe, held the line and will continue to do so, right? If variants continue to make small advances, vaccines can be updated. A doomsday strain may be possible, but exceedingly hard to predict. Evolution isn't an on-demand miracle worker for viral supremacy, right? So what it means is the virus will not continue to evolve forever. It will not happen, okay? Even over decades, most viruses don't escape vaccine protection. So this is where the author's main point is, right? Okay. So this is an important paragraph as a whole for me. Okay. Then the last paragraph. Here he sums it up. The possibilities don't look so grim. This line stays with me. Early in the pandemic, we had nothing. The timeline for vaccines and whether they would work, the outsized chance was that they would take years or they would fail. The horizon was the virus earlier, okay? And just how bad it could get. Now, the vaccines are the horizon. Vaccines are the horizon, hope. And it's the virus that has only the outside chance to delay or disrupt. Virus has only an outside chance, slim chance, right? So this is what stays with me. And based on just this, right, based on this broad idea, I'll try to answer the questions, okay? Question number 1. Refer the third paragraph. The author is likely to advocate for which kind of piece, news piece or article. Read this. Right? Now we can go to the question. What do you think? All right. So a piece that attempts to tune public discourse away from naive false hopes. So false hopes could be things will change and everything will get better, right? So articles sort of telling us not necessarily be more careful, wear your mask and get your vaccination done, and all those articles that require people to take all precautions possible, right? B says a piece that attempts to tune public discourse away from miserable and abject doom. And the author, we understand, is very hopeful, right? Maybe the piece is written, okay? The piece is written, that article is written to sort of up the spirits, okay? Somebody who's reading the article will have his spirits up, right? Now, we can go back to this third paragraph. The story suggesting a dismal and dangerous futures aren't wrong per se, right? There is clearly a long way to go in ending the pandemic. So this is like he concedes that there is a long way to go in ending the pandemic. A few pieces are sensationalistic, but most are good faith reporting of what experts say or attempts to tune public discourse away from naive false hopes. Most articles are doing that. He doesn't have a problem with it. He says it is fine. Or more rarely, and this is important, away from miserable and abject doom. And he says, there's no problem with this also. There's no problem with these articles and there's no problem with these articles. But he says this is rare. And during the course, right? During the course of the passage, he does say that whatever scientists are saying as of now, whatever science we are looking at as of now, it's still developing, right? It is still developing. Somewhere it says that it's as of now uncertain. It is still developing. So as of now, don't rely too much on what experts say. It is still developing. Maybe it will give you, it will make you despondent, but we need some news articles which gives out hope, okay? And I have to choose between A and B, okay? I have to choose between A and B. Since it is being done, in most cases, he would bat for this also because this is, as of now, rare. Let me just, this is, as of now, rare, and the author wants people to be hopeful. Okay, so option B is a better option than A. So I'm not saying he will disagree with articles that, you know, these articles, but then he thinks that as of now we need more of such articles. I understand this. This is not your typical inference question, okay? And the way it is worded, the author is likely to advocate for which kind of piece. So maybe it's not a typical inference question where it follows 100% from the passage, but since it is not a typical inference question, there is some amount of wiggle room, there is some amount of elbow room, right? And we anyways have to pick up the best option, and that's in inference question, we are picking up the best option, okay? So elimination is the best technique, which I have said many number of times. So both is not given as an option, okay, Avni? Both is not given as an option. All right. The next question. Which one of the following would the author be most likely to agree with? And this can be answered if we have understood the main idea. This will be answered. All right. Which one of the following would the author be most likely to agree with? Science is failing to find a solution to find the pandemic. And this one was an easy one to eliminate. B. Science falls short of providing near definitive answers. Okay, let's go back to the passage. And it says, the truth is that science we see now with respect to the current pandemic, with respect to the virus, is itself uncertain. Just a sec. Okay, it's not a process of years-long studies that provide near definitive answers. So does it mean that science never provides near definitive answers? No. Actually, in this case, as of now, it will not be able to provide near definitive answers because it has just happened, right? It has just happened. So this is an exaggerated version of what is given in the passage. Okay, so B is not correct. See, the claims on science in the context of the pandemic are unwarranted. Okay, the claims on science. So the claims on science from the passage we understand, so what's happening is the author says, we are all mucking about behind the scientific curtain, looking at science as it's being done, at inferences and hypotheses in complete and ongoing studies. Often what is phrased publicly these days as science is just informed guesses by experts. Why are these informed guesses as of now? Because not enough research has been done. So this can pile up and become paralyzing. So currently, drawing claims from science or claims based on science or experts' opinions or drawing inferences will not be a good idea. They are half-baked as of now. They are ongoing. The research is not complete, right? So option C is correct. In the context of pandemic are unwarranted. Option C is correct. These two can easily be eliminated. Okay, this is extreme. Okay, option B. Which one of the following can be inferred from the passage? Again, if one is sure of the central idea, this could be answered. All right. This should come easy. All right. So a fatal uncontrollable strain of the virus is unlikely to last forever. Do we have evidence in the passage? Yes, we have. Okay, look at this. Variants aren't some immunological antimatter destined to suddenly and totally vaporize the vaccines. They are not supremely and all powerful, right? They are not all powerful. Evidence number one, right? And then it is not, they are not miracle workers that don't escape vaccine protection or viral supremacy. So viral supremacy is doubtful. Okay, viral supremacy is doubtful. They are not miracle workers, right? They're not miracle workers. Number one. Number two, they are not some special antimatter, right? Destined to vaporize the vaccines, to negate the vaccines, to sort of have no, as in counteract what vaccines are doing. So they are not all powerful. Okay, so this looks good, that they're unlikely to last forever, right? This looks good. And this is why he has expressed hope. Okay, let's keep A. B. The vaccines have a slim chance of neutralizing. This goes in the opposite direction, right? Slim chance, no. So option B can be eliminated. Option C, viral mutations are hard to predict and therefore new mutants can rarely be controlled. After they come into existence. The author is very hopeful, right? Viruses are not all powerful, right? They will come to an end, right? The mutations will not continue happening. Okay, so again, C, incorrect. D, the new mutations of virus will render many vaccines ineffective. Will render. Nothing in the passage suggests that this can be said with utmost certainty. Okay, so exaggerated language. Option A is correct here. Okay. Let's do this one. Which one of the following best completes the sentence in the fourth paragraph? Okay, I'll give you some time to look at the question, even have a glance at the options, and then we can go to the fourth paragraph. So read this paragraph in its entirety, okay? Starting from here. So can we go back to the question, everyone? Okay, we can read this together also. What they do in aggregate is try to describe the future in a time of incredible uncertainty. So the articles, they would refer to the articles that we are reading, okay? On average, what they do is they describe the future in time of incredible uncertainty, which according to the author is not a good idea. And as a rule, we are quite bad at dealing with uncertainty. During the pandemic, the public sphere sometimes appears to be in the middle of a full-blown epistemic crisis over this, with wildly different claims about what the science portends, foreshadows. The truth is that science we see now is itself uncertain. It's not a process of years-long studies that provide near definitive answers. We are all mucking about behind the scientific curtain, looking at science as it's being done at inferences and hypotheses. Incomplete and ongoing studies. Often what is passed publicly these days as science is just informed guesses by experts. This can pile up and become paralyzing, right? So the articles that we are reading, the science that we are looking at, it's not the complete thing as of now, right? So the articles that we are reading, they will add to the anxiety, right? They will add to the anxiety. And what the author wants to say towards the end is, especially since, so some other scenario will add to this pile up, right? Will add to this becoming more paralyzing. So we are looking at a scenario which will add to the confusion, which will add to the anxiety, which will add to whatever doomsday predictions are, being made, right? So we are looking for that option. Okay. All right, let me know. Okay. So I'm seeing some options. Let's look at this. Okay. So A says the pandemic itself exploded our horizon for negative possibilities. So it says things will look very bad. They will the situation will look very hopeless, right? And we need something here which adds to it. Okay. So the pandemic itself exploded our horizon for negative possibilities. So it will add to that hopelessness. Okay. So A looks good. B, the pandemic is on a steep decline. No, it will not add to whatever doomsday predictions, right? So we can eliminate this. C says science itself has no answers to the existing problem. So now when we are doing this question, okay, when we are doing this question, we have to be sure, the option should be consistent with the passage. Any option that is not consistent with the information given in the passage will be an incorrect option. So C, although it looks like adding to the doomsday predictions, but it is not consistent with the passage. Science itself has no answers. So the passage says, currently, as of now, it does not have definitive answers. It is different from saying that science has no answers to the problem, right? So therefore, C is incorrect. It looks like a very attractive option, but not consistent with the passage. D says vaccines are only moderately successful. Okay, again, this one here, okay, not consistent with the passage, right? It's not said with this much surety in the passage, right? So D also is incorrect. So A is something that is consistent with the passage, that the pandemic has led people to sort of believe in all kinds of negative possibilities, and it also adds to that doomsday prediction, okay, or hopelessness, a feeling of hopelessness. So option A is correct. Okay, final question. Which one of the following sums up the author's main point? Final question, most important question, and also an easy one after having done the 4 questions. So yes, B is correct. B is correct. Option C, the scientists should be more forthcoming on the efficacy of the vaccines. I have a problem with this. This is not the main idea. He says there is clearly a long way to go in ending the pandemic, and the scientists should not let their guard down again. This idea is not the main idea, right? It looks commonsensical, but then not the main idea. Option B is correct. Okay, everyone. So, another piece of advice could be that when you are doing these questions, in English or logical reasoning, try attempting the specific detailed questions first. Do those specific detailed questions first, and then probably you can move on to these broad inference or central idea questions. Okay, maybe you attempt the central idea question towards the end, because while you are doing those specific detailed questions, you will be having a second or a third read of specific portions in the passage, right? And then you will become more sure of what the central idea is. Okay, so attempt that central idea or a broad inference. Broad inference would mean which one of the following options can be inferred from the entire passage. Those questions, try attempting them towards the end. Okay. All right. So I understand that we have way exceeded our time here, and I'm happy that many of you are still in the session, and I would like to take this opportunity to wish you all the best for the exam. Trust your instinct, everyone. You have done enough passages. You know how to answer questions based on the passage. If you see any question or a group of questions that you haven't seen before, it's all right. Okay, it's all right. It still has to be answered with respect to the passage, right? All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Hi guys. They actually वो okay. अरे actually ये वो थोड़ा सा वो button actually press करना रह गया था. So guys, welcome to Clat Possible. I'm Shrikant Tripathi. I hope all of you are doing well और आप लोगों की preparation बहुत अच्छे तरीके से चल रही है. ग्रेट, ठीक है बेटा. तो फिर यहाँ पर आज हम लोग एक सेशन हम लोग यहाँ पे ले रहे हैं करंट अफेयर्स पे बेस्ड. टॉपिक्स वैसे बहुत सारे हैं. वी हैव कवर्ड ऑलमोस्ट एवरीथिंग इन द क्लासरूम, बट यस एक फाइनल टच जो होता है वो बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है, बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो उसी पर्सपेक्टिव में हम लोग ये वाला सेशन जो है वो उसको देखेंगे. राइट, एक चीज यहाँ पर और समझने वाली बात है, आप लोगों को एक सेशन हमारा और हो रहा है ऑन फ्राइडे. ओके, दैट वुड बी अ डेडिकेटेड सेशन फॉर जीके. ओके, और उसके साथ ही साथ आपको लीगल के कुछ एस्पेक्ट्स वो भी वहां पे हम लोग बात करेंगे. टाइमिंग्स एंड ऑल एवरीथिंग विल बी कन्वेड टू यू. ओके, आपके सेंटर्स पे, रिस्पेक्टिव सेंटर्स पे आप लोगों को इन्फॉर्म कर दिया जाएगा. सो गाइस, एक टॉपिक जिसको हम लोग आज यहाँ पे स्टार्ट करेंगे, दैट वुड बी अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट वन विद रेफरेंस टू इंडिया. काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है और इस साल के पर्सपेक्टिव से इस साल के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है. बार बार हम लोगों ने उसको देखा है, दैट इज आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव. ओके, many students have asked me to take this topic, even though we have taken this topic in the classroom, but yes, यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा इस आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव को समझने का प्रयास करते हैं यहाँ पे कि क्या एग्जैक्टली ये है. देखिए, आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव, आई एम श्योर आप सब लोग जानते होंगे कि भाई ये आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव, दैट मीन्स 75 years of Indian independence. बट सिर्फ इतने से काम नहीं चलेगा. 75 years of Indian independence बस सर खत्म? नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव्स हैं जिसके बारे में हम लोग यहाँ पे बात करेंगे. सो उस पे थोड़ा सा फोकस करो. पॉइंट बाय पॉइंट यहाँ पे हम लोग बात करेंगे. देयर वोंट बी एनी पीपीटी. यहाँ पे जैसे जैसे इंफॉर्मेशन देता जा रहा हूँ, जस्ट गो थ्रू दिस पर्टिकुलर इंफॉर्मेशन. ओके, और ये पेपर पर्सपेक्टिव से बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है. कैसे जरूरी है, कैसे क्वेश्चंस फ्रेम होंगे, वो भी अभी आपको बताता हूं. ओके, सबसे पहले आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव. तो जब मैं आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव की बात करता हूं ना, तो आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव सबसे पहले वो आपसे पूछेगा, भैया व्हिच डे actually mark the beginning of आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव. फर्स्ट थिंग, इसको क्वेश्चन फॉर्मेट में भी समझते हुए चलो. राइट, which day is actually being marked as the beginning of आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव. So आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव guys, on 12th of March 2021, the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, declared that आज से लेकर के, यानी कि 12 मार्च 2021 से लेकर के 15 अगस्त 2022 तक, ये जो पूरा का पूरा टाइम होगा, 12 मार्च से लेकर के 15 अगस्त 2022 तक. ओके, इस पूरे ड्यूरेशन को अगर हम लोग कैलकुलेट करते हैं, सो ये 75 वीक्स आते हैं आपके. सो दिस वाज अ 75 वीक्स सेलिब्रेशन aimed at what? That aimed at ensuring that people in India, okay, they realize that this is the 75th year of our Indian independence. और हर एक important aspect जो हमारी आजादी को लेकर के है, there are various reasons. In fact, there were a couple of themes that were introduced by the Prime Minister. Okay, कई सारे initiatives भी लेकर के रखे गए थे. Right, so ये 75 week celebration आपका आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव, इस नाम से हम लोग इसको बुलाते हैं. Okay, पहला क्वेश्चन मेरा जो आता है, why have we chosen 12th of March? पहला कारण क्या था? What was the reason why people said कि okay भाई 12 मार्च ही क्यों? Why not 15th March? Why not 20th March? Why not 28th March? Why 12th March? So the question is, why 12th March? So the answer for this is 12th March. Now this date holds a very historical significance in the history of our country. क्या historical significance? इसी दिन 12 मार्च को, बट साल था 1930, 1930. So 12 मार्च 1930, the father of our nation, महात्मा गांधी, इन्होंने क्या किया? महात्मा गांधी started the very famous दांडी मार्च. अपने साबरमती आश्रम से इन्होंने स्टार्ट किया है इसको. ओके, साबरमती आश्रम से ही स्टार्टेड द हिस्टोरिकल दांडी मार्च. या फिर कई सारे लोगों ने इसको ऐसे भी पढ़ा होगा अंडर द नेम सॉल्ट सत्याग्रह. ओके, एक हिस्टोरिकल सिग्निफिकेंस विद सॉल्ट सत्याग्रह. आप एक बात समझना, द मोमेंट सॉल्ट सत्याग्रह गॉट ओवर,
the moment salt satyagraha got over, the father of nation, Mahatma Gandhi ji, what he gave to this entire country was a movement that was named Civil Disobedience Movement. Ye dhyan rakhna that the salt satyagraha culminated into what movement? The salt satyagraha culminated into the Civil Disobedience Movement. Isko dhyan rakhna, right? So once the salt satyagraha got over, the Civil Disobedience Movement got started. और इसी सिविल डिसोबीडियंस मूवमेंट को अगर हिंदी में हम लोग बात करें तो वी कॉल इट सविनय अवज्ञा आंदोलन, राइट? सो दैट्स व्हाई गाइस, क्योंकि इतना इंपॉर्टेंट डे था। बेसिकली प्राइमरीली इंडियंस को ये बताया था इस दिन ने कि भाई यू आर ऑल फ्री। यही वो टाइम था, ओके, यही वो टाइम था, इसी टाइम के आसपास ही अगर आप लोगों को ध्यान होगा। सो पंडित नेहरू टू डिक्लेयर्ड दैट Initially, he declared 26 January to be the Independence Day. Later on, उसको Republic Day बनाया, उसके बारे में अभी बाद में बात करेंगे कभी। तो यहाँ पर ये Civil Disobedience Movement got started. Yeah, moreover, 12th March वो तारीख जिस दिन हम लोगों ने देखा कि आपका सॉल्ट सत्याग्रह की बिगनिंग हो रही है। So everything clear with 12th of March? अब second चीज यहाँ पर बहुत importantly, how to make a thing popular. How to make a thing popular. अगर ये चीज सीखनी है तो ये हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर से सीखना है। किसी चीज को एक बड़े लेवल पे, ग्रैंड लेवल पे कैसे किया जा सकता है, वो हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर से सीखने की आवश्यकता है हमें। क्यों? 75 years of independence, ठीक है, fine, yeah, we celebrate independence here, we all are Indians and we are really proud of our country, but how to make this 75th year as so special? इसके लिए क्या किया? इसके लिए our prime minister called for people's participation, okay, people's participation, which our prime minister asked. So how exactly this people participation took place? You'll be surprised, guys. People participation was so amazing that almost after the announcement of this thing by the Prime Minister, around 10,000 crores were influx, was the total amount that influxed into the Indian economy. How? Under the people participation initiative, people participation, or if we call in Hindi, was Jan Bhagidari. Jan Bhagidari. Jan, that is the people. Bhagidari is the participation. How people can participate? Prime Minister Modi said on 14th and 15th of August, what the normal Indian can do is they can host the Indian flag. Okay, they can host the Indian flag, right? So, हर घर तिरंगा, if you remember, आप लोगों ने भी अपने घरों पर फहराया होगा, हर घर तिरंगा इनिशिएटिव। सरप्राइजिंगली गाइस, इस हर घर तिरंगा इनिशिएटिव से, ओके, सोचिए कितने ही जो टेलरिंग का काम करते हैं उन लोगों को, कितने लोग जो कपड़ा बेचने का काम करते हैं उन लोगों को बेनिफिट हुआ होगा। एंड एज अ रिजल्ट एक रिपोर्ट आई थी लेटर ऑन आफ्टर दिस हर घर तिरंगा कैंपेन गॉट ओवर, almost 10,000 crore rupees, Indian rupees, was influxed into the economy. Okay, not by the government but just by the people. Okay, ये बहुत important है. So what was people's participation? What was Jan Bhagidari? The Jan Bhagidari was the हर घर तिरंगा campaign या हर घर तिरंगा initiative. Okay, next. इसके बाद एक चीज और यहाँ पर हमको अगर समझनी है, कुछ डिक्लेरेशन हुए गाइस ये साल हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। कारण क्या है? हम लोगों ने देखा हमारे नए राष्ट्रपति और नए उपराष्ट्रपति, दैट इज द प्रेसिडेंट एंड द वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, वो भी इलेक्ट होकर के आए हैं। अगर हम लोग अपने प्रेसिडेंट की बात करते हैं, प्रेसिडेंट हमारी जो है, ओके, महामहिम द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, सो शी कम्स फ्रॉम संथाल ट्राइब, ओके, ट्राइब, फर्स्ट वुमेन scheduled tribe president of this country। और इसी को ही ध्यान में रखते हुए, और साथ ही साथ एक बात ही समझिए, जो ट्राइब्स हैं, जो ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन है, उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है बेटा। दे हैव कंट्रीब्यूटेड अ लॉट इन द इंडिपेंडेंस ऑफ दिस कंट्री। अब चाहे वो संथाल अपराइजिंग की बात करें, चाहे आप कोल अपराइजिंग की बात करें, देयर हैव बीन वेरियस केसेस जहां पर ट्राइब्स ने उठ करके लड़ाई करी अंग्रेजों से। ओके, और ऐसा ही एक बहुत पॉपुलर नाम जो है वो है भगवान बिरसा मुंडा का। ओके, द पीपल ऑफ झारखंड, ओके, इन रिस्पेक्ट कॉल बिरसा मुंडा जी एज भगवान बिरसा मुंडा, राइट? सो बिरसा मुंडा जी की इस मतलब इनफैक्ट 2021 में इसको डिक्लेयर किया गया दैट बिरसा मुंडा जी की जो बर्थ एनिवर्सरी है, द बर्थ एनिवर्सरी ऑफ बिरसा मुंडा जी इज 15 November. The government declared that the birth anniversary of Shri Birsa Munda ji, which is on 15th of November, will now be observed as Janjatiya Gaurav Divas. Please write it down, guys. Very important. Janjatiya Gaurav Divas. कौन सी तारीख को? 15th November को. Okay. अच्छा. Now there has to be something historical as well. कुछ ना कुछ historical भी तो significance होना चाहिए हमारे पास. और historical पाकिस्तान के बिना कैसे complete हो सकता है यार? So guys, दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा military surrender was done by the Pakistani army, okay, during this 1971 Bangladesh Liberation War. And as a result, what our Prime Minister has done is he has declared 1971 as the Swarnim Vijay Varsh. Please guys, very important, okay? ये हमारी military supremacy को यहाँ पर बता रहा है. So 1971, they can ask you definitely this question, that which year has been declared as the Swarnim Vijay Varsh? So the year 1971 has been declared as the Swarnim Vijay Varsh. Owing to what reason? Owing to the largest military armed surrender by Pakistan Army, by Pak Army to Indian Army. Okay, ये चीज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है गाइस. ठीक है? ओके, चलिए. नाउ अब यहां पर गाइस एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो आपसे बिल्कुल पूछ सकता है आपके पेपर में रिगार्डिंग द थीम, कि थीम क्या है हमारी. ओके, सो थीम थोड़ा सा देख लेते हैं बेटा. थीम्स आर रियली वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सो गाइस द थीम्स आर नंबर 1, प्राइमरीली अगर मैं यहाँ पे बात करता हूं ना, प्राइमरीली तो जो थीम्स यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल होकर के रखी गई हैं वो अलग अलग कैटेगरीज में आ रही हैं. तो सबसे पहली जो थीम आती है बेटा हमारी, द फर्स्ट थीम दैट कम्स इज फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल. हमारा जो फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल है, ओके, फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल. फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल में क्या? फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल में बेटा द इंपॉर्टेंट मूवमेंट, माइलस्टोन्स ऑफ द इंडियन फ्रीडम मूवमेंट. साथ ही साथ अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं यहां पर, इसके अलावा जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है बेटा, बहुत ज्यादा फोकस देकर के रखा हुआ है अनसंग हीरोज के ऊपर. और अनसंग हीरोज में मैं आपको बताऊं, ओके, जैसे यहां पे बात बोले ना अनसंग हीरोज. अनसंग हीरोज गाइस, कुछ ऐसे नाम, कुछ ऐसे लोग जिनका कंट्रीब्यूशन जो है वो अनकंपैरिजन, मतलब उसका कंपैरिजन नहीं हो सकता है, लेकिन हिस्ट्री में उनको वो प्रेफरेंस नहीं दी गई जो उनको मिलनी चाहिए थी. जैसे कि अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं, एक बहुत बड़े रेवोल्यूशनरी थे, क्रांतिकारी थे. रेवोल्यूशनरी क्या, देखिए एफर्ट मैटर करता है बेटा, स्ट्रेंथ मैटर नहीं करती है. ओके, एफर्ट मैटर करता है. आप लोगों ने हमेशा एक कहानी सुनी होगी डेविड और गोलायत के बारे में. सो व्हाट मैटर्स द मोस्ट इज द स्ट्रेंथ. इट्स नॉट द साइज, इट्स ऑलवेज द स्ट्रेंथ. तो यहाँ पे भी क्रांतिकारी बलिया यही उत्तर प्रदेश के एक होते थे, नाम था उनका चिट्टू पांडे. तो उन्होंने एक दिन के लिए बलिया को आजाद, इंडिपेंडेंट डिक्लेयर कर दिया. ओके, आजाद डिक्लेयर कर दिया. कैसे डिक्लेयर कर दिया? ही कैप्चर्ड द एरिया हेडक्वार्टर या डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर इन बलिया एंड फॉट अगेंस्ट ऑल द ब्रिटिशर्स. वन सच एग्जाम्पल, ग्रेट एग्जाम्पल. उसके अलावा एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज यहां पे बेटा, मास्टर सूर्य सेन. मास्टर सूर्य सेन हिस्ट्री में बेटा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट है जिसका नाम है चिटगोंग आर्मरी रेड. ओके, चिटगोंग आज के समय में मॉडर्न टाइम बांग्लादेश में है. बट अ स्कूल टीचर अलोंग विद क्लोज टू हिज 60 स्टूडेंट्स चिटगोंग को आजाद कर दिया एंड मतलब लूट लिया पूरी की पूरी आर्मरी को, और ब्रिटिशर्स के अगेंस्ट लड़ाई हुई. However, he was captured alive और इनको फांसी की सजा हुई. लेकिन वो फांसी की सजा से पहले यार इतना टॉर्चर किया है अंग्रेजों ने, इतना टॉर्चर किया है कि that was inhuman. उसी तरीके से अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं, हम सब लोग जानते हैं भगत सिंह को, यस बिल्कुल, बट भगत सिंह के साथ जब असेंबली में बॉम्ब फेंका गया था, जिसके बाद भगत सिंह ने अपनी गिरफ्तारी दी थी, देयर वाज वन मोर गाय, ओके, उनका नाम था बटुकेश्वर दत्त। ऐसे एक बहुत फेमस काकोरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी में कई सारे नाम, हम लोग जो प्राइमरली नाम जानते हैं, अशफाक उल्लाह खान, ओके, शहीद अशफाक उल्लाह खान, राइट, राम प्रसाद बिस्मिल, जिन्होंने ये गाना भी दिया था, सरफरोशी की तमन्ना अब हमारे दिल में है। पर इसके अलावा दो और लोग थे बेटा जिनको फांसी की सजा हुई थी, रोशन सिंह, राजेंद्र लाहिड़ी। तो ये सारे लोग जिन्होंने अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन किया, देखिए कंट्रीब्यूशन ये मैटर नहीं करता कि कितना काउंट हो रहा है, इट्स जस्ट द, मैंने बार बार बोला ना, इट्स योर अप्रोच, ओके, आपका कैरेक्टर बताता है वो चीज, ठीक है। सो यहाँ पे उन सब के बारे में, साथ ही साथ कई सारे ऐसे मूवमेंट्स जैसे हम लोगों ने देखा, जैसे हमारे पास दांडी मार्च हो गया, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मूवमेंट, क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट हो गया, नॉन कोऑपरेशन मूवमेंट हो गया हमारे पास, ओके, ये सारे के सारे इवेंट्स, इनके बारे में बात हो रही है, ठीक है। फिर इसके बाद हम लोग बात करते हैं एक और जो सेकंड थीम है, यहाँ पर सेकंड थीम जो बात करेंगे, ideas at 75. 75, that means 75 years of Indian independence. What are the important ideas जिसके साथ ये देश, जिसके साथ ये मुल्क चलता है बेटा। तो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट अभी ये थीम में भी है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज की थीम चल रहा है बेटा। India is now having the presidency of G20, and what is the theme? The theme in Hindi is Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. उसके बाद अलग से है One Earth, okay, One Family. You have that thing in English, but शुरुआत में क्या है? वसुधैव कुटुंबकम. The entire world is a home. मेरा घर है, पूरी दुनिया मेरा घर है, राइट? ये वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का थॉट प्रोसेस है जो हम लोग देते हैं, ठीक है। सस्टेनेबिलिटी के बारे में हम लोग बात करते हैं यार, हम लोग सस्टेनेबिलिटी को लेकर के इतना ज्यादा कंसर्न है। इंडिया इज दैट कंट्री यार जहां पर पेड़ काटने को लेकर के, पेड़ काटना इज कंसीडर्ड एज अ वेरी बैड थिंग। कोई भी आदमी हो कभी भी इस चीज को सपोर्ट नहीं करता कि पेड़, चाहे वो डेवलपमेंट की भी बात क्यों ना हो, जनरली ये बोला जाता है कि नहीं पेड़ नहीं काटने चाहिए, ओके। सिमिलरली अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं जस्टिस को लेकर के, तो व्हाट कुड बी अ बेटर फॉर्म ऑफ जस्टिस देन आवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हमसे बात करता है जस्टिस की, ओके, सोशल, इकोनॉमिकल, पॉलिटिकल जस्टिस, ओके। इक्वलिटी की हम लोग बात करते हैं अलग अलग तरीके से, ठीक है। इक्वलिटी ऑफ स्टेटस, इक्वलिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी, सो जस्टिस तो हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में मेंशन्ड है। सो दीज आर सम ऑफ द इंपॉर्टेंट आइडियाज, राइट। फिर एक्शंस एट 75, तीसरी थीम है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट। एक्शंस एट 75। अब एक्शंस एट 75 में यार हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर का नारा है ये, दिस इज द मोटो, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास। सबका साथ यानी कि सबका साथ सबका विकास, एवरीबॉडीज डेवलपमेंट। सबका विश्वास, एवरीबॉडी शुड कीप अ फेथ। सबका प्रयास, हर किसी को कलेक्टिवली, इंडिया किसी एक की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, इंडिया इज अ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ अस 141 करोड़ एंड काउंटिंग पीपल, हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी है बेटा। सो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है बेटा, एक्शंस। और भी कई सारे हैं बेटा, हम लोगों ने कई कई चीजों को समझा, जैसे स्वच्छ भारत अभियान, यार आज भी हमारे देश में समझिए यार, मतलब 2014 में जब स्वच्छ भारत अभियान आया था, तो आप ये सोचो हिंदुस्तान में यार आज भी लोगों को, अगर आजादी के 70 साल बाद भी आपको लोगों को ये बताना पड़ रहा है, समझाना पड़ रहा है कि डू नॉट लिटर, ओके, डू नॉट डिफिकेट इन ओपन, तो ये कहीं सोचने वाली बात है। ये बेसिक कैरेक्टर, ह्यूमन कैरेक्टर बताता है, ये इसके ऊपर काम हो रहा है, ठीक है। आयुष्मान भारत, यार आयुष्मान भारत सोचिए कितनी अच्छी इनिशिएटिव। आरोग्य भारत, हिंदुस्तान, एवरीबॉडी व्हेन द कोविड केम, एवरीबॉडी वाज लाइक हिंदुस्तान में इंजेक्शन लगेंगे, वैक्सीन लगने में 10 साल लग जाएंगे, 20 साल लग जाएंगे, हिंदुस्तान से कोरोना अगले 10 साल तक नहीं जा रहा। क्या हुआ? फास्टेस्ट, दुनिया का फास्टेस्ट 200 करोड़ डोजेस टच करिए किसने? इंडिया ने। Isn't that an achievement? और वो भी कहीं से वैक्सीन खरीदी नहीं हम लोगों ने, ना, हम लोगों ने भी मैन्युफैक्चर्ड ऑन आवर ओन। अपनी डिपेंडेंसी के टाइम गए, वो जमाने लद गए, अब नहीं जरूरत है अब हमको। अब वी आर कैपेबल एनफ, वी आर more than some, like we are equipped that we can take care of whatever we want to. आत्मनिर्भर भारत, यार इससे बेहतर एग्जांपल आत्मनिर्भर भारत। इसी एक्शन में सोचो, when the COVID came ना, March 2020, तो जब कोविड आया ना, तो हिंदुस्तान में बेटा, हिंदुस्तान में सोचो मास्क के नाम पर ना 0% प्रोडक्शन, जो भी आता चाइना से आता, सैनिटाइजर बहुत कम, वही नॉर्मल यार, मतलब इट वाज कंसीडर्ड एज अदर सैनिटाइजर यूज कर रहा है। ये बात समझ में आ गई इंडिया को कि भाई हमारी तो इतनी जरूरत है, क्या करेंगे? आत्मनिर्भर भारत कैंपेन गॉट स्टार्टेड एंड आत्मनिर्भर भारत में, इसी आत्मनिर्भर भारत में अप्रैल मई जून, जब जुलाई में क्वार्टरली के रिजल्ट्स जब रिलीज हुए ना, इंडिया वाज द सेकंड लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ PPE kits, N95 masks, normal masks, surgical masks, and sanitizer in the world. And we also became the exporter as well. सिर्फ अपने लिए नहीं, सबके लिए बना रहे हैं हम लोग। वैक्सीन आई बेटा, हम लोग बात बात बोलते हैं ना वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, तो हम लोगों ने कैसे काम किया? We started वैक्सीन मैत्री, अफ्रीकन more than 80 कंट्रीज में हम लोगों ने फ्री में वैक्सीन बांटी, फ्री में, लो भाई। That's how you create an impact. अपने बारे में सब सोचते हैं। इंडिया इज दैट कंट्री जो इस एक्शन के साथ, इस आइडिया के साथ चलता है। डिजिटल की बात करते हैं, दुनिया का सबसे ज्यादा डिजिटल पेमेंट का जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्लेटफॉर्म है वो कौन से मुल्क में है? इस देश में है, भारत में। ओके अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं इतने बड़े कंट्री में, कभी किसी ने सोचा नहीं था। व्हेन जीएसटी वाज कमिंग ना 2017 में, जब आ रहा था, चलेगा नहीं, बहुत मुश्किल है, ऐसा है, वन नेशन वन टैक्सेशन, खत्म। जीएसटी ले दे करके 5 रेट्स बनाई हैं, 0, 5, 12, 18, 28, दैट्स ऑल। दीज आर एक्शंस दैट वर टेकन। ओके फिर अचीवमेंट्स एट 75, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट। अगेन अचीवमेंट्स तो बहुत जबरदस्त है हमारी यार। अचीवमेंट्स एट 75, अचीवमेंट्स की अगर बात करते हैं यार, तो what could be better than our military might, military prowess? अपने दम पर न्यूक्लियर एनेबल्ड कंट्री बने 1974 में। हाउएवर वर्ल्ड ने उसको सर्टिफाई किया 1998 में, बिना किसी की मदद के। आज की डेट में अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं, वी हैव द थर्ड मोस्ट स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट, मोस्ट पावरफुल आर्मी इन द वर्ल्ड। आज की डेट में हम लोग इंडिजिनस एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर बनाने वाले छठे कंट्री बन गए हैं। ओके यू जस्ट नेम इट एंड वी हैव अचीव्ड इट। साथ ही साथ बेटा अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं वर्कफोर्स के मामले में, 65% आबादी हमारे यहाँ पे आज 30 इयर्स से कम एज की है। दैट मीन्स सच अ tremendous work resource we have here. Okay, environment की फील्ड में we are doing great. Okay, डायस्पोरा की अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं बेटा, तो आप ये समझिए भाई, डायस्पोरा अलग अलग पूरी दुनिया में हिंदुस्तानी फैले हुए हैं। More than close to 30% economy of United States of America is run by whom? The NRIs. Who are they? The Indians. कहीं ना कहीं कभी किस टाइम पे थे? आज की डेट में the country who actually administered us for 200 years, आज उस कंट्री का, अब चाहे इसको एक मानने वाली बात है। ओके हाँ वो ठीक है, डोंट गेट इनटू दैट डिस्कशन। ओके इंडिया गॉट डिवाइडेड इन 1947, उससे पहले बेटा 1937 में व्हेन हिज पेरेंट्स लेफ्ट, इट वाज अ पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया। सो यस, इकोनॉमी की बात कर रहे हैं, वी आर द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड। इट्स नॉट मी हु इज सेइंग दिस, आईएमएफ की रिपोर्ट कह रही है। क्या बोल रहा है आईएमएफ की रिपोर्ट? ओके वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक आउटलुक 2020 में इंडिया का ग्रोथ रेट 9.5%, हाईएस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड। 2021 में इंडिया का ग्रोथ रेट 9%, अगेन हाईएस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड। इस साल उनका जो प्रोजेक्टेड है दैट इज 7.2, आरबीआई ने जो प्रोजेक्ट किया है दैट इज क्लोज टू 10%, और रियलिटी कुछ और ही कह रही है, क्योंकि पहले क्वार्टर की दूसरे क्वार्टर की पहले क्वार्टर की जो रिपोर्ट आई है ना, सॉरी दूसरे क्वार्टर की जो रिपोर्ट आई है उसमें इंडिया का जो ग्रोथ रेट था दैट वाज 14%। सो अचीवमेंट्स एट 75, ये आपका एक और थीम है, ठीक है राइट। सो ये कुछ इनिशिएटिव्स हैं। इसके अलावा ये तो थीम्स हो गई बेटा हमारी, इसके अलावा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है स्माइल 75 कैंपेन, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट गाइस, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। स्माइल 75, स्माइल 75 क्या है? व्हाट इज स्माइल 75 गाइस? सपोर्ट फॉर मार्जिनलाइज्ड इंडिविजुअल फॉर लाइवलीहुड एंड एम्पावरमेंट। ओके सपोर्ट or marginalized individuals for livelihood and empowerment। क्या है ये कैंपेन? स्माइल 75 देश के 75 म्युनिसिपैलिटीज को कवर किया है एंड बाय 2025-26 द ऑब्जेक्टिव इज टू मेक देम बेगिंग फ्री। जो बेगिंग की एक्टिविटी है इसको पूरे तरीके से वहां पे खत्म करना है। कैसे? ऐसा नहीं है कि आप उनको भगा दोगे कि चले जाओ यहां से, यहां पे नहीं रह सकते आप ना, आप उनको मेन स्ट्रीम में लेकर के आओगे। वो जितने भी लोग हैं ना उनको मेन स्ट्रीम में लाओगे, उनको गवर्नमेंट की जो सोशल इनिशिएटिव्स हैं, सोशल स्कीम्स हैं, उनके साथ कनेक्ट करोगे। सो वंस दैट हैपेंस, ओके, अपने आप ही आप उनको ये जो तिरस्कार, ये जो बेटा भीख मांगना, सोचो 21st सेंचुरी में है, एक बंदा डिपेंडेंट है कि वो मजबूर होकर के भीख मांग रहा है। वी कैन नॉट अफोर्ड दैट। इंडिया, ये अमृत काल चल रहा है बेटा। प्रधानमंत्री ने अपनी जो स्पीच हुई थी उसमें कहा था डायरेक्टली कि 2022 से लेकर के 2047 तक का टाइम जो है, these next 25 years would be declared as what? They would be declared as अमृत काल। अमृत काल ये वही फेज होगा when India will cover its journey from being a developing country to a developed country, right? So 2025-26 तक टारगेट है कि इन 75, ये पायलट प्रोजेक्ट है, 75 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में इसको चालू किया गया। इफ सक्सेसफुल प्रॉपर तरीके से पूरे भारत भर में इसको लागू कर देंगे। इनिशियली जो फंड देकर के रखा गया बेटा, वो देकर के रखा गया कितने का? वो दिया हुआ है 100 करोड़ रुपयों का। ओके, 100 करोड़ रुपए का ये फंड है। एक सवाल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री इन्वॉल्व है इसके पीछे? Can you please tell me which ministry is involved? So guys, the ministry involved is Ministry of Social Justice and एक second, just एक second. Guys, smile yaar. This E was not for empowerment, I'm sorry. It was for entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship. Sorry guys. थोड़ा flow में ये ऐसा निकल गया। This was support for marginalized individual for livelihood and entrepreneurship, not empowerment, entrepreneurship guys, okay? और जो ministry involved है ना इसके पीछे, the ministry involved is Ministry of Social Justice, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, तो यहाँ का था empowerment जो मैंने वहां पे इस्तेमाल कर लिया। Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, okay? Please, now my question is, कौन है बेटा? Who is the minister for Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment? जल्दी से आप लोग कमेंट्स में बताओ, okay? Okay, fine. ठीक है, तो ये हो गया आपका Smile 75 इनिशिएटिव। Okay, एक और चीज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सी बेटा, एक और, okay, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट। India now has the largest number of Ramsar sites in the Asian continent. Okay, how many sites do we have? We have 75. Okay, we have 75 Ramsar sites in the 75th year of Indian independence. In fact, this was the target, right? And we have achieved it. Okay, so 75 Ramsar sites in 75 years of Indian independence. इसके अलावा गाइस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है आपसे, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट गाइस, नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस का पर्सपेक्टिव बहुत जरूरी है बेटा। सेंट्रल विस्ता, इनफैक्ट दिस वाज द टाइम, इसी टाइम पे नेताजी की भी बातें हुई और साथ ही साथ प्रधानमंत्री ने एक बात हमारे बोली थी, क्या? We have to get rid of all those symbols which actually remind us of the British colonial times. और इसीलिए बेटा, the same place where we had a statue of King George till 1964 in our country, okay, right next to India Gate, उसकी जगह पर नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस का 28 feet long, 28 feet long एक ग्रेनाइट का स्टैचू वो बनवाया गया है। ओके, कैन यू प्लीज टेल मी हु इज द स्कल्पटर? कम ऑन गाइस, जल्दी से, द स्कल्पटर ऑफ द नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस 28 feet long स्टैचू कौन है? Arun Yogi Raj, absolutely guys, Arun Yogi Raj. Central Vista guys, कितने किलोमीटर का स्ट्रेच है बेटा जिसके ऊपर काम किया है? And what is the new name that we are given? What is the new name guys? नया नाम क्या दिया है? पहले उसको बोला जाता था राजपथ, किंग्स वे, अब उसका नाम बदल करके रख दिया गया क्या, कर्तव्य पथ। कर्तव्य पथ, ओके, एंड इट इज अ 3.2 kilometer long stretch, 3.2 kilometer long stretch. Another question is, अब ये सेंट्रल विस्ता जो प्रोजेक्ट बन रहा है इसमें नई पार्लियामेंट बन रही है। माय क्वेश्चन इज, ये जो सेंट्रल विस्ता का जो कैंप जो स्कीम है पूरा का पूरा, व्हिच कंपनी हैज बीन अवॉर्डेड विद द ईपीसी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट? ईपीसी गाइस, इंजीनियरिंग, प्रोक्योरमेंट एंड कंस्ट्रक्शन। व्हिच कंपनी हैज बीन given the EPC contract and which company has been given the designing contract? So guys, EPC contract has been given to Tata. Tata has won the bid for the EPC. Okay, EPC is engineering, procurement, construction. Designing contract has been given to Ahmedabad-based firm named HCP Infrastructure. Right? ये चीज. Okay. Fine. इसके अलावा एक चीज और समझो. Which ministry was involved in the development of this Central Vista project? Ministry कौन से involved है? Which ministry? Please tell me. Very important. They can ask. Which ministry is involved in the development? Yeah, which ministry actually released the contract? Okay, that's important. Okay. यहां पर जो आंसर है आपका बेटा, दैट इज मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ अर्बन अफेयर्स। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ अर्बन अफेयर्स, राइट? सो गाइस, इस तरीके से अलग अलग चीजें, प्लीज डू रीड अबाउट नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस। वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन गाइस, व्हेन इज पराक्रम डे ऑब्जर्व्ड? पराक्रम डे ऑब्जर्व्ड कौन से दिन पराक्रम डे ऑब्जर्व किया जाता है बेटा? पिछले साल से ही इस इनिशिएटिव को स्टार्ट किया गया है। यस गाइस, यू आर करेक्ट। यहां पर जो करेक्ट आंसर है बेटा 23rd Jan since 2021 has been declared as Parakram Divas, and 23rd Jan is the birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. Also go through the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Apada Prabandhan Puraskar, right? Okay, beta. So guys, this was with reference to Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, a very important topic that featured almost every month, okay, every month this year. So guys, please kindly go through the topic, okay, whatever important substance, whatever important content was with reference to this particular topic, I have already covered here with you guys, right? So guys, this is Shrikant Tripathi signing off. We'll see you on Friday. Kindly do not miss that session. We will be covering all the important aspects now, be it environment, be it sports, be it international relations. We will be covering all those sessions, right? Chaliye guys. So this is Shrikant Tripathi signing off. Bye-bye. Take care. Okay. Now Priyanka ma'am will be joining. So guys, please.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible and visible to all? Mahabharat suna rahe ho. Right, so can you guys hear me? Am I audible to everyone? Please tell me quickly. Good evening, good evening. Am I audible? Am I visible? Can we start it off? Okay. All right. Great. Now, see, the thing is, I'm going to deal with certain things that the kids have been asking, which is to do with strategy. Now, all of you understand that we've done each and every topic and we've done it in detail, and now is the time for you to revise. So firstly, I'm going to start off with a little bit of how to go about these next 4 days and how to revise the entire GK. And then we'll pick out certain topics ka list that you've been asking me, which you will sit down and you will revise on your own, right? Then when we have whatever little time that we have, we'll pick out some topic and then we will do it. Is that clear, everyone? Okay. Now, the very first thing is the kind of material that we have. We have our mocks. We're dealing with the GK and current affairs session, correct? So, एक तो हमारे पास हमारे mocks हैं. दूसरी thing, the thing that we have is our GK perfect. We have our class notes. Right? And we also have our GK quiz questions. Now, these are the 4 things that we have. We are going to divide our days into this. One day could be devoted to this. The second day can be devoted to this. The third can be devoted to this. And the fourth can be devoted to this. So today is Tuesday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. At least एक दिन हम लोगों को रखना पड़ेगा जहां पे हम लोग सारा का सारा जो हमने पढ़ा है उसको हम दोबारा से रिवाइज करें. Now, when I say this has to be Tuesday, doesn't mean it has to be Tuesday, right? I mean, you could possibly start off with your mocks, or you can start off with the GK perfect, or you can even start with your notes. But the point is that right now, this is the order that we can follow. And in these class notes, I'm also talking about the YouTube sessions that have been taken by your various teachers with respect to GK and current affairs. Now, the next thing that comes to mind is when we see our sample papers, you wanted a list of topics that कौन से topics के ऊपर हम लोगों को बहुत ज़्यादा focus करना पड़ेगा. अभी आपको श्रीकांत सर ने बताया that we are going to meet each other again on Friday, and of course we are going to deal with all of those topics and more. But till then, you should have a basic idea as to, what should you learn from the sample paper and where should you focus more and where should you put more hard work. And keeping in mind that, AILET went really, really well, we should not lose our momentum. We should carry on. We should make it even better, right? So now, the very first thing that we see in our sample paper, there was a question on NIA, National Investigation Agency. So what I want you to do is National Investigation Agency. We'll do a little bit of Central Bureau of Investigation. You will do a little bit of Enforcement Directorate. And what do we have to learn in this? When was it formed? So for example, this was formed in 2008. What is the mode of formulation of these bodies? That's a statutory authority. This is an executive body. This is also an executive body. बच्चे ये सारी चीजें आपके क्लास में ऑलरेडी हो रखी हैं. मैं सिर्फ आपको एक तरीके से for the first 15 minutes we are going to deal with कि कौन से topics के ऊपर हमें खुद focus करना है. And then next 15 minutes we'll pick out a topic and we will do it because मेरे को पता है कि तुम लोगों ने बहुत कुछ पढ़ा हुआ है. अच्छा, so CBI के बारे में भी बात करें. When was it made? What was the mode of formation? Who is the head right now? Dinkar Gupta, Sumod Kumar Jaiswal, Sanjay Kumar Mishra. Where is the headquarter of this particular place? Which ministry does it fall under? So for example, Ministry of Home Affairs and Ministry of Public Grievances and Pension and Personnel. And this is Department of Economic Affairs under Ministry of Finance, right? And then we could possibly look at whether these type of investigation agency, do they require a consent when they go in and start investigating inside a state? So for example, we are all aware that the Central Bureau of Investigation, they require this consent. And what becomes super duper important for us and can be asked in our CLAT exam is that how many states as of now in 2022, recently, how many states have revoked their consent from the Central Bureau of Investigation. So the 10th being Telangana, then you can go and you can figure this out and learn it up कि कितनी states ने अपना consent give up किया है. दो type के consents होते हैं, general consent, specific consent, very very simple for us, बहुत बार हमने किया है. Specific consent is when we get that permission to go and investigate into a particular state for that particular matter, and a general consent is for each and every other matter. Okay, once we are done with all of this, then we can, मैं इसको थोड़ा छोटा कर देती हूँ, है ना? So once we are done with all of this, then we can possibly also look at the scope of their investigation. So what is the scope of their investigation? कहाँ पे terrorist वाले cases में कौन जाता है? Terrorism के लिए फिर law कौन सा है? जो आपका सबसे पहला question था sample paper के लिए, UAPA 1967, right? Then is Central Bureau of Investigation कौन से cases में, जाके investigation करता है? Enforcement Directorate के अंदर Foreign Exchange Management Act, ये सब किया है हम लोगों ने और काफी किया है हम लोगों ने. You just have to sit and revise all of this. Okay, so this is what we are going to start off with. This will be the first investigating agencies. Now, the next thing that I'm going to talk about is not at all an investigating agency. However, this particular agency is like a facilitator for investigation all throughout the world. It has 195 member countries and the headquarter is in France. लिख के बताओ, इसकी 90th General Assembly India में हुई थी, दिल्ली में हुई थी, जहां पे इन्होंने metaverse अपना निकाला है. So which organization are we dealing with right now? Quickly tell me, and then we will write it down over here and then we will go ahead. कौन सी ऐसी investigative agency के बारे में बात चल रही है बेटा? Quickly. Yes, well done. So we're talking about Interpol. Interpol then becomes very, very important. Now I'm going to not call this an investigation agency because it is not one. It is a mere facilitator, right? Now, why is Interpol important? Firstly, because of the fact that 90th General Assembly, सबको पता है इसके बारे में. And the second thing is the Seeks for Justice वाला जो हमारा mock में question आया था. Everybody remembers that Mr. Pannu, and we wanted like a red notice to arrest that particular man. So ये as an organization, इसका headquarter, when was it made? Right? How many member countries does it have? Who is the head of this particular organization? What are the notices? What are the kinds of notices? And what does each and every notice deal with? Along with that, then we can possibly also read a little bit about Mr. Pannu, who is, leading Seeks for Justice and how they're talking about Khalistan, XYZ, right? So, jale pe namak छिड़क रहे हैं. You please congratulate me for getting 102 in AILET. Well done, beta. Many congratulations. Sorry, Suryash, मैंने कुछ भी नहीं देखा है यहाँ पे. Actually, net बहुत धीरे चल रहा है. Many congratulations to all of you. May all of you get whatever you want, and especially सब पढ़ो मेरा. तो अरे यार ऐसे नहीं बोलते यार. तू भी करना, तू भी क्लैट दे. और ते क्या पता तू बैंगलोर ही चला जाए. अच्छा, so ये वाली चीज यहाँ पे हो गई. इसके बाद हम लोग आगे बढ़ते हैं. So we dealt with the NIA. Now the next thing that we look at and we realize is very, very important is your agriculture. Now, agriculture is super duper important owing to the fact that by 2022, we had said that we are going to double the farmers' income, correct? And so hence all the initiatives that have been taken in agriculture become important. अब all का क्या मतलब है मैम, इसमें क्या क्या पढ़ना है? तो सबसे पहली बात तो अरे वाह, है नी? So सबसे पहली बात तो हम लोगों ने क्या करना है? We are going to talk about the Asian Palm Oil Alliance. Quickly tell me, where was the meeting held? एशियन पाम ऑयल अलायंस की मीटिंग कहाँ पे हुई थी? सबसे पहली मीटिंग, और इसका हेड कौन है? and someone inform Interpol about Suryash Kumar's achievement. चलो ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, तुम लोग इधर करो. मुझे quickly you tell me कि Asian Palm Oil Alliance में कौन सी countries थी. चलो कौन सी countries भी छोड़ दो, मेरे को इतना बता दो इसकी मीटिंग कहाँ पे हुई थी. तुमने किया है, मुझे पता है. और इसका जो head है वो भी change, मतलब पहली बार जो आया. Very rightly said. So you know, where was the meeting held? How many countries are a part of this? Okay, then we will talk about Mr. Atul Chaturvedi, who has become the director of this particular alliance. Then we also need to know how our government is giving something called the viability price for palm oil cultivation. अच्छा, palm oil cultivation के लिए हमारा 2021 में एक national mission for edible oil. Note all of these topics down. I'm telling this to you because you asked for it. इसके ऊपर ज्यादा फोकस करना, ठीक है. सो नेशनल मिशन फॉर एडिबल ऑयल्स के बारे में हमें पता चल गया, वायबिलिटी गैप प्राइस के बारे में हमें पता चल गया. अच्छा, व्हेन वी लुक एट द क्वेश्चन दैट वाज आस्क्ड इन द सैंपल पेपर, अनदर थिंग दैट कम्स टू माइंड इज द फैक्ट दैट दे आस्क्ड अस अबाउट द व्हीट एक्सपोर्ट बैन, एंड देन दे हैव गॉन एंड दे हैव आस्क्ड यू वेदर दिस इज अ खारिफ क्रॉप or is it a rabi crop. Quickly come and tell me, what is a kharif crop, what is a rabi crop. Forget the difference, you just tell me wheat kharif hota hai ki rabi hota hai. मैंने तो ऐसे लर्न किया है कि राइस राबी नहीं होता है उस तरीके से. देन आई अंडरस्टैंड कि भाई व्हीट कौन सा वाला होता है. तो व्हीट कौन सा वाला क्रॉप होता है? quickly. Correct. He's head of person Adani Wilmer, I think. No, you are absolutely correct, beta. Wheat kharif होता है कि राबी क्रॉप होता है? Quickly tell me. अब wheat के साथ अगर मैं एक और कॉन्सेप्ट को जोड़ने की कोशिश करूं तो आप सबने पढ़ा है प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना. Now, why is this very, very important? What is this? This was a particular scheme. We've done this in class time and time again. This was a scheme made in 2021 wherein we were giving free food grains to certain beneficiaries under the targeted public distribution system. और ये चीज आज की डेट पे क्यों important हो गई? Why? Because of the fact that this scheme has been extended till December 2022. तो wheat के export के बारे में बात हो रही है, तो wheat को और कहाँ पे utilize किया जा सकता है along with whatever is in the current is what I'm talking about. So this particular scheme, all you have to keep in mind is that the beneficiaries are under the targeted public distribution system. TDPS लिख दिया है, TPDS होना चाहिए, targeted public distribution system. All right. Then if we keep in mind rice, तो broken rice का भी export हम लोगों ने ban कर दिया था. तो rice के साथ अगर हम लोग और बात करें तो clearly this is directly related to stubble burning. Yes or no? And stubble burning is directly related to environment, and looking at the sample papers, CLAT is in love with environment questions. Yes or no? Yes? Okay. हाँ, correct. Ministry of Consumer Affairs and Food. Good. ठीक है. बस यही तुम्हारा NLU दिल्ली. अरे यार, तुम एक दूसरे के पीछे मत पड़ो कि किसका होगा किसका नहीं होगा, सबका सब कुछ हो जाएगा. ठीक है, everybody will get through and everybody is doing very, very well. तो ये समझ में आ गया? Just tell me a yes or no. Asian Palm Oil Alliance, right? अगर wheat और rice की बात करें तो इसके साथ we relate the minimum support price. अब मुझे बताओ, you have read about this that there is one particular crop जिसका बहुत ही ज्यादा growth हुआ है, मतलब बहुत ज्यादा production हुई है इंडिया में, काफी ज्यादा for the first time. What is that crop? What are we talking about? Tell me, what are we talking about? Which crop are we talking about जिसकी production बहुत ही ज्यादा हुई है? And okay, so we're talking about जिसको हम लोग, जिसके बाय प्रोडक्ट को हम लोग ब्लेंड भी करते हैं फ्यूल के साथ. नाउ दैट्स अ बेटर, नाउ यू विल गेट द आंसर, आई होप. इसके बाय प्रोडक्ट को वी स्टार्ट ब्लेंडिंग, है ना? गुड चैतन्य. सो वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट, एंड ऑल्सो अनोनिमस, right? So we are talking about sugarcane. Well done. So the next thing that comes to mind is, इसको थोड़ा सा मिटा देते हैं और अभी तक जो भी हम लोगों ने किया है उसको हम लोग साइड में लिख देते हैं. So the first thing that we did was your investigating agencies, wherein we said NIA and CBI and we spoke about your ED. Then the second thing that we spoke about that is important for us is your Interpol. The third thing that we spoke about was your Asian Palm Oil Alliance and how the meeting has happened in Agra and how Atul Chaturvedi is the first director. And because of, the ever-growing demand of palm oil, you also know that Asian countries are the ones that import the most amount of palm oil, right? So which is why we are also giving viability prize to our farmers. Then we spoke about the wheat export ban with which we related Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, wherein we know that the beneficiaries are getting free food grains, right? Beneficiaries of what? Beneficiaries of the targeted public distribution system. फिर हमारे लिए यहाँ पे हमने broken rice के बारे में बात कर दी. Broken rice जो है उसका export हम लोगों ने ban कर दिया. और दूसरी चीज जो यहाँ पे आ जाती है, that is fortification of rice. Yes, we do fortification of rice in our PM Poshan Nirman scheme, also known as a midday meal scheme. Both of them are related to your minimum support price. So hence I should know CACP, then Commission on Agricultural Cost and Prices, जो किसके अंदर आ जाता है? Ministry of Agriculture. Ministry of Agriculture का कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर कौन है? नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर. ये तो सैंपल पेपर में भी आ गया. ठीक है, अब ये वाली चीज जाती है और एक हमारे पास कमिटी होती है, कैबिनेट कमिटी ऑन इकोनॉमिक अफेयर्स. They are the ones who come and tell us what is the minimum support price, right? Now, Vijay Paul Sharma is the head right now, and the first head was Dantwala. And if you remember the Nobel laureate wala question with respect to the HYV seeds, one of the options was Subramaniam. So, who is considered to be the father of Indian green revolution? Tell me. Let me figure this out till then. Yeah. Indian green revolution की बात हो रही है. बताओ. बहुत बढ़िया. Everybody is writing this. Well done. ठीक है, तो इसके बाद आ जाता है हमारा शुगर केन के साथ आ जाता है fair and remunerative prices, the kind of guarantee that we give. The name differs here. Then ethanol blending के बारे में हमें पता है, right now we are blending 10%. By 2025 we have said that we are going to blend 20%. However, Hardeep Singh Puri says that at select petrol pumps 20% blending will start from 2023. So we can keep that in mind, which is okay. He said select petrol pumps. He didn't say the entire country. So that is that. Another thing that comes to mind, because glyphosate, ये आज हम लोगों ने सुबह ही बात की थी weedicide के बारे में, तो this is also important. Then is your GM mustard, which we spoke about today in our session. This is also important. And just related to that is BT cotton, again done at the 11 AM session, right? Which is very, very important for us. Then if we talk about it, there is something called the One Nation, One Fertilizer. Very, very important for us, because the amount of money that we are putting in to procure fertilizers and to give subsidies to the farmers, it's too much for the government. So Urvarak Yojana, the one that is called One Nation, One Fertilizer, is important. The second thing is your PM Pranam scheme. PM Pranam scheme is the one that is talking about alternative nutrients. Kindly keep this also in mind. This is also very, very important, right? Correct. Absolutely correct. So we have understood this. Can I clear it out and can we go ahead? So these are certain topics that have come to mind. अभी और भी topics आ रहे हैं, फिर वो सारे खत्म करेंगे. थोड़ा सा हमारे पास जो भी time होगा, don't worry, महाभारत end होएगी, right? And so hence, then we will meet each other again on Friday and we will take it up. Okay, can we erase this? Okay, I get it. Yes. That's lovely. Let's go ahead. 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th तक पहुंच गए हैं. ठीक है. अब 11th के बारे में अगर हम बात करें, the environmental movements or the environmental protests, both of which, whether it is Indian or whether it is happening in the world, have been covered in your YouTube session. Kindly go and check it. learn it up, very, very important. In fact, you know, a lot of kids are saying, हमें कैसे पता होगा किसी ने सूप फेंक दिया पेंटिंग में और क्वेश्चन बन गया, right? But the point is, वो वाले क्वेश्चन का आंसर तो पैसेज में ही था. अब हम जीके में क्या करते हैं, हमें लगता है एंड ठीक है, आई मीन समटाइम्स यू आर करेक्ट आल्सो, बट यू नो यू डू द क्वेश्चंस फर्स्ट, बट यू प्लीज रीड द पैसेज. व्हाट इफ द आंसर इज राइट देयर? क्योंकि इस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन में अगर मैं सैंपल पेपर के बारे में बात करूं तो दैट क्वेश्चन वाज राइट, आई मीन द आंसर वाज राइट देयर, राइट? So things like save array is something that we've already dealt with today in the morning. Kindly go over that, revise it. है ना, एक दिन लो जिसमें सारे के सारे क्लास पीपीटी से लेके क्लास नोट से लेके ये सब कुछ रिवाइज करो. चाहे वो आज करना है आज करो, कल करना है कल करो. टाइम मत वेस्ट करो, तुम्हारे पास मैटर बहुत ज्यादा है, उसको कंसोलिडेट करने का टाइम है, ठीक है? ओके, सो हेंस दीज एनवायरमेंटल मूवमेंट्स, द इंडियन एंड द वर्ल्ड मूवमेंट्स एंड द पीपल हु आर एसोसिएटेड विद दैट आल्सो बिकम वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, एंड यू हैव सीन इट इन योर पेपर. Then comes your renewable energy, or rather, let's make it India and certain countries that are related to it. तो सबसे पहले तो इंडिया श्रीलंका, एंड सबसे इजी क्वेश्चन तो एलेट ने ऑलरेडी पूछ लिया. मुझे नहीं लगता क्लैट इतना ज्यादा इजी पूछेगा, पर चलो इजी होना चाहिए. आई वुड प्रे फॉर दैट. अब श्रीलंका के साथ क्या क्या रिलेटेड है? पहली बात तो श्रीलंका का पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस हमें पता होना चाहिए. कौन सा प्राइम मिनिस्टर, कौन सा प्रेसिडेंट गया, आज की डेट पे कौन सा प्राइम मिनिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट है. The second thing that we need to know is the economic crisis that they have faced, and the economic crisis is directly related to IMF. Hence IMF की Kristalina Georgieva, Geeta Gopinath, very basic concepts such as SDR, right? The fact that, you know, whenever they give special drawing rights, it's an artificial currency. Which currencies are a part of SDR? ऐसा भी क्वेश्चन पूछ सकते हैं. अब एलेट अगर कतर के बारे में पूछ सकता है कि कौन सी करेंसी वाज फिक्स्ड टू विच अदर करेंसी, तो यू माइट एज वेल नो कि एसडीआर में यूरो है, ग्रेट ब्रिटेन पाउंड है, जापानीज येन है, चाइनीज युआन है, यूएस डॉलर है, ठीक है? सो इंटरनेशनल मॉनेटरी फंड, you should also know about this fact कि 1991 में India had also taken money from the International Monetary Fund. ये तो चलो हमें वैसे भी पता है, ठीक है? PV Narasimha Rao was the one who was the prime minister at that time, and your accidental prime minister was also your accidental finance minister. Whom am I talking about? Who was the one who made the new economic policy? Quickly write it down. Now, another thing that I am going to relate to Sri Lanka is the LTTE वाला group. इसके बारे में भी हम लोगों ने क्या किया है? We have spoken about this where we've spoken about this on YouTube. Now, over here, what do we have to do, and why is it very, very important? It is because of the fact that Rajiv Gandhi की assassination में जितने भी लोग convict हुए थे, उनको release कर दिया गया है, AG Pararivalan and others. And so, hence, we need to know that. Please kindly read about the Sri Lanka Peace Accord, or Pavan, or Pomalai. All of that becomes important for you. Then the next one is India, Nepal. Why India, Nepal is important? Because the question came on Kosi Dam. So hence, we should also keep this in mind that, you know, because of the Agniveer scheme, Nepal had a bit of an issue because they said, हमारी गोरखा रेजिमेंट के लिए जब हम लोगों को भेज रहे हैं, तो आप उनको pensionable jobs अगर नहीं देंगे, तो हम उन लोगों को नहीं भेजेंगे, right? Then if we keep in mind India, Bangladesh, तो वो तो अलग ही level का important है, right? अब इसमें अगर हम बात करें, इसमें एक और है रिवर सेती रिवर 6 प्रोग्राम. We've done this in class, the hydroelectric power project. Yes or no? याद है कि नहीं? West Sethi, correct, and Sethi River 6. Well done. All right. Yes, Manmohan Singh was the one I was talking about. Now, if you talk about Bangladesh, the Kushiara River Agreement is something that we need to keep in mind. The Maitri super thermal power project is something that we should keep in mind. In fact, we have exported horses to them, right? Go read about it. तो हमने चलो import तो किया है, पर हमने export भी किया है. हमने घोड़े भेजे हैं अपने, ठीक है, बांग्लादेश को दिए हैं. अच्छा, फिर इसके साथ अगर हम लोग बांग्लादेश की बात करें तो which amendment act? The 100th amendment, Constitutional Amendment Act comes to mind, because by virtue of this, we transferred our enclaves with them. ठीक है, अब ये वाली चीजें हमारी हो गई। अब हम लोग आगे जाए, यहाँ पे CEPA भी आ जाएगा, एक UAE के साथ भी है, एक इधर भी बात चल रही है। अच्छा, फिर another thing that CLAT seems to be, I don't know what I'm doing with this, and another thing that CLAT seems to be obsessed with, sorry, is Pakistan. अभी पिछली बार चाइना के साथ ऑब्सेस्ड था, इस बार पाकिस्तान के साथ ऑब्सेस्ड है कि नहीं है? तो अब अगर मेरे को क्वेश्चन दिखा सैंपल पेपर में दैट इमरान खान के ऊपर नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन हुआ है, तो क्वेश्चन कैन बी आस्क्ड कि तुम्हारे देश का कोई प्राइम मिनिस्टर क्या नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन से हटा है? लिख के बताओ। Who was the first Indian prime minister to have been taken out due to the no confidence motion? Quickly. Maitri Divas also you have said. Correct. बताओ। मोरारजी देसाई इज द आंसर। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी को भी हटाया था, लेकिन मोरारजी देसाई वाज द फर्स्ट वन। ठीक है, अब पाकिस्तान के फ्लड्स की भी बात यहीं पे आ गई, राइट? सो दैट इज ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट। इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी ऑल्सो बिकम्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी, व्हाई डज इट बिकम इंपॉर्टेंट? अब इसको मैं इरेज कर दूं क्विकली। कैन आई इरेज ऑल ऑफ दिस? कैन वी गो अहेड? Are you guys making a note of whatever we have to do? Yes. All right, let's do it. ठीक है बेटा. So we've done India, Sri Lanka. We've spoken about India, Nepal. We've spoken about India, Pakistan. We've also spoken about the Indus Water Treaty. Then the Ganga River Water Sharing Agreement also becomes important because of Teesta. Because Kushiara has happened, लेकिन तीस्ता वाला पानी अब ममता बनर्जी तो देने से रही, लेकिन एटलीस्ट हमें पता होना चाहिए उसके बारे में. ठीक है. अब इसके अलावा अगर हम बात करें तो what are you going to do? आज बैठ के तुम कर लो. अगर तुम नहीं करोगे तो आई एम एट योर सर्विस. बता देना मेरे को अपने ग्रुप में. नेबरिंग स्टेट्स के साथ वैसे हम लोगों ने ये जीके क्विज में किया भी है. I want you to write down the names of all of these countries, right? Sri Lanka and your Bhutan, ये बांग्लादेश हो गया, आपका चाइना हो गया, आपका पाकिस्तान हो गया, आपका म्यांमार हो गया. ये सारी कंट्रीज के साथ पहली बात तो कितना बॉर्डर हम शेयर कर रहे हैं, ऑब्वियसली इसके सामने तो लिखेंगे नहीं, पर कितना बॉर्डर हम शेयर कर रहे हैं, कौन सी हमारी बॉर्डरिंग स्टेट्स हैं, कोई हमारे साथ में अगर कोई स्पेस मिशन है तो वो, कोई हमारी मिलिट्री एक्सरसाइजेज है तो वो, राइट? कोई हमारे रेन्यूएबल एनर्जी के प्रोजेक्ट्स जो आज की डेट पे हम लोग बना रहे हैं, तो दैट ऑल्सो बिकम्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. आई एम इट्स लाइक एज इफ आई एम आउट ऑफ फोकस राइट नाउ. हाँ, न्यूट्रल चेयरपर्सन एक्सपर्ट वगैरह भी अपॉइंट हुआ है. दैट इज एब्सोल्युटली राइट. है तुम लोगों को दिख रहा है क्या? दिख रहा है? नहीं दिख रहा है? हाँ, अभी वापस से आ गया. अब दिख रहा है? नहीं, अभी मेरे को बताओ पहले. लेट मी विल डल ब्लर्ड. वेट. मैम इसको ये ऑटो फोकस वाली चीज फिर से कुछ हो गई है. Refocus the camera. Is it better now or not? You first tell me that, because if I have to refocus it, it is a little bit clearer. हाँ, तो we will finish it off in some time. अगर ये ठीक चल रहा है तो मेरे को बता दो. अगर नहीं है, it's clear. चलो ठीक है. हाँ वो ओके ठीक है. हाँ, we are just going to end it. We'll figure it out. है ना? वैसे भी technically I'm so sound. Like I know everything about everything technically. And the ones who've sat and they've seen the GK quiz, yeah, they know it. I thought I was sitting without specs and so not visible. Please don't ignore my question, ma'am. Dear Priyanka, ma'am, फ्लड से रिलेटेड क्या क्या पढ़ना है इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ पाकिस्तान, प्लीज बता दीजिए। अरे बेटा मैं तेरे को इग्नोर क्यों करूंगी यार, तेरे सामने मैं इधर से उधर हुई हूँ। हाँ ठीक है, तो कौन सी रिवर है वो आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है, ठीक है। एंड yeah, so that is all that you have to know. Which river is it? Why was it flooded? Loss and damage funds ke andar, they have spoken about Pakistan. That is what you have to keep in mind. Is that okay? Samriddhi, please don't ignore my question. Why would I ignore your question, yaar? हाँ, ठीक है. Again, going blurred. Okay, so let me just write it. I think I'm going to stand over here. Let me see what to do. चलो ठीक है, हाँ जी। ओके, सो नेबरिंग स्टेट्स वगैरह के बारे में बात हो गई। फिर इसके बाद फटाफट से खत्म करते हैं, फिर उसके बाद फ्राइडे को इस सबको ऐसे फटाफट से हम लोग कर लेंगे, ठीक है। नाउ यूके इज इम्पोर्टेंट बिकॉज ओइंग टू द फैक्ट ऋषि सुनक, राइट। सो यूके के साथ हमारी क्या रिलेशन है, कॉमनवेल्थ नेशंस के जब हम लोग पार्ट बने थे, हमने कॉमनवेल्थ सिटीजनशिप के बारे में बात नहीं की थी। जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी ने क्या बोला था, ही सेड कि वी आर गोइंग टू गेट टुगेदर, वी आर गोइंग टू डू अ लॉट ऑफ इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन, बट डोंट एवर थिंक दैट वी आर गोइंग टू गिव अप आवर सॉवरेनिटी, राइट। सो इंडिया यूके इन दैट सेंस बिकम्स इम्पोर्टेंट नाउ। सो दैट इज अबाउट इट। एक और चीज जो दिमाग में आ रही है, दैट इज ट्रांसजेंडर्स। Conversion therapy के ऊपर एक क्वेश्चन आया था, and the second thing is women. So okay, we'll deal with these two topics and then we will call it a day, and then we'll meet each other on Friday and we will do all our homework by then so that it becomes a dialogue. It does not remain a monologue. I mean, of course it can't possibly be like a dialogue, but you should keep writing it over here. तो ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी की अगर हम बात करें तो पहली बात तो नालसा वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया की बात हो गई, ठीक है। नालसा वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया में हमने क्या बोला था, राइट ऑफ सेल्फ आइडेंटिफिकेशन टू द ट्रांसजेंडर्स। आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस क्वेश्चन दैट वाज रिलेटेड टू कन्वर्जन थेरेपी। ऑलराइट, सेकेंडली इफ वी टॉक अबाउट इट तो वो एक्ट ऑफ 2019 बन गई। थर्डली हम लोगों ने ये कर रखा है, चलो फिर जाके अपने नोट से पढ़ना, नेशनल काउंसिल ऑफ ट्रांसजेंडर्स के बारे में यू शुड लर्न, राइट। एक बेटा अफगानिस्तान में भूल गई थी, अफगानिस्तान में भी तालिबान 2.0 is something that we have dealt with, okay, so that is also something that you should possibly go over your notes again. Taliban, who was the founder, who is the current one, who was assassinated, मुझे पता है कि तुमको पता है, तुम बस जाके उसको एक बार रिवाइज कर लो, मुझे पता है तुमने काफी बार पढ़ा है, एक बार और पढ़ लो, कुछ नहीं जाता, ठीक है। सो अब ट्रांसजेंडर्स, नेशनल काउंसिल फॉर ट्रांसजेंडर्स के बारे में बात होगी, इसका चेयरमैन एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट, इट इज डन इन क्लास, है ना। फिर इसके बाद अगर हम बात करें द फेमस ट्रांसजेंडर्स, and if you can't possibly find it, of course you have that group, you can tell me, I'll make all your lists like by today and tomorrow so that you can sit and learn. Till then do your mocks, learn all your questions and read the passages also. Please don't skip the passages because it can't possibly happen कि एक passage से सिर्फ 5 questions निकल के आए, तो काफी चीजें तुम लोगों को passage से भी learn करने को मिलेंगी, right? Now famous transgenders in the sense that the first transgender to become like a judge, a first transgender to become a lawyer, the first transgender to get into police, things like that, they become very important. The first transgender to contest for elections, the first transgender to become an MLA, class में किया हुआ है, और ये वाली चीज आपके लिए important भी है. And so lastly, I'm going on to women. विमेन के लिए आपको क्या करना है, एक तो आपने वो MTP के बारे में, तो आपने मेडिकल टर्मिनेशन ऑफ प्रेगनेंसी एक्ट तो आप लोगों ने घोट के पी ली है, जिसके अंदर 2022 में अनमैरिड विमेन्स, वी इंटरप्रेटेड दिस केस X वर्सेस द प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ NCT ऑफ दिल्ली. X इसलिए लिखा because she is an unmarried woman. Obviously, she wants to get her child aborted. Obviously, she doesn't want anyone to know her name. And so we are respecting the privacy of that particular female. So MTP is important in that sense. Then the second thing is Dobbs versus Jackson. तो आपको already sample paper से पता चली गया है. Then is your maternity benefit. Maternity Benefit Act. Wherein you know कि पहले 2 बच्चों के लिए 26 weeks की आपको छुट्टी मिलती है maternity benefit. अगर हम लोग बाद की बात करें तीसरा बच्चे के बाद वो 12 हफ्ते हो जाता है. Why is it important? Also owing to the fact that Department of Personnel and Training has recently said that all female central government employees, if their child dies within the first 28 days of birth, they will get an additional 60 days leave. Okay, so that is that. फिर इसके बाद women empowerment में, yeah, so you can look into these 2 things. Then also बच्चे animals in news. So आपका cheetah, lion, tiger, elephant, rhino, है ना? I'm sure I'm missing out, but all the animals that are in news, उनका IUCN का status क्या है? Project Tiger कब शुरू हुआ? वो तो पूछ ही लिया है. तो Project Lion कब शुरू हुआ? Asiatic lions के बारे में हमने अभी कल परसों ही किया है. So please kindly go and do that. Elephants के लिए it is important. Rhinos के लिए जैसे वो काजीरंगा National Park में one horn rhino वाला चीज, you know, that sort of statues have been made out of the ashes of you remember there were a lot of poachers who used to come and kill the one-horned rhino just to get their horn because they thought that, oh my God, they're going to get a lot of money out of it. And so hence the forest department people, jitne rhinos ki death ho chuki thi, unke horns ko jalaya unhone just to show it to the poachers that, listen, this is not going to fetch you any money. This is not a very, very valuable thing. So kindly stop killing the poor animal for that. Actually, keeping that in mind, did you guys read about the fact that donkeys are also in news and the fact that they are also being killed these days? You know, there is an entire trade that is happening, and ye aapke Down to Earth, which is your most favorite magazine of Clat, but there is this, yes, a board of the unicorn. Did you read about it? Kindly read about it. We'll also do this in the YouTube session, like possibly tomorrow. But then there is also like this huge donkey trade that is happening, because of which the strength of donkeys is decreasing in India. Okay, so ये हमारे animals वाली बात भी होगी. फिर आज ही किया है सुबह floods. Cyclones, the way they are named, कौन से cyclones इस साल में आए हैं, कौन से cyclones पिछले साल में आए हैं, yes or no? Kindly learn that up, ठीक है? काफी सारे मैंने आपको टॉपिक्स दे दिए, ठीक है? अब मैं ये नहीं कह रही कि यही सिर्फ टॉपिक्स हैं. फाइन, क्विकली लेट्स, अभी अगर हिम्मत है तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट करते हैं, अगर नहीं है तो फ्राइडे को करेंगे. अभी तुम बताओ मेरे को क्या करना है. कम ऑन. Wild Donkey Sanctuary, right? And your first night sky sanctuary in Changthang Wildlife Sanctuary, which is in Hanley, in Leh. Karna hai, carry on, chalo theek hai. Well done. Loving the answer. Theek hai. So isko main mita rahi hu. Let's do the important constitutional amendments, right? And then we will call it a day. अब सबसे पहली हमारी जो अमेंडमेंट है जो इम्पोर्टेंट है, दैट इज द फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट एक्ट ऑफ 1951. नाउ द फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट एक्ट ऑफ 1951, ओके, दिस केम अप विद समथिंग कॉल्ड द 9th शेड्यूल, 31A and 31B. अब 9th शेड्यूल इज व्हाट वी आर डीलिंग विद. अगर हम बेसिक के बारे में बात करें तो दिस वाज मेड फॉर रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ लैंड. And you have to understand that back in 1951, in fact, till 1978, right to property used to be my fundamental right. So if tomorrow you have a lot of property and the government says, oh, Priyanka जैसे लोग बड़े गरीब हैं, तुम्हारी property प्रियंका को दे देते हैं, तो तुम लोग बहुत हा करके हाँ नहीं बोलोगे. तुम बोलोगे ये मेरी property है, मेरा fundamental right है, back in 1951, और तुम ये होने नहीं दोगे. जिस वजह से प्रियंका जैसे गरीब लोग और गरीब हो जाएंगे. और agrarian economy में अगर जमीन ही नहीं है, property नहीं है तो तुम करोगे क्या उस agrarian economy का, correct? So hence we came up with something called the 9th schedule, wherein this is known as land reforms, okay? And this was primarily made for redistribution of property by the government, wherein they said, you know, you just make a ceiling limit कि एक इंसान कितने maximum property रख सकता है अपने नाम पे. ये एक aspect है इसका, इसमें बहुत aspects हैं. Don't get into that, just know it ऊपर से, and also understand why is it important today. So this was made for redistribution of land, so as to ensure that, you know, even the less fortunate people, they also have a little bit of property, right? And this is what the government wanted to do by virtue of the 9th schedule. And the best thing, or possibly the worst, जो बाद में लगा worst ही है, they said judicial review जो है ना, ऐसे laws के ऊपर होगा ही नहीं. तो 9th शेड्यूल में जो लॉज होंगे, लैंड लॉज, उसके ऊपर कोई जुडिशियल रिव्यू होगा ही नहीं. अब जुडिशियल रिव्यू नहीं होगा तो कल जाके आपकी प्रॉपर्टी मुझे मिल गई इस टाइम पे, एंड आप जाके बोल रहे हैं भाई आर्टिकल 19 क्लॉज 1 सब क्लॉज एफ में तो ये लिखा है राइट टू प्रॉपर्टी इज माय फंडामेंटल राइट, मेरे को तो रिट पिटिशन फाइल करनी है. तो कोर्ट बोलेगा सॉरी, ये लॉ 9th शेड्यूल का है, देयर इज नो जुडिशियल रिव्यू, वी कांट से एनीथिंग टू इट. अब आगे बड़ी बात, एंड यू नो द लेजिस्लेचर रियलाइज दैट यार ये तो खजाना है, कोई भी उठा के लॉ इसके अंदर डाल दो, इट विल बी प्रोटेक्टेड फ्रॉम जुडिशियल रिव्यू. बट ऐसे थोड़ी ना हम होने देंगे. तो थोड़ा सा फास्ट फॉरवर्ड करके 1973 आता है, जहां पे बनता है आपका केशवानंदा भारती केस, वेयर इन वी केम अप विद द बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर डॉक्ट्रिन. अच्छा, फिर भी अभी कोई बात नहीं हुई है 9th शेड्यूल की. 9th शेड्यूल की बात तब होती है when we are talking about 2007 and the case is IR Coelho judgment, wherein what did the government say, what did the Supreme Court say? Sorry, the Supreme Court says that any law that has been added on or after 1st April 1973, in which schedule? In the 9th schedule, shall be subject to judicial review in case it is found to be against the basic structure of the constitution. Simple भाषा में 1973 से पहले हम लोगों ने डॉक्ट्रिन और बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर को इम्प्लिसिट तो था, एक्सप्लिसिट नहीं किया था. लेकिन जैसे ही ये एक्सप्लिसिट हो गया तो हम लोगों ने कहा कि कोई बात नहीं, आप बहुत ही बदमाशी कर रहे हैं लेजिस्लेचर वाले लोग. तो व्हाट आर वी गोइंग टू डू? वी आर गोइंग टू से दैट एनी काइंड ऑफ लॉ दैट हैज बीन एडेड ऑन और आफ्टर 1st April 1973 in which schedule? In the 9th schedule, provided it goes against the basic structure, we will definitely review it. अब इधर तक तो बात समझ में आ गई. Why are we talking about it right now? Because of this particular state called Jharkhand. Now, Jharkhand has raised its reservation to 77% and we are all bewildered because यार हमने तो ये सुना था कि 50% तक होना चाहिए. चलो EWS वाली चीज भी समझ में आ गई, ये 77% कैसे हो सकती है? अब इससे पहले ये भी सुनो कि there is another state called Tamil Nadu and Tamil Nadu is giving reservation to its people and the reservation is 69% over there. And how is it valid right now? ये तो बिल्कुल ही valid नहीं होना चाहिए. It is everything is too blurred. Is it okay now? Is it okay now? Is it okay now? Yes or no? Okay. So I think I'll just stay here because like वो auto focus हो रहा है. So anyway, so झारखंड की स्टेट ने बोला 77%, इससे पहले तमिलनाडु की स्टेट ने 69% बोला था. And by the way, Tamil Nadu told the center added this particular law also in the 9th schedule. And so everyone is like, अच्छा 9th schedule में आ गया तो judicial review तो हो नहीं सकता. ऐसा नहीं है. The petition is right there in the Supreme Court, it is pending. क्योंकि क्या बोला था आईआर कोएलो के जजमेंट ने कि अगर ऐसा कोई लॉ हो जो बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर के खिलाफ जाएगा तो हम जुडिशियल रिव्यू करेंगे. तो मैम अभी तक कुछ बोला क्यों नहीं? पता नहीं. They have other judgments to look at. They will eventually do it, right? So, अब झारखंड ने जब ये 77% का बिल बनाया, they have written a proviso there. They've said this law will come into effect the day center puts this law in the 9th schedule. तो ये कहते हैं हम भी सारे कर रहे हैं तो हम भी डाल देते हैं 9th schedule के अंदर. कहानी इतनी सी है कि हमारे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है फर्स्ट अमेंडमेंट एक्ट 1951, रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ लैंड के लिए ये जरूर यूज होता है। पहले यहाँ पे बिल्कुल भी जुडिशियल रिव्यू नहीं होता था। आया कोयलो के जजमेंट के बाद we've said any law that is added after 1st April 1973 shall be subject to judicial review in case it goes against the doctrine or basic structure. 2 states, one of which has already put its law inside this particular 9th schedule, which hasn't happened in this year. ये तो पुरानी बात है, लेकिन इसको चैलेंज करते हुए पेटिशन सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पेंडिंग है। अब झारखंड ने 2022 में ये वाली चीज बोली है और बोला हम लॉ लाएंगे ही तब जब सेंटर इसको 9th शेड्यूल के अंदर डाल देगा, इसीलिए 9th शेड्यूल इज इंपॉर्टेंट। ठीक है, ओके, नाउ द नेक्स्ट वन इज योर the next important amendment is okay, let's go up to, let's say, the 42nd Amendment Act of 1976. चुन के सिर्फ उतनी ही अमेंडमेंट्स कर रही हूँ क्योंकि 105 अमेंडमेंट्स है। अब ये कभी भूलेगा नहीं बिकॉज AILET ने पूछ भी लिया है। Now this is also known as the mini constitution, yeah, and there are so many things that happened here, but the ones that are important for us are firstly, right, the addition of the term secular as well as socialist, लिखते रहो side by side, and integrity. Where have these terms been added? They have been added to the preamble of the Constitution. The second thing that we have to keep in mind possibly कि इस वाले 42nd Amendment Act of 1976 से हम लोगों ने कुछ DPSPs भी ऐड की थी। DPSPs में एक आर्टिकल 39A है जो आपके लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जो आ जाता है आपका फ्री लीगल एड एंड इक्वल जस्टिस टू द पुअर, बिकॉज नालसा इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट? द फैक्ट दैट राजस्थान स्टेट लीगल सर्विसेज अथॉरिटीज ने AI बेस्ड लोक अदालत शुरू किया है, सो दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस, एंड ऑल्सो ऑफ कोर्स अ लॉट मेनी अदर इनिशिएटिव्स, सो दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट? एंड देन पार्टिसिपेशन ऑफ द workers in the management of industries and all, you don't have to keep in mind, वैसे वो 43A है। एक और चीज जो दिमाग में रख लेना वो है 48A, that is talking about protection of the environment and protection of the forest। ठीक है, ये environment forest वैसे इतना important हो रखा है, तो एक चीज और लर्न कर लो, right? Then the next thing is your part 4A of the constitution, जो already AILET ने पूछ लिया, मुझे नहीं लगता ये लोग दोबारा से पूछेंगे। First 10 fundamental duties were added by virtue of the 42nd Amendment Act of 1976, correct? फिर इसके अलावा एक और चीज अगर हम लोग दिमाग में रखें तो हमारा जो पार्ट 14A ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, राइट? ओ गॉड, हाँ, पार्ट 14A ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन जो है विच इज टॉकिंग अबाउट ट्राइब्यूनल्स। क्यों मैम ट्राइब्यूनल्स क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है? इंटर स्टेट रिवर वाटर ट्राइब्यूनल इंपॉर्टेंट है कि नहीं है? फॉरेनर्स ट्राइब्यूनल भी इंपॉर्टेंट है बिकॉज ऑफ CAA, NRC, NPR जो सब कर रखा है, वो नहीं कर रहे अभी, ठीक है? सो विच इज व्हाई यू कैन पॉसिबली कीप दिस इन माइंड। वैसे बहुत सारी और चीजें हैं बट वी आर नॉट गेटिंग इनटू दैट, लेट्स गो अहेड। सो दिस इज योर 42nd Amendment Act of 1976। फिर आ जाता है आपका 44th Amendment Act of 1978, जिसमें एक चीज ही आप ध्यान में रखिए कि आर्टिकल 19 क्लॉज 1 सब क्लॉज F जो था, जहां पे लिखा था राइट टू प्रॉपर्टी, उसको यहां से हटा दिया, ओमिट कर दिया, and we have made it a part of Article 300A, right? It is right to property right now is my constitutional right as well as my legal right because of Transfer of Property Act and Sale of Goods Act, जो कि हमें पता ही है, ठीक है? इसको मैं मिटा दूं, can we go ahead? Yes or no? फटाफट से करते हैं, तुम लोग भी जाके थोड़ा सा रेस्ट करो और फिर अपनी भी पढ़ाई करो, लेकिन ये अब कर लिया शुरू। We've opened up the Pandora's box and so we are going to end it and then we are going to go ahead. Can I erase this and go ahead, बच्चे? All right. So 44th Amendment Act हम लोगों ने कर लिया। फिर इसके बाद आ जाता है आपका 52nd Amendment Act of 1985, right? This is basically your anti-defection law. So anti-defection law is your 10th schedule. Of course it is important because of the fact कि महाराष्ट्र में भी हुआ है। इसमें कुछ terms हैं, एक होता है resort politics. Now there was a very good article in Indian Express on this. Very simple. दूसरे एमएलएस को, दूसरे एमपीज को मेरे पार्टी का मेंबर बनाने के लिए मैं उनको रिजॉर्ट में जाके ठहरवा रही हूँ. They literally do that. Then they take away your phones and then they try to manipulate you and then they try to give you money. The minute they try, oh God, the minute they try to give you money and they say आ जाओ मेरे पार्टी का मेंबर बन जाओ, तो उस चीज को हम क्या बोल देते हैं? हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग. Any kind of money or power or authority or whatever you're getting, अगर आपको कुछ मैनिपुलेट करके फाइनेंशियल इंसेंटिव्स वगैरह देके या पोजीशन वगैरह देके अगर बोल रहे हैं प्लीज कम एंड बिकम अ पार्ट ऑफ आवर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, दैट इज कॉल्ड हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग. एंड द मिनट आई डू go and join another party, that is called crossing the floor. So इसमें आया राम गया राम की हो तो होलोहान केस, जहां पे कहा था कि जुडिशियल रिव्यू होगा अगर स्पीकर एंड चेयरमैन के डिसीजन को हमें लगा कि इट इज वेरी वेरी मैलिफाइड इन नेचर. Then comes your 61st Amendment Act. ठीक है, 61st Amendment Act of 1989 is the one that is talking about reducing the voting age of people. जहाँ पे हमने 21 साल से voting age को change करके 18 साल कर दिया. So this is also something that is important. Then there is another one called the 69th Amendment Act, and the 69th Amendment Act is related to National Capital Territory of Delhi. I can't even tell you enough कि कितना ज्यादा important है ये वाली चीज, क्योंकि इसमें तो बहुत ही सारी चीजें चेंज हुई हैं, राइट? ये म्यूनिसिपल के लिए भी हमने किया ही था वो बिल वगैरह. सो दिल्ली बिकम्स द नेशनल कैपिटल टेरिटरी ऑफ दिल्ली, जहां पे दिल्ली की जो लेजिस्लेचर है वो लैंड, पुलिस और पब्लिक ऑर्डर के ऊपर लॉज नहीं बना सकती. दिस इज द 69th अमेंडमेंट एक्ट. ठीक है, फिर इसके बाद एक और है जो आई रियली वांट यू टू लर्न. ठीक है, यहाँ पे 70th अमेंडमेंट एक्ट ऑफ 1992 की अगर हम बात करें तो आर्टिकल 54, डोंट लर्न आर्टिकल 54, जस्ट लर्न व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट. इलेक्टोरल कॉलेज की बात करता है. इलेक्टोरल कॉलेज ऑफ व्हाट? इलेक्टोरल कॉलेज ऑफ द प्रेसिडेंट. एंड इलेक्टोरल कॉलेज ऑफ द प्रेसिडेंट में इस पर्टिकुलर अमेंडमेंट से यूटी ऑफ दिल्ली एंड यूटी ऑफ पुडुचेरी को भी ऐड किया था. So elected members of the Legislative Assembly of Delhi and Puducherry could also participate in presidential elections by virtue of the 70th Amendment Act. Obviously, because दिल्ली को उसकी विधानसभा मिली 69th Amendment में थी, तो उसके बाद उधर गए. पुडुचेरी को 14th Amendment से मिली थी. Not that important, but this is important, right? Okay, so पैंडोरास बॉक्स कब बंद होगा? ये मैंने खुद पूछा था, करना है कि नहीं करना. अभी बोला है तो फटाफट से खत्म करते हैं. अभी तो आने वाला है 105, मैं कौन सा सारा करा रही हूँ. अच्छा फटाफट से बताओ इसको मैं खत्म, लाइक कैन आई गो अहेड और नॉट? बताएं. आई वॉज रीडिंग, वन गर्ल इज रिटन कि इतना क्लास लंबा है तो मेरा पूरा इंटरनेट का पैकेज ही खत्म हो गया. वेरी क्यूट. Another is writing, मेरा पूरा बैटरी खत्म हो गया. अब खत्म ही कर दो. कर रही हूँ बस. अभी खुद ही बोला अभी कराओ, प्लीज कराओ. मैंने पहले ही पूछा था. Anyway, so then comes your 73rd Amendment Act and 74th Amendment Act. 73rd Amendment Act is Panchayat. 74th Amendment Act is Municipality. After which 95th Amendment Act is the one that says Anglo-Indian का जो reservation है ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ 2020 तक ही चलेगा, उसके बाद खत्म हो जाएगा. Then is your 99th Amendment Act, which is talking about NJAT, super duper important because of the fact कि collegium system has been in news. इसको जितना मैं मारूं उतना ज्यादा, मतलब बहुत important है. नेशनल जुडिशियल अपॉइंटमेंट कमीशन, बस बेसिकली इतना दिमाग में रखना है कि यहाँ पे बोला था एग्जीक्यूटिव की एक कमेटी बैठेगी जो आके जजेस को अपॉइंट करेगी. फिर बाद में जुडिशरी ने बोला लिसन, हम तुम्हारे बाप हैं, तुम ऐसा नहीं कर सकते और दिस इज कंप्लीटली अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल, इसको खत्म कर दो. ठीक है, तो अभी भी हम कोलिजियम सिस्टम ही अपनाते हैं. देन कम्स योर 100th अमेंडमेंट एक्ट जो अभी हम लोगों ने किया था, दैट इज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू इंडिया एंड बांग्लादेश लैंड बाउंड्री अग्रीमेंट, ट्रांसफर ऑफ एनक्लेव्स. नाउ वी आर एंडिंग इट. 101st, अब फटाफट से लिखना शुरू कर दो. 101st कौन सा है? जीएसटी. 102nd अमेंडमेंट एक्ट कौन सा है? नेशनल कमीशन फॉर बैकवर्ड क्लासेस. 103rd अमेंडमेंट एक्ट कौन सा है? इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शन. 104th अमेंडमेंट कौन सा है? हियर वी एक्सटेंडेड द रिजर्वेशन ऑफ एसटी एंड एससी but we remain silent about the Anglo-Indians, and hence Anglo-Indians अब नहीं होंगे nominate. Last Anglo-Indians to be nominated were Henry Baker and Richard Hay. ये last two Anglo-Indians थे. अब खत्म कर दिया 105th Amendment Act, जहां पे बोला ना ही सिर्फ सेंटर बल्कि स्टेट कैन ऑल्सो आइडेंटिफाई OBCs. कार्यक्रम समाप्त. ठीक, अब फ्राइडे को मिलेंगे थोड़ा सा. हाँ, करेक्ट, वेल डन. ओके, फ्राइडे को मिलेंगे, तब तक तुम लोग अपना रिविजन वगैरह करो. थैंक यू वेरी मच. आई नो यू आर वेरी वेरी टायर्ड. गो बैक, एंजॉय योरसेल्फ. थोड़ी देर के लिए थोड़ा सा शांति अपनी मनाओ और फिर पढ़ाई करनी शुरू कर दो. ओके, थैंक यू, बाय बाय. Ma'am, we did not have time to learn all these things, seen all questions at once. Ma'am, we did not have time. We do not have time to learn all these things. It's a time seen all these questions at once. बेटा आपने preparation में ये सब कुछ already किया है. My point is, अभी सिर्फ उसको revise करो, है ना. Important topics आपने बोले थे, ये कोई ऐसे कोई ऊपर से topics तो आए नहीं, ये तो क्लास में हमने किए ही है. एशियन पाम ऑयल अलायंस तो आपके जीके परफेक्ट में भी है, आपकी क्लास में भी है. आपने सिर्फ उठाना है, उसको लर्न कर लेना है ना. जीके के क्विज आपने दिए हैं मेरे साथ, जहां पे इंडिया और नेबरिंग कंट्रीज के बारे में हमने सारी की सारी डिस्कशन की है. उसको बस मटेरियल को उठाओ, उसको पढ़ लो. ठीक है, फ्लड्स एंड साइक्लोन्स अभी सुबह किए हैं, राइट. और ऐसा नहीं है कि उससे पहले नहीं किए हैं क्लासेस में. अगेन यू हैव टू जस्ट लर्न इट अप. इंस्टेड ऑफ गेटिंग ओवरवेल्म्ड, जस्ट नो दिस दैट यस, नाउ आई नो वेयर टू गो. I have my mocks, I have my class PPTs. You should be happy about the fact that at least you have the matter with you. Yes, all is left is to learn it up. ठीक है, अगर पहले नहीं किया तो at least इन 4 दिनों में मेहनत करो, उसको लर्न करो. क्यों नहीं होएगा? ठीक है, ओके, थैंक यू. मैम, मैंने 10 डे बिफोर प्रेपरेशन स्टार्ट करा है. ये सेशन कर लूंगा तो मेरा क्लैट हो जाएगा ना. प्लीज रिप्लाई, प्लीज गिव सम टिप्स. बच्चे अगर तू कर लेगा तो एटलीस्ट जीके के सेक्शन में तेरा बैंड नहीं बजेगा. ठीक है, सो डू इट वेरी वेरी वेल. तू लर्न कर ले ये सारी चीजें. पिक अप 1 न्यूज़पेपर, राइट, एंड यू रीड ऑल दी हेडलाइंस एटलीस्ट. ओके, इफ यू हैव जस्ट स्टार्टेड 10 डेज पहले, एक कोई न्यूज़पेपर उठाओ, जो भी तुम्हारा हिंदू, इंडियन एक्सप्रेस, एटलीस्ट उसकी हेडलाइंस देखो. एटलीस्ट तुम्हें इतना पता होना चाहिए कि हो क्या रहा है. बाकी ये चीजें कर लो. फाइन, ओके, ग्रेट. 102nd में ओबीसीज आइडेंटिफाई करने की एबिलिटी रिस्ट्रिक्ट हुई थी ना. हाँ जी विभूति, तभी बाद में जाके स्टेट के बारे में बात की, तभी मराठा कोटा के बारे में बात हुई थी. आर्टिकल 342A. डू यू हैव द PDF ऑफ दिस टॉपिक? हाँ, वो जीके क्विज में पूछ लेना. लास्ट में तो बुलेट ट्रेन फेल हो गई. ऑलराइट मैम, गिव अस अ सेशन ऑन ट्रेन्स. ओह यस रचित, और मैंने तेरे से पूछा था तेरा पेपर कैसे हो, तूने मेरे को रिप्लाई नहीं किया. तूने वंदे भारत का बोला था ना. वी विल डू वंदे भारत पक्का. मैम, 102nd अमेंडमेंट एक्ट में स्टेट को ओबीसी डेजिग्नेशन के राइट रिस्ट्रिक्ट किए गए थे ना. हाँ विभूति, अभी अच्छा ठीक है, वो 2 बार आपने लिख दिया था, कोई बात नहीं. मैम, आई डोंट हैव द मटेरियल. तो आप वो हमारा जो सीपी का जीके क्विज वाला है, उसके अंदर हमने जो भी पीडीएफ्स एक दूसरे के साथ शेयर किए हैं वो हम कर लेंगे. आई एम अमेजिंग वत्सल्य, आई होप यू आर डूइंग वेल टू. From where to procure it? If you are you a Clat Possible student? What is your Telegram channel? I don't have a Telegram channel, beta. There is a WhatsApp group which is a CPGK quiz group, and you can become a member of that. And member of that जैसे पता नहीं क्या है ना, उसका पार्ट बन जाओ, मैं दे दूंगी. ठीक है, चलो, थैंक यू वेरी मच. जाओ अपनी थोड़ी आंखों को भी थोड़ा सा रेस्ट दे दो. Fine, and we'll meet each other on Friday. Bye, guys.